So, hello everyone, welcome. I'm Jay Chen, Chen Zhirou, the director of the Institute of Sociology here in Academia Sinica. So on behalf of the Institute, I welcome every of you to join our workshop today. And so it's our honor and pleasure. We are very glad to host this workshop. And this is our second seminar on this topic since 2 years ago, right? So 2 years ago, we had the same topic seminar, and we are very glad the works now are accepted by the journal. And so we are approaching the stage of a special issue. And this is why we have this seminar today. And we also thank our invited discussants to join these events and to provide us insights and suggestions to refine, revise our works. So we thank Paul, our honored Taiwan citizen, and Hong Lun to initiate and organize this workshop. So welcome everyone, and then maybe we will have Paul and Hong Lun to say some words. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Hong Lun Wang. I have multiple identities here. I'm the Deputy Director of Institute of Sociology, and also I'm one of the editors of this special issue for the Sociological Review, and also I will be the first presenter of this very exciting workshop. So I think I will save what I'm going to say about this conference and about this theme for the next session. So for the time being, I think I would just say a few words to express my gratitude. So first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Paul for all the administrative dirty work and logistic effort that you have put together to make this workshop come true. And also, I would like to welcome all of our presenters, either from Taiwan or from all over the world. And also, I would like to express my gratitude to our two distinguished commentators, Professor Hong, yeah, and the other one is Professor Siniša Malešević. I think he's not online, right?
No, because it's night now.
Yeah. Well, it's a great pity that he can not make it to come to Taiwan, because I was very much inspired by his work, and I cite him a lot in my presentation. So anyway, and then lastly, I would like to welcome everybody in the audience, and I think this will be a very exciting workshop, and we are going to have very fruitful discussion in the coming 2 days. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and in particular our friends from Eastern Europe. We will see that the eastern of Eastern Europe is problematic. That will be Diana's presentation this afternoon. But anyway, so mostly from Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine. Forget someone? No? Yeah, and Japan, Korea. So yeah, thank you very much for making the trip to Taiwan. I know it was not so easy for some of you because of many constraints and duties, and so it's good to have you back here in Taiwan. And for those who first visit. I hope you will enjoy your stay in Taiwan. Yes, just to add a few thanks. Actually, I don't think administrative work is dirty. It can be enjoyable, and it was very enjoyable thanks to my assistants. They are absolutely fantastic, two of them here, and a few others outside. I guess many of you had contact with my assistant, Junhua. It did not copy all the mails he sent you because he thought maybe that would be too much, but I understand that he sent you a lot of emails, and so thank you for your cooperation, and I hope you, if anything's wrong, please complain to me, not to him. Yes, as Director Jay and Deputy Director Wang mentioned, this workshop is, so 2 years ago we had this workshop entitled Ukraine War 1 Year On, and at that time, of course, we didn't know how long will be the war, so unfortunately it's still going on. Now we have those news talking about possible talks between Trump and Putin, and I hope Zelensky won't be forgotten in the equation, but that maybe will be part of our discussion. But we are sociologists, so we are looking at more long-term effects of this war, its impact not only on Europe but also on. We believe it has already had a big impact on East Asian countries, especially Taiwan, Japan, and Korea, and both North and South Korea. So 2 years ago we had this fantastic workshop, and we decided that we need to do something about all the data and discussions we had. So we sent a proposal to several journals of sociology, and we were happy to have it accepted. Our proposal was accepted by the Sociological Review, the British one, not the American one, the British one, which is much older. And we were here. I would like to say Chemboe, who is in the team of editors of that journal, is our Taiwanese colleague, and he was super helpful to help us drafting the draft of proposal. So the proposal has been accepted, so it's a proposal. So still we have to do a good work so that it becomes a really solid manuscript. This is why we have asked to several discussants to not only, well, at this stage they have only looked at the papers we have distributed work for three panels, but thereafter we will I hope they will accept to look at all the papers and give us a general view if we really want to have a coherent, solid monograph manuscript. And if everything goes well, it will be published in March next year. So I can tell you, we already have the papers. We are sorry we won't share the papers with all of you, but I guess you will have a good idea of the paper contents through the presentation. And so we wish to learn also from the audience. So thanks to all of you for coming today. And we will try to make our presentation as short as possible, within 20 minutes. Then we have 10 minutes from our discussant. And then we really want to learn from all of you, and I wish that will help us to strengthen our argument, because actually most of us are newcomers to the sociology of war, except Wang Honglun. I think most of us are newcomers, and we are newcomers. We came to that field of research, subfield of research in sociology, because of where we live and what we are exposed to now, because of the and I think this is the duty of sociologists, to face reality, not to hide behind, beautiful ideas, but to look at sometimes the sad face of reality. I think this is where sociology can be helpful. I think in some way it can be therapeutic. I had this feeling, especially I had this feeling reading at our colleagues from Ukraine. I found they did a fantastic job, and it's kind of healing. You know, when you can, you're able to take distance with the dramatic reality. I think it helps you to face it, to be stronger. Well, I will stop here, and thank you very much.
So thank you, and we will start our first panel, and the chair is our colleague Hoàng Thính Khang Tin Hong Wong. And so let's welcome the chair and the presenters for this panel.
Welcome everybody, good morning. It's my honor to chair this session, and in this session we will have two papers for presentation. And the first one entitled War Perception and the Frames of War. The paper attempts to reconceptualize, to give a new conceptualization of the connection between a war and society. And the presenter is Dr.汪宏伦. He is the vice director of our institute, and he has been researching sociology of war for a number of years. And this is the first paper. The second paper will be presented by Dr. George Wenger and Lin Zhonghong, my colleagues. And that paper is about shifting social foundation of public trust in Taiwan's military. It's about how, to what extent Taiwan people trust our military. And we will have 15 minutes for each paper, and then we will have 20. But it is 15 on paper. 15 on paper, but you say 20. Which one? Which one? 20. Okay, 20 minutes for each presentation. And then we will have Dr. Liu Wen from Institute of Ethnography of Academia Sinica for commentation, and you will have 10 minutes to do the job, okay? And then, okay, now let's welcome Professor汪宏倫.
Okay, thank you, Ting Hong, for your introduction. So I think I have to stand to talk. So first of all, there is a slight change of my title. So it will be now from event to frames toward a renewed conceptualization of the war-society nexus. So this will be more of a theoretical piece than an empirical study, because I hope I can lay down the theoretical foundation and draw some analytical framework for this special issue. Okay, so let me start with a manifesto to the third wave of war studies in sociology. So sociology has long been criticized for not taking war very seriously, treating it as an external disruption rather than an intrinsic social process. So war's profound influence on human society has often been overlooked by sociologists, which caused a lot of dissatisfaction and criticism. So in reviewing a previous study on war in sociology, I identified three waves of sociological study of war in the past few decades. So the first wave emerged before 2000. So it was driven largely by neo-Weberian historical sociology, exemplified by scholars such as Theda Skocpol, Charles Tilly, Michael Mann, and Anthony Giddens. So they explore how war influenced state formation, social revolution, and political institutions. Predominantly, they view war as a driver of political and economic transformations. The focus was primarily on the war-state nexus, treating war mostly as an independent variable. And the second wave of sociological study of war emerged after the year of 2000. So it is strongly influenced by the bloody Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, and also the shocking September 11 attack in 2001. So more attention has been paid to war and violence. So sociologists start to study war as a sui generis social fact in its own right. So they try to theorize war beyond state-centric models, incorporating perspectives from sociological theory, social psychology, and theories of collective violence. And Professor Siniša Malešević, who will be our commentator later this afternoon, he published groundbreaking sociology of war and violence, and also historical sociology of organized brutality. Both of the works has laid the important theoretical foundation in this field. And also during this wave, sociologists expand their scope of research, emphasizing the social construction of war, the role of ideology, and the transformation of violence in society. So West and Matthewman advocate for a strong program in the sociology of war and military, addressing the influence of organized state violence on social relations and breaking from approaches that narrowly analyze military institutions and warfare through material and political forces. So I would say an emerging field of what I call war studies, akin to gender studies, is taking place within sociology. So now the time has come for a new wave that is, I think, is emerging. So it is triggered by the Russians' invasion of Ukraine in 2022. So I call it a historical event that catalyzed the third wave. So unlike previous conflict, this war is deeply embedded in information warfare, transnational media framing, shifting geopolitical orders, and growing global concerns about humanitarian crisis, economic stability, food security, and environmental impact. So the war has sparked intense debates among policymakers, analysts, scholars, and intellectuals worldwide. So topics ranging from the nature of war and geopolitical dynamics to strategic actions and ethical implications. So sociologists from different corners have been actively participating in these discussions. So for example, the European Journal of Social Theory, the German journal Soziale Systeme, and also the ASA's quarterly magazine Footnotes. All of them devote a special issue to the war, and they argue that both sociologists and activists interested in democracy and truthfulness should center Russia's invasion of Ukraine in both their theory and practice. Okay, so in view of this development, I would like to make a call for the third wave for war studies in sociology. I don't call it sociology of war. I call it war studies in sociology. So it is not an ungrounded aspiration, but it's supported by empirical observations and theoretical reasoning. So its distinguishing feature is a systematic effort to consolidate and expand this emerging perspective to investigate the war society nexus more deeply. So here I outline a few aspects or dimensions to be explored in this third wave. The first is war as a historical event to emphasize its transformative capacity. And also we have to put more attention to historical, culture, and geopolitical context, including the imperial ambition and colonial legacies. And thirdly, we have to incorporate non-state actors and civil society, moving beyond the state-centric approach. And fourth, we have to pay more attention to the cognitive dimension and meaning-making process to understand how war is framed, interpreted, and remembered. And fifth, we also have to pay attention to emerging forms of warfare, particular attention to information warfare, cognitive warfare, and hybrid war in the digital age. Also because it's accompanied by the booms in AI. Okay, so my paper is to make a modest contribution to this third wave. So I try to shed new light on our understanding of the war society nexus by reconceptualizing war as events and frames. And then I will apply this concept to analyze the case of Taiwan. So the use of East Asia in general and Taiwan in particular as an illustrative case is peculiarly revealing to our argument here. Because first, as I have pointed out earlier, war is essential to our understanding of modernity in East Asia, even until today. So while most Europeans think that war is fading away in their region, people in East Asia have been living with war legacies and looming war threat. And second, the impact of Russian-Ukraine war are rather global than regional. The discussion of East Asia will suitably illustrate how Russian-Ukraine war has triggered effect and concerns in places as remote as East Asia. So next, let me move on to the theoretical part. Okay, so in this paper, I propose an eventful conceptualization of war. So it is inspired by the work by William Soule. Okay, he's a very famous historical sociologist back to my old school in Chicago. So he defined a historical event as a ramified sequence of occurrence that is recognized as a notable by contemporaries and that result in a durable transformation of structures. So not all wars qualify as historical events, but I would argue that depending on the scope and the scale of our inquiry, almost all wars have the potential to be conceptualized and analyzed as historical events. And in Soule's view, an event becomes historical when it disrupts previously stable patterns of social life and creates new paths for future development. So war fits this definition because they frequently produce enduring structural transformation, reshaping political regime, economic system, and cultural identity. So for example, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has already led to long-term shift in global geopolitics, European security structures, and domestic political discourse in many countries. So the next question would be, what structures are durably transformed by war? So here again, I return to Soule's theory of the duality of structures. So structures should be defined as composed simultaneously of schemas, which are virtual, and of resources, which are actual. So schemas and resources coexist and depend on each other because schemas are the effect of resource, just as resource are the effect of schemas. So schemas not empowered or generated by resource will eventually be abandoned and forgotten, just as resources without a cultural schema to direct their use would eventually dissipate and decay. Okay, so here I have this graph to show how the event transform both resource and schema, and they correspond to each other. Okay, so in the case of war, territorial turnover signifies a redefinition of political boundaries, while the transfer of populations alters the composition of subjects or citizens within a polity. So beyond material transformations, war reconstructs national identities, collective memory, and ideological framework. It influences legal and moral norms as evidenced by the emergence of Geneva Conventions and international human rights laws in response to the atrocity of past wars. The war also shapes media narratives and discourse on security as exemplified by the US war on terror which redefine a global perception of surveillance, terrorism, and human rights. So war does not merely represent a breakdown of order. It actively reconfigures social, political, economic, and cultural landscapes in ways that persist long after hostility ceases. So while war transforms tangible resources and institutions, it also reshapes less visible yet equally consequential virtual schemas, which permeate a variety of social practice, including everyday life. So I term these frames of war, or war frames, highlighting the cognitive dimension of war and its role in structuring perception, interpretation, and action. So the term frames of war is actually borrowed from Judith Butler's famous title, Frames of War, but its analytical strength comes from sociology of frame analysis. So here I go back to Irving Goffman's classical work on frame analysis. So he defined frame as principle of organization which govern events, at least social ones, and our subjective involvement in them. So primary frameworks are rendering what would otherwise be meaningless aspect of the scene into something that is meaningful. And primary framework of a particular social group constitutes a central element of this culture. And also a frame can be keyed or rekeyed, and it can be fabricated. So to apply this concept to frames of war, we can say that frames of war refer to cognitive frameworks through which war is perceived, justified, conducted, experienced, remembered, interpreted, etc. So I distinguish two layers. The first layer, it refers to the frames created by war. So I call it the primary frames. And the second layer is frames about war. So I call it the secondary frames. So frames of war has very intertwined relations with nationalism, and also it makes dichotomous distinction between the grievable and non-grievable. So it also shapes memory and identity, and it also can be keyed and rekeyed and fabricated. And also one thing I would like to mention is naming and framing, because how we refer to a war also reflect how we frame it. So for the war we just talked about, sometimes it is referred to Russian invasion of Ukraine, but on the Russian side they call it special military operation. Avoid mentioning it as a war at all. Okay. So to synthesize, war should be conceptualized as a historical event that transforms both material resources and cultural schemas, fundamentally reshape individuals and societies. The analytical concept of frames of war provides a lens through which to understand and transformation, and can be distinguished into two interrelated layers. So first, primary frames of war emerge directly from the war itself, generating new subjectivities and redefining social and political and cultural boundaries. And the secondary frames of war involve the ways in which wars are interpreted, justified, and remembered. Okay, so I think I'm running short of time. So together they conjure up different subjects, shaping divergent worldview, and lead to different actions and coping strategies for those affected. Okay, so let me go very quickly to my case. Okay, so war as event in East Asia. So frames of war have played a vital role in shaping the dynamics of nationalism in East Asia. So it is a process that continues to this day. And unlike Europe, which lament the return of war after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, war has never truly disappeared from East Asia. The post-war settlement following World War II remained incomplete, leaving lingering tensions and unresolved disputes in this region. And Taiwan as an illustrative case, although Taiwan is not a typical case, its complex historical trajectories provide valuable insight into the emergence, realignment, appropriation, and strategic deployment of frames of war by various actors. Okay, so here I list a few important key wars since the 19th century that affect the international status of Taiwan. So the most important one would be the first Sino-Japanese War, World War II, and Japan's defeat, and also Chinese Civil War. And also the outbreak of Korean War also helped Taiwan to prevent the attack from PLA. Okay, so I have argued that Taiwan's existence as a quasi-sovereign state or quasi-nation is itself a legacy of past wars. The national question that has haunted Taiwan for decades remains an unresolved issue stemming from this historical conflict. And Taiwan's national identity issues such as internal division of unification versus independence, blue versus green, accompanied by external cross-strait tensions, are legacies of a series of war outlined above. Okay, so I don't think I have time to go through all the frames of war. Well, I identify at least three distinct primary frames of war. The first one is the fragmented frame of Great East Asian War. Okay, and the second one would be frames of war of resistance against Japan and the Chinese Civil War. It helped to legitimize KMT's authoritarian rule. And democratization resulted in the breakdown of the frame of civil war. So the ROC obtained new legitimacy through democratization and indigenization. But civil war as a frame also, it's also a frame that many people use to understand cross-strait relations. And the third one would be frames of resisting foreign regimes and anti-invasion, anti-annexation wars. So, okay, because of time, I don't think I can go through all the details here. So, anyway, the outbreak of Russian-Ukraine war has triggered rising public concerns about prospect of war in Taiwan, epitomized in slogans such as Taiwan's Ukraine, today's Ukraine, tomorrow's Taiwan. And as Puma Shen has repeatedly warned, the war has already begun. Disinformation, misinformation, and fake news have become serious challenges in Taiwan, with external actors seeking to manipulate existing war frames to weaken Taiwan's will to resist. And the goal of such cognitive warfare is to preemptively dismantle Taiwan's psychological and strategic preparedness, ensuring that the PRC's objective can be achieved with minimal military confrontation. And also the war on the frame of war extends to the political sphere. So that's what we call the problem of the fifth column. And at the same time, war frames significantly vary across different regions like Jinmen and Mazu. Okay, so, okay. Yeah, so let me highlight some point here. So the escalating military tension over the Taiwan Strait, including military exercise, routine drills, and gray zone tactics such as blockade and undersea cable disruption have produced paradoxical effects. While this action may demoralize those reluctant to engage in war, they can also strengthen the resolve of those who view the PRC as an existential threat. So what remains certain, however, is that if the PLA ever were to cross the red line and launch a direct attack on Taiwan, a new frame of war would emerge instantaneously, galvanizing Taiwanese society around this, the cause of self-defense. Such a moment would mark an represented a shift. For the first time, people in Taiwan would be fighting for their own sovereignty as a community of faith, severing their historical ties to mainland China and reshaping cross-strait relations in a fundamentally new way. Okay, so let me jump to my conclusion very quickly. Okay, so as I said, in the first wave of war studies in sociology, the focus is on war-state nexus. And in the second wave, the focus is on the war-state society nexus. And in the third wave that I propose here, I think we have to focus on war-society nexus. Well, I'm not saying that state is not important, but we have to be more focused on this war-society direct link. Okay, so finally, let me say something about war. Okay, I think we, under the previous theoretical framework, we can rethink the Russian-Ukraine war as a historical event. The war is not only a geopolitical turning point, but also a critical juncture for rethinking war's place in sociological inquiry. The third wave of sociological war studies must bring war back in and integrate war more fully into sociological analysis. So this should not be misunderstood as an endorsement of militarism, but rather a recognition of war's profound role in shaping human societies. War, as both event and frames, has been central force in the historical and contemporary transformation of social relations. So a comprehensive understanding of modern society is incomplete without acknowledging the fundamental ways in which war has shaped and continues to shape the world we inhabit. Okay, thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Michelle Shea from Academia Sinica. I'm the moderator of this session. The session is called Caught in an Old Frame, Unpacking Cold War Legacies in Eastern Europe in the Face of the War in Ukraine. And we have three distinguished guests with us today from Eastern Europe. Even though I think in the paper, one of the presenters going to discuss the frame, the term Eastern Europe itself could be problematic. But for the sake of being simple, I just want to use the term to save some time. So we have three guests from Eastern Europe to present the framework. And I think this is going to be a great panel. I have read the paper, and then I think they are excellent. So I'm very looking forward to the presentation, and I think they would serve as a good comparison with the case in East Asia. So without further ado, let me introduce, we're going to go by the order of the program. So the first presenter would be Professor Olga Kusenko, right? Together with Tiana Kuschenko. I think another challenge for me in this session is learning about the Eastern European names, and so please forgive me if I don't get it right. Even though I've been learning for 2 years and I still don't remember. And the second paper, the presenter will be Kaja, did I get it right? Kaja Kadowska from Poland. And the third presenter will be Diana I just had a prep course, and then I still, Jonas Kusen. Oh, bingo, thank you. Yeah, you should moderate the session. And then we were, and also Dmitry Mitrov, okay. Oh yeah, excuse me, yeah. So, just being politically incorrect here. And then the discussant today will be Professor Malešević, and he will join us online. I don't know if he's online yet, but we'll see him shortly. So without further ado, let me pass the mic to Professor Olga. I realized I couldn't believe it's been 3 years since the war in Ukraine and we're still not over yet.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. It's really a very pleasure. Oh, yeah. It's very dear pleasure and honor to present our paper, our joint research with my colleague Tatiana Kostychenko, with title Reframing Wartime Nations, Insights into Ukraine's Societal Resistance. The study delves into how the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine has not only challenged the nation military, but also catalyzed profound transformation in national identity, civil engagement, and social resistance and resilience. This is a defensive war in relation to Ukraine, I mean, and compare with offensive, aggressive type of war in the Russian case. And this difference is very important for understanding the war-society nexus. I'm sorry, how to switch on? Yeah, it's okay. No. So, our central research questions ask how has the war functioned as a transformative force in Ukrainian society, reshaping national identity, civic engagement, and societal resistance over time? Or how does the nation under existential threat mobilize, adopt, and reframe itself? The structure of our chapter is organized in 3 main sections, starting with an introduction that sets the context and outline the research question. It moves into the conceptual framework, explaining the theoretical background and data. Next section explore how societal views on the war have shifted over time. And the third section examines 4 key areas of the transformative impact of the war. We mean impact on national identity, impact on values of freedom and democracy, impact on civic engagement, and solidarity. And finally, the conclusion and discussions section highlight how both the understanding of the war through the Ukrainian societal resistance and contributing to sociological theories of war with articulation of the societal resistance prism in relation to the defensive war. Let me give some explanation of our, first of all, of our conceptual framework. This and other my slide outline the conceptual framework of our study on wartime society, focusing on the dual phenomenon and processes of from one side, societal resistance and societal reframing during the war. This slide highlights this dual focus. On one side, war serves as a so-called test of a society capacity for resistance, while at the same time, unlike purely political or military armed resistance, societal resistance encompasses a wide array of armed or non-armed, violent or non-violent actions, influencing social and political change. On the other side, societal reframing concept involves both the rational and emotional dimensions of collective experience, such as trauma, national pride, solidarity, memory also. It is reflected in how collective narratives, identities, and social norms are redefined in response to transformative events like war. Together, these concepts help us understand how war not only triggers active resistance, but also reshapes the social fabric, redefining identities, values, and collective memory and behavior also. Next conceptual slide frames societal resistance through three key gnosiological lenses. First, the interplay of culture, structure, and agency. Resistance emerges from the interaction between this institutional and societal structure, cultural norms and values, and individual or collective action. The second pillar is, we take into account the significance of historical legacy and collective memory in reaction to the war and transformative effect of the war. Past struggle and shared historical narratives deeply influence society's ability to resist. And the third pillars or lens connected with understanding of time, the time factor. Resistance involves over time, shaped by both protracted conflicts and at the same time sudden events like a black swan, which demand rapid societal adaptation. Together, this lens illustrates that societal resistance is not just a reaction to immediate threats, but a complex involving process shaped by history, culture, and time. The Russia's full-scale invasion of 2022 is not an isolated event, but a continuation of the historical struggle of Ukrainian society, Ukrainians, for national identity and independence. We underline that Ukraine's resistance embodies both contemporary defense mechanisms and embodies in deep-rooted historical struggle against imperial control. And other slide, I will not stop on this slide, but I would like to underline that on the other hand, compare with Ukraine, waging war to control over nations and territories is not just a historical pattern, but a defining feature of modern Russia's modus operandi. And it can be visible on this slide, on this list, within this list of all war which were stimulated, provoked by Russia Federation during last 30 years. And I am passing the floor to my colleague, my co-author, Tatiana Kostyenko.
Yes, thank you. And I will continue with some of the empirical data that we are using in our paper. And to illustrate the second section in the paper, we start with the three periods or stages of Ukrainian society resistance to the full-scale war. And the first stage was actually before the full-scale invasion has started, and during 8 years since the war in Donbass was started to happen. And different surveys were conducted during that time, and we took the most recent one that actually covers a few weeks right before February 24, 2022. So the fieldwork for this specific survey, this specific opinion poll, was finished just a day before the full-scale war started on February 23. And this survey had a question about the expectation, the likelihood of the full-scale war to happen. And according to the data, we can see that actually only 1 in 3 Ukrainians were expecting a full-scale invasion from Russia, and the expectations were much, much lower in the macro regions that were later on occupied, like the northern regions, Chernihiv, Kyiv, and Sumy, and also in the south, in Kherson, Mykolaiv, Zaporizhia. So these regions were not actually expecting the full-scale invasion to happen that much as in the western oblasts that were much skeptical regarding Russia even before the full-scale war started. And later on, we covered the stage of the first more than a year, first months of the full-scale war, and the uprising of the readiness to fight and the immediate reaction, the immediate resistance. So according to the surveys that were conducted in March 2022, we can clearly see that the vast majority of Ukrainians were ready to the armed resistance and strongly or somewhat willing to fight personally in the armed resistance to stop Russian occupation of Ukraine. And alongside with that, we also could observe that there was a majority of the population who were confident in Ukraine's capacity to resist Russia's attack. This is not on the chart, but we use more data in the text. So we also have some extractions from the data in this text box in our slides. So 90% of Ukrainians were confident that Ukraine can resist in Russia's attack, and of course also maybe because of some of the statements from Ukrainian authorities, some of the also effect of not being aware of this full-scale war to happen, not being willing to accept this reality. Around 70% of Ukrainians were not expecting the full-scale war to last more than half a year. So people were expecting that it would be quite a short-term resistance, and within this short-term resistance, people were ready to resist themselves personally and participate as armed force. And in the next slide, you can see how it was actually happening on the second day of the full-scale invasion. So this long queues of people to the points of demobilization. So people were coming, staying in the queues to mobilize, to be officially in the armed forces, to be officially in the armed resistance. And what we know also from some personal stories of our friends, relatives, and colleagues, that some of them were actually rejected because they were told we don't have enough weapon. So those people who were actually ready to resist, they were rejected in the first days or weeks because there was not enough equipment, not only weapon, but also the protection vests, the uniform, and everything that was actually needed to resist and being armed. Another illustration from this first half a year is from another survey from National Democratic Institute held in August 2022. And it's just the word cloud of what people were saying in the open-ended question in one word, what makes them optimistic about Ukraine's future. And you can clearly see here in the center victory and the army, well, probably the successes of the army in also deoccupying northern regions, deoccupying some settlements, and what people could see that, well, it's actually possible to deoccupy Ukraine and to resist. And the final phase that we cover in the text is about the acceptance of the reality, so that the war would not finish in a few months, that it could last for few years, and it would be a long-term resistance. And one of the consequences of these losing the pink lenses is that, the acceptance of the fact that maybe within the negotiations some of the territories would be requested to be given up. And we see that the population polls show that there is a decline since summer 2023 with the rejecting this idea of giving up some territories. So we see that there is a growing share of those who see that in order to achieve peace and preserve independence as soon as possible, Ukraine can or probably should be ready to give up some of its territories. However, we would not link that to actually the readiness to give up some territories, let's say that the western regions are ready to give up south, because we see that this readiness is more or less the same in all the macro regions. We don't see any regional differences. So this is not like people in Kyiv would be ready to give up the territories in the east and people in the south would be ready to give up some other territories. No. So this is more or less the same in all macro regions. And still also it overlaps with, or not overlaps, but it's supplemented with the perception of on what position the negotiations can happen. And this is also quite clear that it can happen, and this is shown by the quite recent survey in December 2024, that the negotiations could happen only with the guarantees of security for Ukraine from Western countries, and also that a Russian army returns to the positions before February 24, 2022. So this is not the not grounded perception of giving up some territories, but this is quite a realistic perception of what is happening and how it can be ended. And quickly jumping to the next section, it's the section on the transformative impact of war on Ukrainian society, and we cover three concepts of national identity, democracy, and civic engagement or civic activism. And here I will briefly stop on these three aspects. About the national identity, we observe the clear growth of this perception of self-identification of people as Ukrainians with national ethnic characteristics, according to the Institute of Sociology annual polls. Since 2014 and until 2022, we see that the vast majority, 95%, were saying in these surveys that they identify themselves as Ukrainians. And also alongside with that, we observe that growth of being proud to be Ukrainian from 70% before the full-scale war to 88% in July 2024. The second concept is about values of democracy and the impact on democracy. And in democracy perception, we see also quite a stable, leaning to democracy, so that democracy is important for Ukrainians, and it was important before the full-scale invasion in 2021, and it got even more important in November 2023. And what is even more important in our opinion is that it is perceived, yeah, thank you, I see that the time is up, so just 1 minute. And what we think is even more important is that Ukrainians perceive democratic governance as the top important issue to be resolved or to be kept, to be preserved after the war. And that was an open-ended question without any prompt, so that is on the top even before housing and infrastructure recovery and the socioeconomic development. And finally, a civic engagement and civic activism that is also impacted by the war. We see that for people with the wartime, it became even more important to be civically involved, engaged into different volunteering initiatives, into different donations, into different kinds of activism, but not the formalized activism from civil society organizations, but from the grassroots initiatives and the initiatives that are initiated by people themselves. There is higher trust to these initiatives than to civil society organizations. And also, if we look into the future and we look into what people would be ready to do personally to contribute to recovery and reconstruction, the first two options would pop up, donate time and donate money. So people are ready also to contribute themselves into the recovery and reconstruction. And summarizing, I'll pass the word to Olga.
Thank you. Maybe we will not give the summarizing of our presentation. It is presented in our paper. But we would like to the end to pay attention to the case of Ukraine in the war, in wartime. Really, we consider it as sociologists. We consider this case like a laboratory for testing the crucial features of society concerning its resistance and resilience. Thank you very much for your attention.
So now I pass the mic to Kaya. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, and I'm really happy to be here after those 2 years. And okay, so again, very, very many thanks to organizers, because after 2 years we are coming to publishing a book, so it is not only a conference but also something that will last, that we develop together. So in my today's presentation I will concentrate on Polish-Ukrainian relations after the armed attack of Russia on Ukraine. So my presentation will be divided in 3 parts. First, I will just briefly address historical relations between Polish and Ukrainian nations. Then I will comment very briefly on refugees from Ukraine before the war and after, migrants, in fact, economic migrants from Ukraine before the war, and refugees that came to Poland after Russian attack on military aggression on Ukraine. And then I will review some data collected by Polish authorities on Ukrainian refugees in Poland and on mutual perception of both nations. Couple of years ago, when the war started, Polish government commissioned research on Ukrainian refugees, and my university was participating in in those research, and because of that, we did some kind of meta-analysis of the data collected not only by national governmental agencies, but also other institutions that were doing research on that. So to start with theoretical premises, the first and most important framework here will be the impact of collective memory. And this is a continuously, of course, changing pool of memories, of knowledge, of information that is constructed, shared, and passed on within a given group. Here, Ukrainians and Poles. I will also test the hypothesis on the opportunity for face-to-face contacts as an effective remedy for prejudice. And another hypothesis that increased migration may lead to increased prejudice against refugees and migrants, particularly on the grounds of shrinking resources and public services. So those are two contradictory hypotheses. And another one, psychological one, is on empathic fatigue, because I will just address the first months of the war in Ukraine and reaction of Polish citizens, and then we will see what has changed according to data. First, I will concentrate on public opinion research center data for this is mainly, but not only, quantitative data, but at certain point when quantitative data became problematic and they were looking for some kind of interpretation, what happened, why the outcome of the research are unexpected, to be honest, they carried out in-depth interviews with Ukrainians and with Poles to find out what the actual reasons for the change of attitude in both nations are. So let me start with a short historical overview of Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, then the 19th century period of national aspirations, of Spring of Nations, then the interwar period, Second World War, and then reconciliation between Ukrainians and Poles, and of course the situation after the attack of Russia on Ukraine. So here you have the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and this was once in the past one of the biggest countries in Europe, to be honest. And on one hand, when you look at that from the decolonizing perspective, this very Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is criticized for imperialistic aspiration of Poles, for instance. But on the other hand, when you have this more positive attitude, this is a kind of a model for for European Union, to be honest, because it was a federation of states, people living together, people of different origins, people using different languages, people who confessed to different religions, and they were living together peacefully, and they were guaranteed rights for we would now say minorities. So you can interpret history as a glass half empty or half full. And to start with one of the most important events in the history, it was Russian aggression against on Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and incorporation of Dniepr, Ukraine, into Russian Empire, which happened in 17th century. So then it was, it was a submission of Ukraine to Muscovite domination. And when we move forward to 19th century, then there was a revival of culture and tradition of former Rus, Ukraine, and it was Taras Shevchenko, the patron of the university where Olga is working. So he recalled the tradition of Ukraine. He was a poet, so he was writing about the culture of those territories, of people living there, and so on. And in fact, there is a division in Ukraine because on one hand you have those territories by Dnieper River, and they are populated by people who confess Orthodox religion, and then you have the other part, western one, the Austrian partition of Poland, those territories, and it is Galicia, and people who used to live there were Greek Catholics. So in the 19th century, as I said, we had a spring of nations. So this is the moment when national identities were being formed and when modern states were in fact being created. So then first the Ukrainian aspirations to build a country, to launch a country were first articulated. And when we think about the structure of people living in territories where there were Poles and Ukrainians living together, when we think about Eastern Galicia, 50%, over 50% of people were people of Ukrainian origin, 40% of people were Poles, and there were about 6% of people of Jewish origin living there. However, when we think about the biggest city there, Lviv, the proportion was quite different because we had 60% of Poles, 25% of Jews, and only 11% of Ukrainian citizens. This is important in the context of how both nations perceive the other, and also in the context of Polish-Ukrainian war for Lviv. Because in 17th century, the independence of Ukraine was proclaimed, so it was 1 year before the rebirth of Poland. And as early as in 1918, there was a war between Poland and Ukraine, and it was about Lviv. And Lviv, as I said, was populated mainly by citizens of Polish origin. So our history is complicated. And here, when we think about Ukrainians, there was another controversy that in our collective memory we have different interpretations of that. We understand perfectly Ukrainian rationale for recalling those traditions, those histories nowadays, because it is very important for national identity, but from Polish perspective, it is really problematic, as I will show you later. So in 1929, there was the organization of Ukrainian nationalists established, and the leader of the organization is Stepan Bandera, and this is a Ukrainian hero, but from Polish perspective, as you will see later, it is a person, that cannot be accepted for several reasons. So in 1942, during the Second World War, the Ukrainian insurgent army was formed, and it was again Stepan Bandera on the lead, and they demanded Poles to leave the land that they thought Ukrainian. So in 1943, and this is the worst part of our history of relations between our nations, about 50,000 of Poles were killed by Ukrainian insurgent army. So we have these memories in our collective memory in Poland. It was in Volhynia region. And then a couple of months later, the same year, 100,000 people were, Poles, of course, of Polish origin, were killed in massacres in eastern Galicia. In revenge, Polish army killed around 20 to 30,000 of Ukrainians, and they were just regular peasant, ordinary people, you know, on both sides. So those bloody incidents are deeply rooted in our collective memories, and it was a tragic period in relations between our nations. What was quite surprising for me here is the data, the numbers. You see here that I'm recalling 20 to 30,000 of Ukrainians being killed by Poles, by Polish army. But those are calculations by Polish historians. I found calculations by Ukrainian historians, and to my surprise, they say it was between 10 and 15,000, so much less, half of the number recalled by Polish historians. So, you know, it was a hidden history. No one wants to remember such things because they were massacres. Ordinary citizens, peasants with their families were dying. So it only shows how difficult it is to dig into history and to reconstruct what happened in reality. So in 1944, Ukrainians were under the Soviet rule, and Stalin, in fact, Joseph Stalin, was the one who imposed ethnic borders, not only in our countries, in the whole region. In 1945, it was Yalta and Potsdam. There were Yalta and Potsdam conferences, and during that time, during those conferences, the Eastern Bloc was created, and. Well, it is kind of a bitter irony, I would say, that the unification of Ukraine was done by Stalin, who was personally responsible for killing Ukrainian intelligentsia. This is the upper class people who were well educated. And for Holodomor, it was great famine. During this period, there were such a great number of people who were dying because they were starving that this is something absolutely unbelievable in the history. So after the war, the relations were still complicated because between 1947 and 1950, people were moved from one side of the border to the other. So they were mass deportations of people who were living close to the eastern border in Poland. They were moved to Soviet Union, and those who stayed didn't stay in the villages in which they were born, but they were moved, deported to western territories of Poland. Because after the war, the borders were moved towards west, so Poland acquired German lands. It was a kind of reparation for the war. So people were just moved, and for many years they didn't feel secure, they didn't feel safe, they were not sure whether it will be a long-term peace or the war will start again and they will be moved again, so they were not renovating their houses because they felt they are just guests there and anything may happen. So the situation was quite complicated. And we had those memories of those bloody incidents. However, as early as in 1977, in one of the most influential Paris Cultura emigration journal, a declaration on Ukraine was published, that there will be no freedom of Poles, Czechs, Hungarians without free Ukrainians, Belarusians and Lithuanians. So we were already, those years, under communist rule, we were aware that if we are to be free, all other nations should be free too. And in 1980, it was the solidarity period in Poland. One of the solidarity leaders, Jacek Kuroń, who was himself born in Lviv, he proclaimed that an independent Poland will not be possible without independent Ukraine. So you can see easily that it was a kind of reconciliation process that started. People who were involved in politics, I mean, but it was opposition. They were very much for reconciliation, and they openly talked about that. And in 1991, with the dissolution of Soviet Union, Poland was the first country who recognized the independence of Ukraine, and we started to be seen as advocate of Ukraine in Europe. So now you can see that our relations were complicated, and it was this reconciliation turn, however, at certain point, and we, of course, Polish society supported Orange Revolution. Then Maidan protests, we were very much positive about it. Well, still, some those historical issues were the reasons for distrust and sometimes reluctance between our nations, and those Wołynian incidents were very often recalled when we were talking about each other. What I wanted to say to move forward is perhaps about the migrants from Ukraine. Before the war, it was after 2014, it was all happening in the times of Crimea accession and then Donbas issues. So quite a number of Ukrainians were coming to Poland, mainly men, and they were working in construction. So Polish society was very open to them, and we have really good relations. And as you can see, we had 1.4 migrants in Poland. And you have to have in mind that Polish society after the war was absolutely homogeneous society. Over 90% of people were people of Polish origin and Roman Catholics. So religion and national identity was unified. We didn't have migration, in fact. Towards Ukrainians, as I said, we were very, very positive. I noticed that with the war, of course, all the historical tensions, we just closed our eyes to that, because we had a common enemy and people opened their houses, and we received the biggest number of Ukrainian refugees out of all countries in the world, to be honest. So they were about 1.6 or 1.9 million of Ukrainian refugees in Poland. And people, as I said, were very receptive and very positively, with positive attitudes towards Ukrainians. This wave were mainly women with children. And quite a number of men left Poland to join the army. You saw those pictures shown by our colleagues. So those were people who decided to go back and fight for Ukrainian freedom. Well, to conclude, when we think about the attitude of Poles towards Ukrainian refugees, people accepted, and they were very positive about children from Ukraine attending schools on a regular basis. So children were just, regular pupils at schools. Our languages are close; they are not similar. So children had some time to learn Polish language, but it was really good because our culture are close, and people learn each other, and they were working together. But Polish people were slightly suspicious about social benefits because they thought it may be to detriment of Polish society, especially at the lower level of social strata. People were quite openly expressing doubts whether Ukrainians should get allowances. Of course, all those cases where the money was misused, for instance, there were instances always, that some people would come to Poland, take allowances, go back to Ukraine, but it was really minority. It was something that, it was marginal. But in the rhetorics, anti-Ukrainian rhetorics, it was overblown that Ukrainians are using our funds and we have no access to social benefits because they are taken by Ukrainians. So at first, as I said, people were very, very positive. Then it has changed. And the last remark. So when we think about attitudes towards different nations in Poland, and please have in mind that it is, or it was, homogeneous nation, homogeneous country. When we think about attitudes, you can see that 30% of people were positive towards Ukrainians in 1992. Then, after more or less year after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, it was 51%, and then it slightly dropped. Only 40% being positive and as many as 30% being negative to Ukrainians. We and the government agency wanted to dig into this very problem, and they asked about which social strata is positive and which is negative. So when we think about attitude towards nations, of course, and it is not surprising, young people are very open because they go abroad, they use many university programs, they work abroad, they are on social media, so nothing surprising. And those who have lower education level, who lives in villages, those are more reluctant to other nations. However, when we think about acceptance to Ukrainians, over 90% of people were very positive. Then when we see 2023, you will see that 81% of people who were 65 and older, they were very positive to Ukrainians because they remember the war. And they remember what happened to Poland. We were first attacked by Germans, but the very next day by Soviet Union, who invaded Poland. So we have those memories, and elderly people were very, very positive. However, in lower, when you think about people aged 18-24, they should be most positive, right? Because they are open and so on. But no, it was very, very different, and they were reluctant. The acceptance was on the level 64%. So we asked exactly who was against and why. So young women, only 47% were for Ukrainians, 34%, it's a large percentage, against Ukrainians in Poland. And young men, 77% were positive. So our national agency conducted research, in-depth interviews. And what happened? they discovered that they were mainly young women who were jealous of Ukrainian young women. Because as I said at the beginning, after the war, the refugees were, for obvious reasons, because men were in army, they were women with children, young women, you know, and they look different because they are very much in, I would say, beauty industry. So when you walked through the street, we had this conversation yesterday, whether you recognize Ukrainians or not. Of course you do. Because of the style of the, you know, many things. In fact, they were young ladies who are very, very much against Ukrainian refugees, mainly women, young women, because of this competition for men, to be honest. So this is what data shows. And of course, getting back to those research, here we see that after 2 years after the war, all those stereotypes are, I would say, more alive than before. Because people live together, and as I said, at the lower level of social strata, there are competing for jobs. So we have those economic tensions, and of course there are also tensions between Ukrainians themselves. Those who came before the war, they see that those who came after sometimes perhaps not ruin, but well, the perception of Ukrainians sometimes is worse because of as I said, instances of using money that they should not use, and things like that. So even between Ukrainians, sometimes those people who immigrated to Poland earlier, they say that the new wave is perhaps too demanding, but they have also, you can see here that all those stereotypes are really active. When we think about attitudes of Poles towards Ukrainians, Poles think that Ukrainians are less civilized, that Poles are more Western, I would say. They say that Ukrainians do not appreciate the assistance received, that they contribute to rise of crime, that there is overpopulation, and this is true in big cities. And on the part of Ukrainians, we also see the revival of some stereotypes. And we ask questions about the history, and this is where the biggest tensions are visible. When people go back to interpretations of what happened during the war and right after, they are recalling those things. However, younger generations interprets those things in a different way, and they cannot understand why politicians cannot find ways to reconcile. So this is what we see from our research, and as I said, we see rebirth of stereotypes about Ukrainians, but also on the other side, on Ukrainian side, stereotypes of Polish nations. The difficult relations from the past are being recalled, and of course we have those economic tensions. So everything is living in the collective memory, and I think that it is an obstacle, but war has changed the perspective, and we see each other in a different way. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here. And it's a pleasure to present our work. So you see the authors of this work are two. So the first author is myself. So I work at the Institute of Sociology and I'm head of the Department of Social Change Research. And the second author is my PhD student, Dmitry Mamayev. He is the last year student and he is doing research on Ukrainian migrants and refugees in Lithuania. So he knows a lot on that. The topic of today's speech is frames of Eastern Europe and security in Lithuania and beyond. And we will start with the theoretical background, since we are going to share with you our work on subjective and objective frames of Eastern Europe. So we are very critical, as it was noticed in the morning. And we try to look critically at the frame of Eastern Europe and to look at the impact of these frames, the objective and subjective frames of Eastern Europe for security under recent situations when we have Russia's war in Ukraine. Lithuania has no borders with Ukraine, so this is not like on the border. So this is a little bit further geographically. What we take for the theoretical background, we take an old theorem developed in 1928 by two American sociologists, William Isaac Thomas and Dorothy Swain Thomas. And as we all know, as sociologists, the theorem says that if men define situations as real, they are real in their consequences. So we try to look at this theorem and try to apply it to the studies of security. And what is important here, that there is a clear division between subjective and objective security, the objective reality and subjective perception. As well, what is important here, that this theorem, of course, it was developed in the micro level and individual level, but we think that it could be applied to international level as well, like taking into consideration nations' security. So this is something which I have talked 2 years ago in the same room. That regarding security studies, a very important thing is this division between objective and subjective security. Objective being the state of being free from danger and threat, and a realistic state, while subjective, this is about feelings. It's a state of feeling secure and free from fear, and this is a state of mind. And what is very important is that these two security levels, they are interconnected, and we are still speaking about the individual level, but as we will see on the international level, the same thing applies as well, that objective reality is very well intertwined with subjective perception of reality. To go further, we develop the analysis on geopolitical frames, and we look at the objective frames, objective geopolitical frames, and then we look at the subjective perception, and this subjective perception applies to the individuals of the societies, various nations, as well as the international politics as well. So this is the objective frame of Europe as it is now. So countries in blue, they belong to all possible unions within Europe: EU, NATO, Schengen, and Eurozone. So as you see, the Baltic states are blue, so they belong to all these international units. What is important is having in mind this objective geopolitical frame is to know that the old notion of Eastern Europe as the countries that belonged to the either to the Soviet Union or to the Eastern Bloc, right now they are both inside and outside EU and NATO. So the recent borders, they do not correspond in any way the borders of the previous Soviet time. This is the objective reality as well. So what is going on right now in the Baltic Sea, and in blue we have NATO states. As you see, the Baltic Sea now, it's kind of internal NATO lake. You have just there on the eastern side, you have St. Petersburg, and this is a big port which belongs to Russia. Within the Baltic Sea, during a very short period of time, we have a real insecurity in a form of breakage of cables. And so far, there are almost 12 accidents in the sea. Officially, these things are called accidents, but in general, these are the effects of the hybrid war, what is going on. And the ships that are responsible for these accidents, they belong either to your big neighbor or to our big neighbor. So the situation is very clear. The ships that belong to our big neighbor, usually they are registered overseas, but the crew is made of the citizens of our big neighbor. So what is going on, you see very clearly. As a result of that, in the Baltic Sea now we have a lot of military ships, NATO ships, our ships, and Swedish ships. Sweden is done very well, so they have arrested 2 ships, and now they are in the Swedish ports waiting for the situation to resolve. Here, I think the most important slide about what we are trying to say. We are trying to say that the term of Eastern Europe, it is legitimation, first of all, of Russian geopolitical interest. Because what West considers Eastern Europe, this is exactly the same territory which Russia considers as ours. And on the right slide, we have a very nice picture. This is the new reality, geopolitical reality in the world. So congratulations to Taiwan, because you belong to the West, but we don't. And this is the the map where United States think it is safe to ship curb global shipments, right? So this is the situation. I think the definition of the West as it used to be during the Cold War after the Second World War, exactly the same lines. What else I would like to mention here, that the perception of Eastern Europe, which we have on the left side, Eastern Europe as a term was invested in the West, so its external definition, and it was invented in the 18th century. But what is more interesting, but before that, during the Renaissance, Europe was divided quite differently. It was divided along the lines of North and South, and not West and East. So this is historically, this is quite a new invention, and I have to stress that this invention is not internal. What is usually not seen or erased within this Eastern, so-called Eastern Europe, is the diversity. And diversity is huge. Diversity in religion, languages spoken, political development, the level of democracy, economic development, and so on. Even here, you know, there is, if we speak each language of us, luckily I will understand everything because I learned these languages, but none of you will understand my language. So this is this is the issue, because Baltic states, they are not Slavic. And we are either Protestant or Catholic, and we are doing quite well regarding levels of democracy. We haven't got so far the backslide of democracy, luckily. And the very interesting thing is that economically, the Baltic states are growing rapidly, and as a result, the latest study, the global study, showed that Lithuanian youth is the happiest youth on earth. This is quite quite interesting, and I really could understand why they feel that way. So this is quite, you know, quite a positive thing. And in order to stay like that, we need, you know, to shake this perception of this Eastern Europe, because regarding the security situation, what could happen, that these ours and them is not good for us at all, in case something more than dragging anchors in the Baltic Sea will happen. So let's rethink the concept of Eastern Europe. And we will continue now with Dmitro's talk on the Russia's view of the region.
So good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Professor. The first point, actually, I would like to complement entirely on the point of the Eastern Europe, is that this term is invented artificially. So it's not legally documented in any act or international convention or covenant. So it comes again from the narratives and then intervention into the discourses, and we accept it, we perhaps take it for granted, and we use it in the everyday life. Professor reflected more on the Western perspective, what is Western Europe and how it has been defined. I will try to provide you with a view from the East and what is the big neighbor from the East considered by the Eastern Europe. So what is basically important to know in the context of the Russian interpretation of the reality is that their view is based on the colonial tradition, which has been at place in the past, and ambitions again to restore the empire or the former Soviet Union that has collapsed back to 1991. And unlike the Western European colonial tradition that we might know also from the experiences of the England or France or any other country, Russian's way was always so much contiguous, and it was about absorbing the neighboring lands and people directly into the administrative and cultural sphere, and making it usually through the hard power, not only through the soft power. It is important to understand that within the Russian discourse, the central government plays a very important role into the feeding these narratives again into the public discourse, but also the philosophers and the religion representatives play a very important role. And we reflect in the paper in more detail about such concepts as a Russian world, as a pan-Slavism concept, and near abroad. Those are only a few, let's say, the most common and the most popular that you can observe, and that define also the contemporary Russian foreign politics in relation towards the former so-called Soviet Union members or to the direct neighborhood of Russia. I will not be stopping in detail on those narratives. It's you could see them from the paper more discussed. Yes, prominent political and philosophical thinkers play a vital role in feeding the concepts into the scientific, political, or public discourses. And as we may see, this complexity and multidimensionality of the approaches and attitudes towards the definition of the Eastern Europe is explicit evidence of the power relations legitimation, and also as one of the outcomes we can see nowadays on the Ukrainian territory. To conclude our part, it is important again to outline that the frames of Eastern Europe could be seen in the context of the transformed security situation due to the Russian war against Ukraine. Whenever we talk again about the security perception, it's always important to refer to the objective and subjective perceptions, because both of them impact and influence of the perception of the reality. Whenever one talks about Eastern Europe, we need to consider always the Western and the Eastern points of view on this term, because otherwise, if we consider only in terms of the one way of thinking, we risk to sort of restrain ourselves only within the limited information or within the limited data, which will not allow us to understand the different perspectives or perspective from the other side. And yes, I wanted also to say a couple words about the consequences of the Russian war against Ukraine for Lithuania. So in the paper we also reflect on that. It was in the first panel discussion we heard a lot today about the level of the trust and the perception also of the trust. And in Lithuanian case, it could be seen as well. The data illustrate that the Lithuanian national trust towards the military has changed significantly after the 2022, and overall towards the membership of the country in the NATO. Lithuania supports Ukraine on the different dimensions. So this is starting from the political, economic, humanitarian, and military support, of course, and I think the country is only increasing its military support also over time, again for the reasons that we have outlined. And one more aspect which I cannot not outline is the presence of the Ukrainian community in Lithuania. So the country has registered officially over 90,000 of Ukrainian refugees who have arrived after 2022. For your understanding, the population of Lithuania is below 3 million of people who live within the territory of the country, and official registration of over 90,000 of the Ukrainian refugees is quite a number for not such a big state. And of course, that also impacts on the everyday reality and the social dynamics within the country, starting from the reshaping of the labor market and ending up with hearing to the Ukrainian or Russian language speech on the streets of the big cities in particular. So those are some of the consequences that also Lithuania has experienced. And yes, thank you for attention. Would be happy to take over your questions.
We pass the mic to our discussant, Professor Malešević. Professor Malešević, are you online? Can you hear us?
Yes, I okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. I can hear you well. Everything.
Okay, great. So let's welcome Professor Malešević. Now you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks very much again. There was some mix-up with the times here, and so I had to wake up at 5. Again, I'm very sorry not to be in Taiwan in person. I was looking forward. I've never been to Taiwan, but for personal and family reasons, I have to join you via Zoom. To say all these 3 papers are very, very comprehensive, very interesting, full of kind of rich empirical data, and I had an opportunity to read 2 papers, and kind of the 3rd paper was more slides, but I think they do connect well. They are kind of all 3 looking at the kind of the whole dynamics of how Russian war of aggression has changed the dynamic in Ukraine itself, in the region broadly, how it impacted on mobility of people, the character of migration, the gender dynamics, the perceptions of what Eastern Europe is, and so on. So I'll just pick up on few points here. I'll start from Olga and Tatiana's paper, which I think the good point that they're making is looking at the social dynamic of war, kind of bringing more sociological tools, because much of our scholarship of war tends to be dominated by, kind of military studies, focus on the states, focus on the military dynamics internally. So I think it is crucial for a sociologist to look inside what's happening with the society, how kind of how war impacts on transformation of attitudes, on social stratification, gender, and things like that. Some of the issues that I want to focus is a little bit on. I think this typology of these 3 phases of war is very good. It does kind of tell us, how the whole dynamics of war from 2014 onwards has impacted on society. How initially we see that most people in Ukraine don't really pay much attention because war is seen as something happening far away from Kiev and other big cities, and how that has all changed, obviously, in 2020. So what I see here, maybe adding a little bit more historical dimension, because we do know the societies change dramatically once they're impacted by total wars, and from Napoleonic Wars onwards, societies have become much more integrated into war efforts. So we do see that dynamics moving constantly and peaking in some respects in the 2 total wars, the First and the Second World War, when we have entire societies mobilized for the war effort. So I think we have these elements of totalizing war in Ukraine from 2020. And I think that's something that's worth exploring a little bit more. I think it kind of tells us that we can fight war as a spectators, and we are directly affected by war, and that's what's happening in Ukraine after 2020. I would be a little bit more critical of Mary Calder and Bauman's approach on new wars, because much of their focus, and I'll talk about this in my paper, is really on civil wars. So they were zooming in on 1990s, Mary Calder in particularly, trying to understand this dynamic of war that has taken place after the collapse of communism, when majority of wars were civil wars. But now we are in a different time. Now we have many more interstate wars, and the Ukraine war in particularly is kind of showing many features of wars that we've seen before, but there are also some different ones. They tend to focus on paramilitaries, they tend to focus on I think particularly Mary Calder was really zooming in on the Yugoslav wars in 1990s, and I think Kalivas and I did kind of have been critical more of this paradigm. It would be nice to see a little bit more, I think, discussion on civil society initiative, perhaps some concrete examples from Ukraine. I think this is important in the paper, but have, if a couple of examples would be good to illustrate, how civil society operates, how it has changed during the war, and so on. In terms of theory, I mean, there's a lot of theoretical frameworks developed or kind of mentioned in the early part of the paper. Then there wasn't much engagement with them in the other, throughout the paper. So I would suggest perhaps less of these different theoretical frameworks, and maybe just pick on one or two and develop them throughout the paper. I think that would be, it would make a stronger theoretical argument. And I think the introduction may be a bit too long for me. The paper starts going really on page 5, so you have more and more, stuff and all of that. Some of this discussion on war and national cohesion, it's good. It shows us something that we know from Zimmel and Kozer and kind of early sociologists on the relationship between internal homogenization and external threat, although that doesn't always happen. In war, we do have a lot of historical examples when nations find themselves under threat, and instead of cohesion, you see polarization. This has happened, for example, at the end of the First World War in Germany, and this has happened in Mexico during the Mexican-American War in the 19th century. So it would be interesting to kind of say a little bit more about internal cohesion of how and why in Ukraine, and I think a lot of this data that was presented on national identity is very good. We do see this change taking place in surveys, the shifts. The only question for me would be a methodological one. How much can we trust surveys during war? Because people are obviously influenced by what's happening, and they know what the kind of expected reaction should be. So my question would be, in a sense, will this change in times of peace? Are these kind of more strong attachments to Ukrainian state and society? Is this a temporary or a permanent change? So that's obviously something worth exploring in the future. Another issue also links with the surveys, which are very good. I think the data provided is really useful. Kind of what we see in the surveys is that emphasis on ideals of free speech and democracy. The population in general values them, but then obviously they have to be restricted in times of war, and in the paper that's made clear at the end. So is there an element of paradox here? Obviously, elections had to be postponed. And there are some constraints, obviously, from the military on the freedom of speech. So how is this resolved? This paradox, the idea is that we are fighting for these values, but these values have to be restricted during the time of war. What's really fascinating in this paper for me is this finding that a large majority of people, almost 70% of people, are involved in some form of volunteering. Which indicates that there is a difference between the real and performative solidarity. So we do often hear in many societies during peace, during war, that people are committed to their countries and are willing to sacrifice themselves. But this is often very performative. It's about statement. Well, what we see in the Ukrainian case is really genuine solidarity. People actually do things for other people. They are involved with civil society actions, supporting military, doing all sorts of things. So I think that's a really interesting finding, and maybe you could do more with it. The link between the civic and ethnic nationalism, I would also maybe do more with this, particularly, and this is linked in part to kind of Kaya's paper on kind of the what is really kind of the whole idea, what is Ukrainian, and Olga and Tatiana emphasized the civic aspects of it, which is there, which is present, but there is also strong, I think, ethnic undercurrent of people who are playing the Second World War with Bandera and all of that, kind of. I know the far right is not extremely strong as it is presented, but kind of there are these tensions between ethnic Ukrainian and civic Ukrainian, and it is something that is worth perhaps saying a little bit more about. Okay, so I think another issue, I think this is for all three papers, which I said they're very good and covering so much, but I think the links between theory and empirical parts may be strong, should be stronger. Okay, so 1 minute. I'll quickly then look at Kaya's paper again. Very good, a lot of rich data, a lot of information there to digest. It is kind of interesting and shocking in some respects how this war has changed Polish society with this enormous change in immigration. I think the collective memory framework works well. It is, I would just develop this further, in a sense it doesn't, it's not as present in the second part of the paper as it could be. Maybe engaging, apart from Holbachs with Connerton, maybe some other people from the memory studies. I would be a little bit more skeptical of some of these kind of very strong claims about nationhood. People, Brubaker would be challenging more essentialist, kind of groupist understanding of nations, because nations are obviously very, very recent developments. And Kaya makes point about Ukrainian peasants and non-existence of nations in the 19th century. But I think that applies to much of Poland as well, apart from the elite. So I think saying a little bit about this would be very useful. Gender migration is also very interesting finding, how it's changed completely. It was very male-dominated, it's female-dominated, and it would be interesting how that changes Polish society, because I imagine there will be more integration, more assimilation on the part of this, especially because you mentioned the middle class element there as well, and these groups are easy to assimilate in some respect. Okay, so I don't know. I didn't know. I thought we had a half an hour. Okay, so we have quickly look at the third paper. So that Dan and Dmitri's paper also very interesting. I think this larger framing of Eastern Europe, and it's very true in Western imagination. We haven't moved from the Cold War in that respect, or of understanding. I think this is also linked to the further away you are from Europe. In the UK and Ireland, Eastern Europe is very strong, while in Austria, perhaps in Greece, it's not as strong. The dichotomy might be less kind of firm as it is, the further away you are from the center of Europe. There is also, I think, some genuine kind of actual new divide emerging, between liberal democracies and these semi-democratic illiberal states like Hungary, like Serbia, perhaps Slovakia. So there's a framing, but there's actual change happening, unfortunately, and with Trump in power, that might be even more of a divide within Europe. So you could say a little bit about real differences and the way how they're framed. Thomas' theorem is really useful, and I think in your presentation you did pay more attention to this. You've given more attention in the paper. Somehow theorem is introduced in the beginning, and then again less visible in the second part of the paper. So maybe you could make more links with that. I think this link between the objective and subjective security, the difference is good. It works well. I think maybe kind of bringing more actionist tradition, Goff, maybe Collins would be very useful in this, kind of make it more sociological, because I think you do have a tension between the security studies and sociology there. And I would make it more sociological paper. So I would do a little bit more theory, more kind of symbolic reactionist or some other perspective. You do mention in the paper very briefly methodological decolonial approach, but that is not clear what happens with that paper. You know, it's not, the term is mentioned at the beginning, but then it disappears later on. Human security, Eric Halder has written extensively about human security, so that could be useful as well. The idea of the Russian world, and I think this has a long trajectory. I mean, obviously, as you know, I think the Eurasian idea of Trubetskoy from the 20th century, early 20th century, then we see this again, Eurasianism re-emerging in the 90s very strongly. And so the Russian world and Pan-Slavism, all of them are linked, you know. So Dugin now is kind of the just the latest version of something that's been there for a long time. So perhaps saying a little bit more about this historical trajectory of the which is essentially an imperial project. I think that would be useful. Yeah, I mean, the section on Lithuania starts very late in page 8. And again, it seems like a different paper to me. I would bring this, it needs a little bit more link, you know, stronger link with the first part of the paper. A lot of, again, very interesting, important data, and it's just, you know, kind of a little bit more linking between these sections would be useful. So this is all from me then. I don't know if I used up all my time. Thank you very much for all 3 papers.
Thank you. No, can you stay with, do you want to respond? I think what we'll do now, we have about 20 minutes left, but we'll extend the 10 minutes break if that's okay, if we don't finish. And I think what we'll do is we'll collect a few questions on the floor, and then we will have the presenter respond, including respond to the discussion, if you wish. Okay, so now the floor is open. Okay, Ho-Fung, and you can introduce yourself, and also who would you like to ask the question?
I'm Ho-Fung Hong and Johns Hopkins, and thank you for all the papers. And I have a question about the Kaya paper. Thank you for bringing in the very deep historical and social factors and consideration in looking at how it shapes the Polish support of Ukraine. And I would like to ask a question from Diana and Dmytro paper's perspective. That is the geopolitical reality and frame. How much it weighed in the Polish conception of the support of Ukraine, because according to a lot of discussion that from a Poland perspective, that Ukraine is kind of a buffer state between Russia and Poland, and the perception is that if Ukraine really fail in resisting Russia, the next, and Putin actually openly talk about it, and the next target might be Poland. So if Ukraine managed to stop Russia there, then Poland actually, the self-interest of Poland is actually protected, and the security of Poland is. So how much is this geopolitical conception or frame counteract all these negative competitions and anti-refugees conception and so on and so forth? And I have another question for Diana and the Dmytro papers. And at the very end, you mentioned Alexander Dugin and all this ideological driven frame of Russian interests, and that this Eurasianism, and my observation is that this ideology of Eurasianism by Dugin and all these people is actually not quite ideological. It is quite flexible. Like 10, 15 years ago, Dugin is saying that China is the biggest threat to Russian greatness, and then China has to disintegrate for Russia to be great again. But now that he is the darling of Beijing and become kind of the honor of guests in Beijing all the time, and talk about this affinity between China and Russia. So it seems like that these ideological people are actually twisting their ideology and rhetoric and frame according to geopolitical reality. So in the end, it is geopolitical reality that drive the frame rather than ideology. So I would like to hear what you think about this. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, all of you. Regarding the migrants, post-February 2022, Ukrainian migrants to Poland and Lithuania, I understand that there is a very different picture, a very different reaction of Polish society and Lithuanian society. Sorry, I just make a quick calcul. If my numbers are correct, the proportion of Ukrainian refugees in Poland is about 5.5%, around 6%. 2 million out of 36.6. That's 2023 Polish population. So about let's say about 6%. Whereas in Lithuania it's about 3%. So it's the number of refugees in Poland is twice more. But I understand it's the very different reaction of the two societies to Ukrainian refugees. It's less about the proportion, the number of refugees, and more about the connected to the collective memory legacy of previous wars and that. So I was wondering what was the difference of coming in? I mean, I guess Kaja's paper provides the answer for the Polish society, but I was wondering why is such difference in the case of Lithuania?
Okay, I'm a research assistant here, and I have a question for Professor Olga and Tiana. Thank you for your insightful presentation, first of all. And I was quite surprised to see that as the war began in the 2022, the majority of Ukrainian citizens are willing to participate in the resistance. So I find it interesting because I think Taiwan and Ukraine share some similarities, such as the historical entanglement with the geopolitical hegemony and so on. However, in Taiwan, the war preparation is a highly debated issue. For example, like in Taiwan, war preparation for a potential conflict with China is often characterized by the opposition as provoking a war with China. So I think my question is, what is the social foundation of this, the solidarity of Ukrainian society that contributed to this almost univocal agreement over the resistance against the Russian invasion? Thank you.
Now this is the first wave of questions, so we'll have the three presenters respond, and if we have time, then we'll take the second round. So, so maybe in this order, like okay. So Olga and Tiana.
Yeah, I think we can very briefly and respond to the last question with one of the slides in our presentation, where Olga showed this legacy of Ukraine's fight or resistance that didn't start in 2014, but that has been lasting for centuries. And with that regard, that's maybe one of the social foundations for having this readiness to fight against the aggression. And maybe also another thing that can be explanatory is actually being shocked and surprised that it actually happened. And while it happened, the reaction was, okay, we were betrayed by those from whom we were not expecting this full-scale aggression. And since it happened, this slide, thank you so much. So this illustrates this whole legacy for centuries with the fight for forming the independent state and having this independent state, basically. And just a very spontaneous thought on what can be one of the explanatory factors. But of course, I would assume that there are many more of them if we would list them and explore.
I will end a little bit. Ukrainians has been united in vision. Ukrainian has been united in vision, by vision of Russia as the enemy. And united in interpretation of what is the reasons of this invasion by Russia to Ukraine. It was it has been the very strong factor for unification, mobilization to defend the nation, to defend own life against. And sure, the legacy, the role of historical legacy means.
Yeah, can I quickly also add to the comment from the discussant?
Yeah, sure.
Just a quick thought, because I found interesting this note about the ethnic versus civic nation, and this is actually one of the recent thoughts that I read from some colleagues, that what we are observing now for Ukraine is actually forming of the civic nation, not the ethnic nation. So although we were presenting the figures that were illustrating this responses that people were identifying themselves as Ukrainians in this ethno-national dimension, or were proud being Ukrainians, but maybe this is actually one of the outcomes of this wartime, that it's more civic nation than ethnic nation, with the strengthening of the civic nation, with one of the features of being active. So being civically active is also one of the features, and this is perceived as maybe also socially desirable feature. However, if we would ask about the experience, so whether you participated in this, and this, we also see quite high figures constantly during all these 3 years. So this is not something that just popped up in 2022 and then slowed down because people are tired of donating, people are tired of volunteering. No, they are tired, but they keep on doing this, because we understood that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And in marathon, you have to make it ongoing. And maybe this is also like a key feature, core feature with the civic nation, that becomes not just the spontaneous response, but that becomes a feature of the population. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for both questions. I will start with your question. There is a saying that I just recalled and told Diana, Russian saying, "Kurica ne ptica, Polsza nie za granica," which means chicken is not a bird and Poland is not abroad, you know. And there is another saying that we have in Polish language, that Russia's borders are where you stop Russia. So we are perfectly aware that not only us, but other countries of our region will be next. So this is, of course, one of the reasons why the whole population is so much involved in helping Ukrainians in many terms, because we organize, for instance, public collections of money for weapon for Ukraine. So it is not only government assistance, but regular citizens are collecting money just to help Ukrainian army to resist, and Ukrainian society. So we have this feeling of common enemy, and it was. Well, this was the first thing that we thought about when Russia attacked Ukraine. Who will be next? In fact, but addressing the other question about the number, the percentage of migrants. It's higher, because the numbers you recalled, this is the number of refugees, people who came after the war. But we had about 1.4 million of Ukrainian migrants working in Poland. And some of them, of course, returned to Ukraine to join the army, but some stayed. The problem is that people are not dispersed evenly over the whole territory of Poland for different reasons, for obvious reasons. They concentrate in big cities. I live in Krakow, this is a former capital of Poland, and the percentage of Ukrainians is between 20 and 25%, which means that every fifth or even every fourth person you meet in the street is of Ukrainian origin. And even Ukrainians, when we were carrying out those research, in-depth interviews, they were saying ironically, we have a chain of cheap, inexpensive, jak się nazywa, supermarkets. So chain of supermarkets, which is called Biedronka. So they say it was when they recall the past. It was when in Biedronka they used to speak Polish, because now all the people who work there, they speak Ukrainian, you know. So even if you come to the store and you want to ask, hey, where is bread, here or there, in which alley? You should know Ukrainian, you know. So this is how it looks like. It changed the city, big cities mainly, but it also makes people more open. So this is also this effect that you know, we have a large number of Ukrainian students, and they are excellent. I have to tell you, I really enjoy working with them. They are motivated. And I think that it also changes people's perspective and perception. This was this psychological hypothesis that when you meet people personally, you can have this image of the past, of the history that your ancestors, your grandfathers suffered in those massacres and so on. So it is still, you know, especially in the older generation, we still remember about that. But on the other hand, when you meet people, you know them, you work together, you meet them in the street, your perception changes. There are normal people, regular, you know, colleagues. So this is something positive, that Poland again becomes multicultural, and we also nowadays we have migrants from. The biggest diaspora is from India, to be honest. And this is what law and justice, also very surprising thing, because law and justice was a party very conservative, and in their open rhetorics, public rhetorics, they were very much against any migration. But to be honest, what they were doing in a kind of secrecy was opening the borders for economic migrants to support Polish entrepreneurs who were hiring people and paying them less. So it was this quiet politics, very much inconsistent with real rhetoric. So society is changing, and I think that for better.
Thank you very much for the questions regarding the twist in ideology of Dugins and others. I would say that there are no twists in rhetorics regarding Eastern Europe. There are twists regarding other things, but regarding Eastern Europe, never. It hasn't happened. Let's hope it will happen. And about the differences, what Professor Paul asked, I think there are at least two reasons. The first one is the historical developments, since and historical development explains both the attitude towards the migrants, the refugees, in the country, as well as it explains our commitment to support the Ukrainian state. And the reason which was not mentioned here, and again it will be radical, so it's the colonial heritage and colonial legacy. Because before the Lithuanian Commonwealth, the Lithuanian-Polish Commonwealth was formed, Lithuanian Great Duchy occupied all the Ukrainian lands till the Black Sea. So this was the colony. And I'm sorry to say, but the same stuff goes there. So people support the others, and they are considered ours. And this is why Poles and Lithuanians have this big respect and support Ukrainians, as well as they are very active on the international arena in politics to support them. Why there are differences in attitudes towards Ukrainians in Lithuania and Poland? Here, history does its role as well. We have never had a war with Ukraine in recent times. And the war with Poland was very recent. Actually, the recent war Lithuania had was with Poland in 1920. So this is, I think, this explains as well. And there is another thing. This is the ethnic composition of the state, because during the Soviet times, Poland was very homogeneous. And I studied in Poland, and this is how I learned Polish, because everybody speaks Polish, and then in the grocery shop, actually I learned Polish in the grocery shop. Because you need to communicate and you need to speak the language. But in Lithuania, during the Soviet times and during the independence, it was multicultural, especially the capital. So people are used to live among other people. And in addition to that, usually people speak at least 2 foreign languages. So for them, this was quite normal issues. I think there are some more, because this is the topic what Dmitro spent 4 years already.
Yeah, just I will add perhaps 2 more reasons towards your question. The first one is very simple. Ukraine does not share the direct border with Lithuania. So Ukrainians can pass to Poland directly. There are a lot of crossing checkpoints. But in order to get to Lithuania, you need to pass either through the Belarus or through Poland and then Lithuania or Russia. Yes. So that's why, I mean, this explains also why there are less Ukrainians. The second, I think it's very important factor that this period of time between 2014 and 2022, before the full-scale war, because Lithuania was not hosting such a large number of Ukrainians before 2022. Yes, there were some also labor immigrants in the country, but they were, let's say, in a very small proportion towards what happened after 2022. And Ukrainians are, let's say, so-called wanted immigrants in Lithuania for the reason that Ukrainians are white. Ukrainians share basically the Christianity as well. Well, they are either Orthodox or Catholics. Lithuanians can communicate in Russian language to Ukrainians if needed, and vice versa. Ukrainians can use also Ukrainian and Russian in the everyday life communication. So there is a mix and there is complexity, which sort of also explains the more in depth of the situation. Yes, and well, history, then the homogeneity and state support also is quite important as well, why Ukrainians come to Lithuania as well and choose it as a destination. And very short remark on the Russian ideological machine. So basically, when it comes to the Russian ideology, we have to consider it also as a machine, actually, as a mechanism. And this mechanism consists of different parts. So, of course, the core role or the central place plays a central government. But there are also, as I was mentioning, the religious representatives, then so-called philosophers or thinkers. Then there are elites or the heads of the corporates or of the big business that also have their own say. So the thinkers or philosophers, they do not play perhaps the ultimate impact in the decision-making process, because it's still up to the government to decide what they want to do or not. And they can play, of course, with their opinions, because, I mean, for them, they don't bear any huge responsibility. But we do not have to consider them as a core of the Russian narrative machine, I would say. So they're just one detail of the entire mechanism. And of course, their impact may vary from sometimes it's very huge because perhaps their ideas are embedded into the foreign politics of the acts, of the declarations. And sometimes their, statements or their reflections, those are just, let's say, empty words. So, thank you.
If I may just add one thing, please do not understand that all Lithuanians speak Russian. Lithuanians who are older than 40, they most probably, from the big cities, they speak Russian. But if they are younger, they do not. And I forgot to mention one very important factor about migration to Lithuania. The transnational consequences of war for us means that Belarusian opposition is in Vilnius. The president-elect of Belarus is in Vilnius. The Russian opposition is in Vilnius. So we host not only Ukrainian refugees, but we host the Belarusian opposition, and not only opposition. I mean, during last 2 years, we have a lot of migrants, not refugees, but economic, well-educated migrants from Belarus, and the Russians as well. So this is a huge new shift in migration trends.
Before we stop this session, I would like to make two short remarks that I would like to share. It's a question also for Professor Malešević and also for my colleagues Honglun and Olga, because I have, I'm having in mind how to strengthen the whole coherence of our monograph manuscript. And here is a remark. The paper by our colleagues from Korea, I don't know if you had time to look at it, but I think they have a kind of projection on what's going on in Ukraine. And they argue, but they mention somewhere in the paper that they expect that there will be a militarization of Ukrainian society after the war, if I did not misunderstood their word. And I think what your papers show very well the exact opposite, that the reason why Ukrainians are fighting is not only because they have this strong Ukrainian identity, but because also they believe in a very different political police. You emphasized even that this is the very highest goal of this war of resistance against Ukraine is to preserve democracy. So I think this is very important, and I think it would be helpful for us to have that in mind, and that's also connect with Professor Malešević's remark on ethnic versus civic nationalism. Oh, by the way, Professor Malešević, do you refer to Fred Kalun around here, or if you have different reference, I would be happy to know. Yeah, that's it. And I think
we'll take the Honglun's question, and then The rule ends at 3, just FYI, will end at 3:10. Yeah. So we have 4 minutes left.
Okay, I know we are running out of time, so I will try to make it short. First of all, thank you all for your presentation. I learned a lot from each of the countries, and I just want to raise a quick question to all of you, because I want to return to talk a little bit about the theme of our panel, because we refer to Cold War legacies in this in our original thinking about this panel. But it seems to me that someone or something is missing in all of your presentation. That is the role of the U.S. or the NATO. I mean, I'm bringing up this question because in Taiwan, currently, we have this issue of so-called proxy war. Some people say that, if there will be a war between Taiwan and China, then that would be a proxy war for the U.S.-China rivalry. And some people say that we don't have to fight for a proxy war for the U.S. And I don't know whether, the similar rhetoric or sort of frame also appears in the context of Eastern Europe, so-called. Because it seems to me, we talk about the role of Russia, but we did not talk about the Western powers or NATO or the U.S. So, and also because in Taiwan, some people try to frame the war as democracy versus autocracy. And, I'm just wondering, what kind of view or what kind of frame are adopted in Ukraine, in Poland, or in Lithuania? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just one hand up, yeah.
Okay, thanks for all your interesting and inspiring presentation. I'm doctoral student from National Taiwan University. I'm Joshua Lin, and I have a question for Professor Kuchenko and Kostyuchenko, if I pronounce it correctly. Yeah, I'm very curious about how nowadays Ukrainian people, in the face of Russia's aggression, is reinterpreting its national historic experience from the past major wars, especially World War II. Because we all know that resisting an invader often requires mobilizing historical memory, particularly war-related memory, to foster a kind of nationalism and people's morale. But however, during the World War II, Ukraine was a Soviet republic. And some of the Ukrainian city was even designated as hero city by the Soviet Union afterwards. And nowadays, that Russian has become the invader. And how has the Ukrainian people published historical memory and narratives of World War II have ever changed or shifted accordingly? And I believe understanding these changes will greatly help us grasp how the current war is influencing the formation of Ukrainian national identity. Thank you.
I'm afraid you don't have time to answer that. Otherwise, we need another 2 hours. Good question, but we don't have time to answer. Can we move the mic to Professor Malešević for final remarks?
Okay, do you mind?
Yeah, sorry.
Professor Malešević, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes,
okay.
I can hear you.
I think we'll have you, if you have something last minute to respond, the last minute thing, anything you would like to respond, because we'd like to close with your final remarks. We'd like to close the session with your final remarks.
Okay. No, not much. I think there was this question on militarization of Ukraine, and I think this obviously depends very much on the outcome of the war. And things are constantly changing, and obviously we see what's happening at this very moment with the U.S. administration. It's not looking very good. So this will determine, what happens in the next, year or so. And I think that's a very big worry for Ukraine, for Europe as a whole, because it will be really down now to European Union doing all the help to Ukraine, and US seems to be pulling out completely. So that's a danger, and that is something for us to discuss perhaps later on.
Okay, so thank you, and let's give a hand to our presenters and also to discussant. I'm sorry, I'm not a good moderator. We are 12 minutes over. So that's now is a tea break. So the next session resume at 3:30. So we can continue discussion in the hallway. Okay, thank you.
I think you're on mute now.
Now it's quiet, so now we can begin. Good afternoon, and welcome to this the first keynote speech for this workshop. And my name is Michael Xiao. I'm the adjunct research fellow professor at the Institute of Sociology. The section, the research team of a comparative Asia research was under my invention about 10 years ago. Yeah, 10 years ago. So I'm very happy to see that we have expanded the comparative Asian studies into various fields, include the study of war.
I don't know if you can see my slides. Are they visible?
Now our keynote speech is online. Let me introduce you first, so we can begin. Okay. Thank you. And you must be very tired. You were in the previous session as a discussant. What time is your time now? What is in the morning? Right? 8-hour difference. Okay. So our keynote speech is Professor Siniša Malešević. Is correct? And he's much younger than I am. He was born in 1969, almost 20 years younger than me. And now he has
the sound. I mean, it's not.
Professor Malešević has a very complex life experience. He was born in former Yugoslavia.
I don't know why the sticker is on the mute. I don't hear it.
Can I hear? Can you turn on the microphone?
Now I can hear.
Can you hear? Can you hear me? Maybe I should close to the mic.
Now, yeah.
It's okay now?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I can hear, but I don't see you now.
You cannot see me. It's okay.
No,
I can see you.
I can hear you.
As long as the audience can see you on the screen, and I can see you on the screen, when just move my head to the screen. That will be perfect. And he was born in former Yugoslavia, but he studied the high school. He finished his high school in North Carolina, USA, in 1988, and he graduated in sociology from the University of Zagreb, Croatia. Went back again in 1993, and he received his master's degree from the Lancaster University in UK, back to UK again, and then Central European University Prague, back there Europe again, Czech Republic, 1995, and he subsequently completed his PhD in sociology from the University College Cork, Ireland, and then he became Irish as a citizen. And now he's a full professor at the University College, Dublin. His field is a professor, is a sociology, historical sociology, sociological theory. And he has a very distinguished career as an academic. And just for short, I think I will remind you that he received twice the Best Book Award from ASA, the Peace, War, and Conflict Session, Best Book Award. The first book award was his book called The Rise of Organized Brutality in 2018. And then 2023, he's another book called Why Humans Fight has won the 2023 Outstanding Book Award, again, ASA, the Peace, War, and Social Conflict Session. So now he teaches at the Dublin, University College Dublin, and his field, as I mentioned, his subdiscipline is nationalism studies, war studies, and political violence. And today he prepared a keynote speech. The new title is The Sociology of War in the Early 21st Century. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Professor Malešević to deliver his keynote speech.
Thank you very much. I hope you can all hear me. I still cannot see you, but it's as long as you can see and hear me, that's fine.
Now just take me as invisible.
These kind words and to inviting me to give this talk. Again, sorry for not being here in person, which I was looking forward to. So what I want to do today is to give you kind of a general overview or where the sociology of war is at the moment. I mean, essentially, this paper is a sort of state-of-the-art overview of different perspectives, different forces that have happened in the last 20 or 30 years. But before that, I will say also some general few words about the way how sociologists have approached war or have not approached the war in the late 19th century, early 20th century, for much of the 20th century. Okay, so we can start from why is not? It's not moving. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, great. So I mean, the point that has been made, often by a number of people working on war is that sociologists have, in many respects, have been for much of the 20th century ignorant of the study of war. Even though this is a phenomenon that has shaped much of human history, for thousands of years, war has been probably the prime catalyst, transformation of borders, internal social structure, changing, kind of gender dynamics, stratification dynamics, the ethnic racial relations. There is no society on this planet that hasn't been influenced by war directly or indirectly. So it seems strange that sociologists have not really dealt with this, particularly within their own societies, and how war keeps influencing different social institutions, different political systems, and generally social relations. I've written extensively about it. I won't go into details here, but this obviously had something to do, particularly after Second World War, with the kind of foundational heritage of Enlightenment. The idea that Enlightenment was promoting, that once people become focused on kind of rationality and individual autonomy and scientific advancements, and there will be peace. But that obviously did not happen. As we know, even the very idea of Enlightenment that led to French and American revolutions were kind of instituted through violence. That's what revolutions are. So in a sense, what we could see from in the last 300 years is continuous expansion of war and a continuous expansion of different forms of organized violence. So what's interesting, for us to understand, again, slide, I don't know why it's not moving. It's not moving again. I'll just talk. Hopefully, it might start. So, classics of sociology. In some respects, it's we've forgotten our own past. Sociological theory, in particularly, we know that people. Weber obviously has written extensively about war, particularly in the context of military discipline. Arguing that we cannot really understand modern societies, modern bureaucratic institutions, the development of several disciplines without understanding how this all originated in the military context, in the military discipline. Zimmel has written obviously extensively about kind of association and conflict and the way how conflict is a crucial aspect of social relations. Unfortunately, Zimmel has written also some propagandistic articles and pamphlets on at the end of the First World War, praising German military and attacking French, kind of in a very strange way. We know obviously that Durkheim has written extensively about relationship between violence and suicide, and kind of pointing in direction that suicides decrease, particularly individualistic suicides decrease during the times of war, and altruistic suicides increase. We know that Jane Addams has also written about, from a feminist perspective, on the concept of peace waving that she developed and its impact on social relations. So we do have, kind of among the classics of sociology dealing with war, but much of this was ignored. It wasn't really dealt with. It wasn't analyzed by contemporary sociologists throughout the 20th century. And then we also have the whole heritage of sociologists that have been mostly forgotten much of the 20th century. So we have German statist tradition starting from Treitschke and Otto Hinze, who is really the founding author of historical sociology, and he was the one who wrote extensively about war and dynamics between social relations, class relations, geopolitics, war, and so on. Then we have obviously Austrian thinkers from the late 19th century, such as Gumplowitz and Ratzenhofer, who were kind of also pioneers in the study of violent conflicts and have influenced the early American sociologists like Lester Ward. They were all at that time considered to be leading lights of sociology. Now they are largely forgotten. People like in Germany, again, Oppenheimer, Rostov, who wrote in the early 20th century about social stratification in war, how they impact each other. We know a little bit more about Italian elite theory, Pareto, Mosca, Michels, but people don't analyze their works that have focused on war, because if you look at their elite theory, it's very much linked with the importance of force and violence and legitimizing violence and so on. And then obviously the evolutionary theory, Herbert Spencer and Summer also had a lot to say about the war. So in a sense, we can say that this is not the topic of war was present in the late 19th century, in the early 20th century, but it was then in some respects forgotten, neglected throughout the rest of the 20th century. And it was only from the 1980s that we can see a re-emergence of sociology of war, as a topic in its own right, but again, not being part of the mainstream sociology. So people like, obviously, that we will be talking about throughout this conference, like Charles Tilly, Michael Mann, John Hall, Andrew Giddens's book from the 1985, all of them have emphasized, this link between war and state. They developed kind of neo-Weberian approach focused on a geopolitical change, on military power and war. However, it is important to emphasize here that their focus was not war. Their focus was the state formation. So war was seen as this prime catalyst of state formation, particularly in early modern period. But it's only really lately that Michael Mann and John Hall have written extensively about war as such, without focusing only on the state. We also have in the 80s neo-Marxist approaches developed by Mary Kaldor and Martin Shaw. This is a kind of political sociology war that they were influenced by the peace movements in 1980s during the height of the Cold War and deployment of U.S. missiles on European soil. So they were looking at the relationship between profit-seeking production and war.
Professor Malešević, sorry to interrupt you.
For a number of decades, we have very little.
Professor Malešević,
20
sorry to interrupt you. Just to inform you that, okay. Because your PowerPoint was not...
Now my slides are moving, I'm glad.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, that's great, thanks. So it's really in the last 20 years or so that the sociology war has become much more developed in different directions. It has become more visible, still not completely part of the mainstream of sociology, but kind of a lot of different perspectives emerging, lots of different theoretical areas have been covered and new conceptual models developed, and new areas within the sociology war have been analyzed. So I will focus here on 5 different areas that have received a great deal of attention. There is more, but there is no time to cover everything. One is the kind of more general theoretical models that have been developed, focusing on kind of mostly on historical sociology of violence. So this includes war, but also revolutions, genocides, terrorism, insurgencies, and other things from a sociological perspective. So obviously these are the topics that have been studied extensively by international relations and history and security studies, but not so much from sociology. So here we see more of a sociological developments. Hans Joas was kind of early developer of this perspective that is influenced by Herbert Mead's pragmatic sociology, and he's written a number of books, mostly in German. Some of them have been translated, like his book on war and modernity in 2003, I think, and then this large book with Wolfgang Knobel on war and social theory. It was published by Princeton, which was very useful, but focuses mostly on ideas, on different thinkers and their engagement in war. So the key for them is to challenge the functionalist understanding of social order, to emphasize that social action is crucial to understand how societies transform. And in that respect, war is an integral part of understanding transformations of modernity, and we cannot dispense from war, whether we like it or not. It doesn't matter, really. War is there with us, and we have to deal with it. Then we obviously have, and this is something that will be discussed, as I could see in other papers as well, Michael Mann's contribution, which is really important and crucial for understanding war. He has published this new book on wars recently, but obviously much of his work from 80, he had a book on war in 1980s, and then his Sources of Social Power, 4 volumes, emphasize crucial role of military power. So he challenges the realist accounts of war that come from international relations, but he also questions the whole rationalist paradigm of war, trying to understand how war is linked to social stratification and state power, arguing that if we didn't have profound inequalities and state hierarchies, there would be no war in many respects. What's interesting in his analysis is also this argument that he's developing, that political regime does not really determine how expansive wars are in terms of scale or frequency or intensity, that you often see democracies fighting even more wars than autocracies. So it is an interesting angle that he's developing, again, to some extent neo-Weberian, but there is also other perspectives here. Then we have obviously Randall Collins, who has been kind of in the 70s and 80s developing also neo-Weberian perspective on state and war and organized violence in general. More recently, his work has become much more micro-sociological, and I'll talk about this shortly. And what he's trying to understand is to kind of bring this micro dynamic of interaction ritual chains, Goffman and Durkheim, with Weberian understanding of geopolitics and the importance of organizational transformations. And he emphasizes particularly that war is what is crucial for war is organizational breakdown. That's not the killing, necessarily killing of as many of your enemy soldiers, but it's really breaking the organizational bone of the military. So he looks also at the role broadly of geopolitics and status prestige, all Weberian topics, and winning war, the way how it impacts on prestige of a particular state and society, and or, whether it's or not. And we also have this another topic that has developed in the last 20 years, but it can be traced to Norbert Elias's theories that he published already in Civilizing Process, and particularly in the court society. So this Eliasian perspective, or neo-Eliasian perspective, that has emerged, has become quite influential in the last 20 years, tries to develop the argument that as the civilization process advances, human beings become more socialized and internalize these values and norms that where they despise violence, that they kind of try to dissociate themselves with violence, and states attain more monopoly on the legitimate use of violence and taxation. So that creates conditions where there's less internal violence and eventually decline of war as well. So we have a number of sociologists like Larry Ray and Manuel Eisner in Cambridge who have used this Eliasian perspective to argue that violence has been declining over the course of human history. And obviously Pinker has written this popular book in 2011, Better Ages of Our Nature, where he kind of assembles a lot of data using, in a very crude way, Eliasian arguments to say that violence is on decline. More sociological perspectives from the recent few years have focused on Elias's concept of survival units. So Lars Bo Kaspersen has written a big book trying to understand, survival units here for him is essentially a state and its relationship with war and how war impacts on the transformation of social order. Others have used the concept of decivilization that Elias doesn't really develop, arguing that we have these breakdowns of civilizing process. And so there are a number of books focused on this. However, there have been obviously also more empirical studies trying to collect data on transformational war. Until 1950s, the empirical research points out that most wars were wars between states, while in this century, beginning of this century, it was really the civil wars that were overwhelmingly dominant. That has been changing in the last few years, certainly. What's important is neo-Eliasian perspective is the idea that they're focusing on impact of enlightenment, impact of international organizations. Goldstein, for example, has written a book on importance of UN role and missions in kind of containing violence in different parts of the world. Very much part of this same perspective, and then Pinker obviously arguing that the violence has been declining because of the humanitarian revolution, extension of human rights discourse, and so on. So this book obviously was very influential, was a bestseller 10 years ago, and now it seems very strange, very dated, because we live in a much darker world. And I think a lot of kind of sociologists of war have developed the alternative arguments critiquing the Eliasian position. Michael Mann does that in his book, arguing that these liberal optimists, like Pinker, Miller, Gatt, and others tend to, kind of cherry pick the data that's there. They tend to over rely on databases that are very dubious and problematic in the way how they are constructed, in the way how they've collected information. They don't, for example, Mann emphasizes that the correlates of war, the most influential database used to analyze these long-term trajectories of war, it doesn't include casualties of smaller conflicts, colonial wars, kind of ethnic cleansing campaigns that have happened throughout the world. Many empires didn't collect this information; they didn't find it relevant, and so on. Other scholars like Philip Dyer and I, as well, have kind of criticized also this perspective, arguing that organized violence has been on a continuous rise. And it is, if you look at wars, revolution, genocides, terrorism, they all have been increasing because organizational capacity of states and non-state actors have been increasing. The ideological legitimation of these has been on the increase and so on. Then another topic that has emerged and has been quite developed within the sociology of war lately, it's this relationship between wars, empires, and nation states. So this, in some respect, this is a historical topic, so it is done by comparative historical sociology, but it's a comparative topic because we see, that the whole idea that empires belong to the dustbin of history has been questioned now. We do live in a world of nation states, and nation state is the only legitimate form of political authority, but the imperial projects are still with us, very much present, can be revived at any moment, and we could see that in the context of Russia invading Ukraine, but we could see that also with the new US administration invoking, very much behaving in a 19th century way, talking about, capturing Greenland, Panama, Gaza. Again, it seems that imperial rhetoric is back on the table. So the traditional idea that we see shift from empires to nation states has been questioned. Andreas Wimmer has done really good work on this, both theoretically and empirically, collected large data sets trying to show that wars have intensified in history when there was this shift from a particular form of state structure. So from, particularly in the 19th century, when we see large shifts in direction from empires to nation state, and then again in the 20th century, we have these waves of war, and that's his book is called Waves of War. So he looks also internally what's happening with, how war impacts on development of different political institutions, and that if there is a more opportunity for expression of popular consent, you see less violence. There is more willingness to pay taxes and fighting wars. So he continues in some respect Tilly's argument about war making and state making, but in a different context and in the last 2 centuries or so. Again, we have good research published by people like Krishnan Kumar, 2 really good books on empires, Visions of Empire, and now more recently sociological analysis of different empires, also problematizing this relationship between empires and nation states. He shows empires have been with us for 5,000 years, nation states have been around for a very short period of time, less than 200 years, but in most instances, really, it's after the Second World War that this becomes a dominant world system model. John Hall has just published a book on nations, states, and empires, argues that empires really have continued to exist throughout this period when nation states develop and establish themselves. He argues that both world wars were imperial wars rather than wars between nation states. As we know, obviously, both Japan and Germany and Italy had colonial ambitions, capturing as much territory as possible. The Lebensraum, all these imperial ideas were very much with us. But he also argues that empires are not finished still, and again, we see that with Russia very much, focusing on expanding its territory at the expense of Ukraine, but other states as well, Moldova and Georgia and so on. China, he argues, has joined U.S. in showing imperial dispositions. So obviously China in relation to Taiwan, but also China as an informal empire in Africa, in Latin America, in some parts of Eastern Europe, where it has, a lot of economic presence, also ideological presence, and so on. So he's arguing essentially that these imperial trappings continue to exist. Nation states and empires are not mutually exclusive, and that is very much linked with war in a sense, because empires are conquest-oriented machines. They are, when you see an empire, there is always a potential war. Okay, then another topic that has been has received a lot of attention, and in some of our papers here at the conference, people engage with some of this scholarship, and that's the new war theories that have been developed from 1990s, as I mentioned earlier. Barry Calder and in the UK and Herbert Minkler in Germany have developed this idea in the 1990s, mostly focusing really on the former Yugoslav wars. But then Zygmunt Bauman has developed this, Martin Shaw as well, later on. More recently, we have people like Walters arguing that there are new wars, even kind of another version of this. So the New World theory has been quite influential and has been debated, and there are a lot of critiques. The New World paradigm, as I call it, because it includes many different versions of it, focusing on different aspects of what has happened to the state in war and society. But generally, there are some common points with all New World perspectives. One is the idea that the state is continuously weakening. The whole idea of the state, once the states become hollow and decentralized, and then you end up with more civil wars, wars emerge on the remnants of state structures. For Calder and Martin Shaw and Bauman as well, this was seen as a product of neoliberalism and globalization. So their argument is very economically centered. They argue that violence becomes privatized, the state's infrastructure collapses, military collapse, and then you have paramilitaries taking place and wars become parasitic. They focus in particular that these wars are very much centered on civilian casualties. There is mass flows of refugees. So obviously what has been happening in Africa from 1990s and to some extent now more recently in Middle East and obviously in the Balkans, Caucasus and so on. So they argue these are different wars. They are not like interstate wars that have with battlefields, with proper armies, with state infrastructure behind them. They argue that these new wars differ in terms of scope. They tend to be predominantly civil within a particular state rather than interstate conflicts. They differ in terms of methods and models of financing. So money comes mostly from abroad, from diaspora, from different neighboring states that might have interest in maintaining conflict or in a particular society, as has been the case, let's say, in Congo, very much still ongoing. Rwanda's influence, both militarily and financially, in kind of supporting insurgents against the Congolese government and things like that. They also emphasize that there is a different way of how these wars are fought, with fighting tactics relies more on kind of terror and guerrilla actions instead of pitched battlefields that we expect from conventional wars. They also argue that there are different strategies in the way how these wars are kind of conceived. And this is something that Bauman emphasizes particularly in his articles from this period, but also Calder, the territory becomes unimportant. So he talks about essentially population control instead of territories, which immediately kind of rings a bell that it might not be the case with wars that we now are seeing in Gaza and Ukraine and in Sudan and Myanmar and elsewhere. They also argue that the armies, have transformed in a sense. The combatants are different. So you have gangs, you have paramilitaries, you have warlords, you have private armies instead of conscript armies or professional armies, and these wars tend to be highly decentralized. They also argue that we have to look at these wars as blurring, kind of established categories between what is legal, what is illegal, what is public, what is private, who is civilian and who is military, and so on. So they argue that there's a strong element of chaotic nature of these wars, and they are kind of very different to how wars have been fought. Particularly, Calder always makes comparisons with the Second World War and the First World War as well. Some scholars within this paradigm, like Bauman and Martin Shaw, argue that when we talk about new wars, we should differentiate between two different types. One is this one of predatory wars, parasitic wars, of civil wars that emerge in the collapsing states. But then they argue there is also this technologically advanced Western warfare And this, because many of these books were written during the U.S. wars in Iraq and in Afghanistan, so their focus is more on kind of this technological developments that have taken place, since essentially end of the Cold War. The focus on developing new weaponry, precision-based weaponry, particularly aerial bombardment, and things like that. So they argue that predatory wars are a consequence of globalization. So Bauman talks about globalization-induced wars and globalizing wars, differentiating between these two. The ones are kind of Western-dominated, the other ones are seen as civil wars. And they argue that globalization has impact on weakening the economic base of the state and then undermining monopoly and the legitimate use of violence. As states were unable to compete with other states in a global market, they cannot extract revenue, and that opens possibilities for increased corruption, criminality, and privatization of violence. And in this context, when states lose monopoly on the legitimate use of violence, then and if the weapons are available, you end up with essentially warlords controlling small parts of the state, and that obviously has happened in Afghanistan before the first takeover by the Taliban. We have lots of different armed warlords. This has been happening in Somalia, obviously, in Congo, and many places in Africa. And what Calder argues is here we don't see that ideology matters. What matters is identity politics. So ethnic and racial categorization is used to politicize kind of conflicts between groups. And again, the focus is on not on territory, its focus is on population, controlling the population, using these religious and ethnic difference to divide population and to control by warlords and things like that. Contrast these advanced wars that rely on advanced technology tend to essentially, or at least that was the case with wars to some extent with wars in Afghanistan and in Serbia as well, that you don't rely so much on ground troops, you rely on technology to fight war from the air. So we have the revolution in military affairs, that has taken place, particularly in the U.S., but in other wealthy countries. So they could rely on these new technologies to increase precision. So you have this routinization of precision from the air. So you can fight people from the distance through drone technology, through lots of new technologies that have developed lately. So what's interesting again that Calder and Bauman both emphasize, kind of this economic underpinning of this, why these wars emerge, and they link them to liberalization, economic liberalization, global markets opening up. In Bauman, more theoretical framework, he sees this as a shift from a stable, solid modernity towards liquid modernity. This is what he was writing about for the 20 years until his death in 2017. So a lot of this for him is an indicator of liquid modernity, which is more chaotic, which is much less regulated. And so that's why he differentiates between globalization-induced wars and globalizing wars. So this, as I said, this perspective has been very influential across different areas, not just in sociology, but in many security studies and social relations and so on. However, other scholars have been very critical of this perspective. They argue that I've been also critical of the new wars paradigm, particularly the way how it was framed by Bauman and Calder, because they overemphasize economic aspects of this problem. You have many states that have been affected by economic decline in a number of years that didn't result necessarily in wars like Argentina or many other countries. We also know that wars often, large-scale wars like Second Congo War that took place from 1998 to 2003 was not a conflict that, took place only within the Congo itself. It was something that was often referred to as Africa's Second World War because it involved 8 other states, neighboring states, and over 25 different armed groups. So in a sense, making a strong distinction between interstate and intrastate war in this context might be very difficult to do. We've seen that with the Syrian war as well, something that started off as a revolution against Assad and then developed into a civil war, immediately drew lots of different international actors. So we ended up with many states essentially fighting in this war: Turkey, Russia, US, Israel indirectly, or later directly as well. And in Ukraine, we also see this kind of much wider impact that war has on Europe and the world as a whole. We see on the Russian side, North Korean forces being deployed, to fight against the Ukrainians. We see some volunteers, obviously, international volunteers fighting for Ukraine. But we see this war, again, not as some sort of a new war. It is very much part of a larger geopolitics that has been happening before as well. Also, with the idea that civilians tend to die more than military, this is problematic. Most wars in the 1990s and beginning of the 21st centuries did not exceed dramatically this 50-50 figure. Some wars obviously have enormous, there is enormous variability. Gaza, enormous number of at least 80% civilians, while other conflicts have many more military being killed rather than civilians. So the problem with this argument is too economistic, too much focusing on globalization and economic aspect, not looking on the political aspects, ideological aspects of. Another topic which has also emerged as quite important within the sociology of war in the last 20 years is a very sociological topic: the relationship between war and social stratification, social cleavages. Again, we do have some scholarship on the origins of social stratification. People like Andreski, who wrote in 1950s, dealt with this question. Michael Mann did with it. I wrote about this in my Sociology of War and Violence, how social stratification and war are very much linked and continue to be linked. Schneidl has written this really important book, which looks at different forms of traumatic historical episodes. He looks at pandemics and revolutions and wars, arguing that all of these have been crucial as drivers of social stratification. So you often end up with large-scale wars. The consequence of large-scale wars can be a certain leveling in terms of class positions and property ownership and things, but they don't have to, obviously, it depends on which wars are. So, but it is important to explore that. Another important link is between welfare provisions and warfare. So welfare and warfare have been historically very much linked. We know Prussian state was the most militaristic state in the 19th century, very small. It was essentially a military that controlled the state, but it was also the state that first pioneered welfare provisions, initially provisions for veterans and widows, and then expanding this in order to cut the impact of trade unions or development of trade unions, to also to prevent immigration from Prussia to the United States, and also to prevent the political liberalization. So welfare was used from very early on to kind of soften the blow of war and provide, you can say, a form of a social bribe to society as a whole. Even U.S. in the early days, particularly after the Civil War, was a pioneer of welfare provisions, mostly for soldiers and, again, their widows. But then, later on, it became almost a pariah in the Western world of how small a welfare state is. European continent is particularly here important in the context of after the Second World War. We see dramatic increase in welfare provisions. The whole idea of welfare state develops after the Second World War as a consequence of sacrifices made by soldiers and citizens in these wars But then from late 70s, we see shrinking of welfare provisions, which is also linked with the kind of abolition of conscription, and reduction of taxation, and so this link between welfare and warfare continues. It is very important for us to know, especially now that we again have more conscription armies emerging. So we'll see what the future will bring. Within the social kind of cleavages, obviously gender has played a particularly important role in, we know that wars have traditionally been very patriarchal drivers of, making societies more patriarchal. Historically, gendering war was, the armed forces have been historically largely dominated almost overwhelmingly by men. And until recently, most states had prohibition on women in the combat role. That has changed in the last 10 years, not everywhere, but in many states. So the military has developed this framing of itself as being a masculine or hyper-masculine institutions, and in opposition to civilian realm, which was perceived as feminine, again, in inverted commas, passive. And so this patriarchal baggage is very much integral to war effort. That there has been some changes, and we can talk about this, what has been happening in Ukraine and other places where we do see more presence of women on the battlefield and so on. We also know kind of a really good research by Elizabeth Wood from Yale and Laura Sjöberg, Swedish analyst of kind of patterns of sexual violence and systematic rapes that have been taking place. So this data hasn't been collected until the really 1990s. From then on, we see, in the Bosnian War, in particular, mass systematic rapes as a tool of war, as an instrument of war to subjugate, humiliate the enemy. But that has been quite widespread and present in many other conflicts. Again, we know some, data from Ukraine and, Myanmar and now in Congo as well. So we also have interesting research on ethnic and racial divisions within the militaries, and essentially, what is happening internally within societies once war takes place, how social hierarchies can be reorganized in different contexts. Randall Collins has written about this, particularly how geopolitical dynamics impacts on prestige of specific states and in different ethnic and racial groups within the societies. Julian Go has written a really good book last year, now it's 2 years ago, on the kind of how police and military are very much linked. He analyzes kind of the whole process of militarization of police, of U.S. police, that starts in the U.S. invasion of Philippines, and then this continues on. So there are these long-term legacies. He analyzes U.S. but also U.K., the kind of the colonial context and how police becomes militarized and so on. And the last kind of topic that has been developed within sociology of war, perhaps to a lesser extent, these more macro historical analysis, is the micro-sociology, meso and micro-sociology of war experience, focusing on soldiers, but also focusing on ordinary population in the context of war. And some of the papers here deal with this. I think Olga and Tatiana deal particularly with the everyday life in the context of war, how society changes, how war shapes social dynamics in so many different ways. So Randall Collins probably was one of the first in his 2008 book, Violence and Microsociological Theory, who has kind of developed this new paradigm in understanding violence in micro and meso context. Again, drawing on Durkheim and Goffman, he develops this theory of interaction ritual chains in many of his books. Also the last book, Explosive Conflict from 2022, deals kind of also with some historical examples of this micro dynamics of violence and what motivates violence, how violent encounters cannot last for too long and things like that. Isabel Bramson has been influenced by this paradigm of Collins and has studied peace processes in his new book. She looks at the micro sociological processes that shape everyday experience of resistance in different parts of the world. So it is, kind of all about micro dynamic, interpersonal dynamic during the time of war and post-war context. Anthony King, also influenced to some extent by this paradigm, has analyzed what motivates soldiers to fight, professional soldiers, particularly focusing on UK soldiers that served in Afghanistan. And here argument was that this was, most soldiers saw themselves as professionals, and the collective action that developed came from the shared experience of being professionals. So this is interesting. Then we have scholarship on on human body in times of war. So this is even more of a micro take. People like McSorley, Tynan, and others look at the physical experience of war for soldiers, for ordinary human beings, how human bodies become reshaped through the interaction with violence. So they talk about fashioning civilian bodies for war. So you are become reframed and reshaped by war itself. How bodies think and feel in this context of war-induced new social environments. Also how bodies become mutilated and destroyed in wars. We have a lot of research influenced by Sarah Ahmed's sociology of emotions, and emphasizing the kind of social construction of emotions, how emotions are culturally shaped, and how they shape individual and collective bodies, and so on. So there's interesting research on that. Then we have some scholars like Peter Halden and Ilmari Kaiko from Swedish Defense College have written about Eurocentric interpretation of war experience. A lot of our scholarship coming particularly from military history and international relations as being extremely Eurocentric, focusing on Western wars and modern wars. 21st century, and we don't know as much about non-state actors involved in armed conflicts, and non-modern and non-Western ones. So they try to dig out and analyze these wider experiences. Particularly Peter Halden looks at this historically, from 13th century onwards, throughout the world, how war impacts on microdynamics of everyday life. I've analyzed also in my last book, Why Humans Fight, the Social Dynamics of Close-Range Violence, what motivates combatants to fight in different contexts, from wars, paramilitary, gang violence. I was looking at the motivations also to fight to kill in the battlefield environments, and I've emphasized also, try to show that there is a huge cultural and historical variation here. There's no uniform answer to this. It's not something that is biologically ingrained, automatic. The collective emotional dynamics that develops in the battlefield influences on how people behave. So this violence it's a collective social phenomenon. So sociology is crucial to understand that. We cannot rely on biological and psychological accounts alone, because they are incomplete. They don't really offer as much as they should. Okay, so I can, I will stop here because I think I've gone already over my time. We can talk a little bit about the future of warfare, what's happening with war in the future, with development of cybernetics, robotics, nanotechnology, pharmacology. So wars are very likely to become more destructive in the future, unfortunately, because technology allows them to do so. And also AI is a big factor here, and that's something that researchers have picked up, and I expect to be more research done by sociologists on this context, on transformation of war and its impact on society. Okay, I'll stop here now, so to give opportunity to people to engage with some of these issues.
Can you see me now?
Yes, I can see you now.
Thank you very much. Good. I'm apparent now. Excellent presentation. that you will re-account of the history of the study of war in sociological field. Remind me of my graduate school years in 1970, reading Randall Collins, the conflict sociology in the 1970s. And also you really go through the historical account of the war studies within sociology. I think we are perfect that we have another 30 minutes to let the audience to raise questions and engage in fruitful discussion. But I'm a moderator. I have the privilege and liberty to ask first two questions. One is, what do you think about the current ongoing war, such as the Ukraine war and also the Israeli-Hamas war, and also the potential, everybody talk about it in recent years, the potential war of the Taiwan Strait. Are they the legacy, are they the continuation of an imperial war, or is a nation-state war? I think you make a very distinctive discussion about the imperial war, and you say that imperial war continued. So this is my first question. A second question is, what kind of a normative and value stand should we or shouldn't we take when we study war, especially large-scale war? This is my two questions, but you don't have the answer now. I think all you want, or you prefer, you can answer the question to lead the discussion that we follow.
Okay, so I mean, maybe I can answer now, and then if there are other questions, because I will forget them if there's too many.
Yes.
Suddenly. Yeah, okay, so thanks very much. These are both very important questions. Yes, I mean, the current wars like Ukraine and Gaza, but also other wars that we don't talk much about, like Sudan and Congo and Myanmar. These are all huge wars. They don't get much attention, but they are really important. Yes, I mean, the Ukraine war was a sort of a watershed in many respects, because this was the first time that a large state has attacked its neighbor, aiming to capture its territory. So this is something we haven't seen since Second World War. So since Germany, Italy, and Japan were trying to do that. We obviously had many wars since, but even when we had military interventions on the part of large states, they were temporary occupations. The idea was to change, to influence the government to remove something like in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in other places. Well, this is something we haven't seen before. So you can say this is a return of an imperial war. So it is very much an imperial war on the part of the Russian state. But the Russian state is both an empire and a nation state. So the points made by Kumar and John Hall and others is that this distinction between nation state and empire, is not so strong as we used to believe. We used to believe empires are gone. Nobody wants to be an empire, and we still live in that world. Nobody wants to reclaim that term, empire, which was very popular and acceptable, in the 19th century, even early 20th century. Now the concept is seen in a very negative light, but the policies are there. So in a sense, we can say that some of these wars have imperial, trappings, and you could say there are elements of that as well in the Israel war in Gaza. Okay, it is a different context. It is, Israel was attacked. It's true, but in terms of what happens after the war, if you capture territory, then this becomes an imperial war. So you're taking territory of somebody else. Whenever that happens, that is an imperial war, because empires are fighting wars of conquest. And nation states don't do that. So that would be my answer. The second question. That's obviously, we do, as citizens, to take particular normative stand, and, we are, against war by in general, in principle. Nobody wants to see people dying and being killed. But then, obviously, there are some situations where if there's, you're attacked by somebody, so you cannot say let's, just, love each other. You have to defend yourself. So these are moral concerns that have been, raised and will be raised. So defensive war is something that, is one has to support. If you are attacked, there is no other option. So even as scholars, although our focus is not on normative issues, our focus is more explanatory. I see this more as a question for every citizen or any society, that you have to call out something that when there is an obvious aggression. So whether this is Ukraine today or Gaza or hopefully not Taiwan tomorrow.
And please raise your hand, and we will open for discussion. Yes, you go first. Please identify yourself first. But can I have another few hands? The second, 1, 2. Okay, that's 2 questions first. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My name is Olga Kutsenko. And I really would like to thank Professor Malešević for the well-grounded, bright analysis of the literature, of the state of art, the current sociology of war. Thank you. I would like to, not to put question, but to add...
I didn't hear that question.
What?
The video camera is open.
Here.
It's on the laptop.
Okay. I see. Thank you. I would like to give short comments concerning some theses which you presented now. It is concerned to the thesis about the changing in social stratification as a factor of war, of modern war, or why the social cleavages that manifested in modern war. On the case of Ukraine, we can see, we can think about the development and deepening of the social cleavages and changing of social cleavages on the impact as the result outcome of the war. One of the way of this cleavages, deepening of the cleavages, concern the maybe continuation of professional stratification in the army. Those people who had the higher education, who have the appropriate professions, for example, IT experts, they usually have a good chance to be involved at the similar position in the army, in the front line also. And concerning the working class, usually they are mobilized as the ordinary soldiers. Other line of deepening of social cleavages is related to differentiation of living conditions, of living chances between those people who continue to, who experienced under occupation, living under occupation, or no, who fled to abroad or remain in the country during the war, who lost own housing, etc. or no. And also other side concern of this question concern the gendering issue. Due to, on the basis of many sociological investigation in Ukraine during the war, we can confirm that this really genderized gender gap, which was presented during the all previous history, now in Ukraine, now is becoming much less, and a lot of women in Ukraine say about their willingness or readiness to take part at the army. This are about more than 40%, according to the last survey conducted in the end of 2024. And in compare with male, who the number of whom are approximately 60% of those who are ready to be involved in army. So this dimension of impact of the modern war or features of the modern war concerning social cleavages, social stratification, really continue to be topical, and now the its features are changing also. So maybe, thank you.
Okay, please. Maybe we can pick up.
No, thanks very much, Olga. Yeah, this is important. Yes.
Okay, maybe.
I think that this is what we can study now. What's happening in the contemporary context when you have a traditional military, particularly in terms of gender. We're very strictly divided, but that's changing now. And what's interesting, when many European countries abolished conscription, that happened during the time when men were the only group conscripted. Now some countries are reintroducing conscription, and the talk is that this would affect everybody. So it's like because in the meantime things have changed, so we have a more gender parity, and that might reflect in the military. So it's not just that Israel has a army that includes both men and women, but that might affect many other states in the future, especially states that have a problem with the size of their military. I don't know whether that might happen in Taiwan. In the context of China threat. Are there any discussions about this in Taiwan? But it is something that it's probably coming more countries.
It's maybe very culturally dependent.
Any other questions?
Professor Malešević? This is Paul speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much for your keynote and this your paper for the European Journal of Sociology. Is it about to be published? Can I tell our audience that? Okay.
Yes, it should be out sometime this year. We'll see when.
Okay. So I will inform.
It's not a final version yet. It's not final version yet.
Oh, okay.
It's still draft.
Yes, I thank you very much. A very, very basic question. I'm sorry, I'm a newcomer to the sociology of war, so maybe it's some kind of naive. But in this paper, I guess you already approached this problem in your previous book, but I forgot how you explain in your book. But your definition between interstate and intrastate, and you alternatively use the common expression of civil war. And for me, it sounds, because of the discussion we had and the papers that were presented for this workshop, I I think there might be an issue here that there is something different between what we call an intra-state war and a civil war. Where does that notion of civil war comes from? Why do we call an intra-state war a civil war? In Chinese, Neijan, Naisen in Japanese, it's the idea of intra-state war. Is it because we have this strong state focus because of this option understanding or Clausewitz understanding of war as being led by state and state leaders, and that if it's a civilian war, it's an abnormal war that is someone arose from society, and this brings the idea of society or people as the source of chaos, while the state is the source of order. So it's very Hobbesian understanding of society, right? So here in this, I think in our monograph we want to put more emphasis on the war-society nexus instead of the war-state nexus, as our colleague Honglun and Wang Honglun put it in his paper. So I would like to hear you about this difference. Is there any difference between civil war and where does this notion come from? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Paul. I think this is a very good question. In a sense, it is. It's not about just kind of a conceptual issue. It is also historical dynamics that has shaped this division. First we can start from that thing that even people who study civil wars, like Kalivas and many others, they often emphasize it's not easy to define what civil war is. We know that something that starts off as a war, as a civil war, like Yugoslav war was initially in the 1990s defined as civil war. It started in one state, but after the outcome was that you ended up with independent states, it was redefined and is interstate war. We can say the same thing could have happened with American Civil War. If the South won, it wouldn't be called Civil War, it would be called interstate war. So the outcome of the war determines, this labeling and framing, what kind of war took place. So this is just the kind of basic level. The more important question that Paul raises here is, the perspective of understanding war from the point of view of the state. And that is very much, I think that even though, the notion of civil war goes all the way back to ancient Greek and Roman philosophers, they also differentiated them, Aristotle talks about war within a polis, which is considered to be legitimate. You don't fight your own people. And wars outside of polis can be legitimate, especially if they are fought against other non-Greek city-states. Then, in the context of, kind of development of nation-states, the civil war, idea was very much framed around the notion that the nation doesn't fight itself. This is a giant, a tragedy. Well, interstate war is perceived as, okay, this is terrible, but it is to some extent expected. Fighting within the same national collective is considered to be deeply problematic, and that's why civil wars are often depicted as brutal, as kind of brother against brother and things like that. So yes, there is a strong state-centric view that present in this distinction, and we continue with that. So that's why I tend not to use the term civil war if I don't have to. I deliberately, make this intrastate and interstate because of this ambiguity that is there, and it's never fixed, never stable. And again, the outcome of the war can determine legally what this is. Yeah.
Thank you very much. For the Taiwan case, if there's a war between China and Taiwan, then for me, this is called interstate war. But for unification camp, they will call it civil war. Continuing civil war or intrastate war. And China will call it intrastate war. Anyway, this is really determined by the political stand you are on. Okay, now, may I call upon More questions? Okay, Professor Ho. You want to come over?
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. Maybe good to identify yourself.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Oh, this one? Okay. I think the mic I'm using, which you can use. Oh, this one. Okay.
It's okay.
I'm Ho Fung Hong and Johns Hopkins University, and thank you very much for the very inspiring the presentation. My question is that you point out in passing at some point about the rise of new technology, like drones warfare, and I would add that like Henry Kissinger's last book is about AI and AI in war, and then now people are talking about this prospect of automated war. So I can imagine that all the military sociology talk about war impact on society, the relation with society and institutions and gender and so on and so forth might change drastically if the unmanned warfare or automated warfare continue. So I would like to hear your thought about the speculation, at least, about how this will impact the relation between warfare and society. And my second question is that war is bad, morally bad. At the same time, war also have some positive, not morally positive, but positive in the sense that constitutive effect on society and capitalist development and so on and so forth. For example, that there's some works talking about how the African American experience in the Second World War in the military, that they experienced relatively unsegregated and egalitarian treatment. And after they demobilized and went back to the society, they can no longer stand the segregation and the inequality. So it helped actually propel the civil rights movement. And the historians' literature on the military revolution in early modern Europe talk about how the rise of standing army and professional standing army and barracks and all these disciplinary techniques influence and it's actually diffused to like industries, to state formation. So it is this constitutive and positive effect of war that it is in history. So can you also comment on whether this kind of a positive constitutive effect of war on society and institution continue in the contemporary times or even in the future? Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Again, two very good questions, very sociological questions. Yeah, the first question, I remember a few years ago, I think in one of his last books, Chris Cocker, made that point that, future wars will be wars between robots. But that, because he wasn't a sociologist, he was looking at more from the kind of international relations point of view. As sociologists, we know that societies are very uneven and unequal. So the expectation for the future is really we need to bring in, infuse more sociology. So you're more likely to see robots fighting, robots from wealthy societies and states fighting all human beings from poorer states and society. So, immediately you're talking here about, social stratification that is integral to the nature war. So when we think about AI and new technologies, they will be very unevenly distributed. So you're very likely to continue to see that, some societies, some states, some militaries have, a lot of new technologies that they can rely on, while others cannot. So you are very likely to see more inequality in terms of technology and access to various, So that will impact society in many ways. Obviously, technology is impacting everybody now, and we can see this happening, but wars are more likely to be not between robots, but between robots and poorer humans, if you like. And there are many aspects of this that I don't have time to go into. And the second point, yes, you're right, and I write about this more extensively in my Sociology, War and Violence, how war had these really unintended consequences on change of on what we could call now positive changes that affects ethnic and racial relations, affects gender relations. You're right about this example of African American fighting in the Second World War and then demanding rights. And you could say that a lot of what was happening in the 1960s had to do with this. We fought for this country, therefore we should be treated as equals. The same applies to women. We could see that in both world wars, that because men had to be mobilized on a massive scale, you had to open the labor force to women, and then that once this has happened, it had happened to some extent in the First World War, and particularly in the Second World War, there was no turning back. And there was this attempt, particularly immediately after the Second World War, to tell women go back to home, be homemakers. But once you have access to salaries, to labor force, you couldn't do that in a sense. So there was a unintended consequence of war was more social equality. So it's not something that was planned, but it was a consequence of social change that has taken place during the wartime. And you can say that has happened also with the military. Women that did take part in the military, like in Soviet military, a lot of women ended up with high-ranked positions, and then Stalin removed them all. He could do that because of an authoritarian state, but in a kind of, this couldn't happen in more democratic or more liberal contexts.
Great. We still have 5 minutes left. Any other questions? May I ask? Yes. That probably will be the last question.
Okay. Professor Malešević, well, I hope you still remember me.
I do remember you, of course.
Yeah, okay. Great to see you again, although it's online. Well, it's a pity that you cannot make it to Taiwan this time. But I do expect your feedback to our workshop and also to our special issue. So as an... What? Oh, okay. As an editor of this special issue, I do have a request and also have one question. Well, the humble request is that, well, actually, I'm very much inspired by your work, and this morning in my presentation, I cite your work, and also I try to make a very bold claim or a very bold call to move for the third wave of sociological study of war. And I do hope that you can look at my paper and give me your feedback, because, well, you are a forerunner in this field. And I do hope I can get your feedback. And actually, well, as a commentator for this workshop, I think your responsibility or your job is to review all of the papers and then give us a very, your comprehensive overview of this volume. But this is my humble request. I hope I can hear from you tomorrow about your comment or your feedback about, well, the whole volume in general, and also my paper in particular. Okay, so this is my my request, and my question would be, well, I'm going to raise a question that I was asked this morning, because in my paper I emphasize the focus on the war society nexus instead of what you said, war state society nexus. So I want to put more emphasis on the societal side. But then I was asked a question about how, or how civil society can play a role in this, in explaining or in intervening in this process of war. Because, well, I think, as I mentioned this morning, the reason why war has been a focus of study only or mostly by international relations scholars is because well, the decision or the policy toward war was mostly made by politicians, by state elite, by the leaders of the state. So for citizens or for people in civil society, what kind of role can we play, for example, to stop a war or to prevent war? Yeah, it's also related to the sort of the normative question that Professor Shah just raised to you. Because, well, as a citizen or as those who have not power to influence the policy, so what we can do about war? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. It's good to see you, Professor Wang. And I'm sorry again that I'm not there. I was looking forward to that, but it's just the family issues prevented me. Yes, I'm happy to comment on all the papers. I've read now these 3 papers plus Paul's paper, so I have comments for these, and I'll do this for the other papers. And I imagine my contribution will be that rather than this standalone paper, which I've promised from another journal. Okay, I think this is very much, it's an important point of this state society war nexus, and you're right, we did overemphasize the state aspect because of people who make decisions are located at the top of the state hierarchy, but the societal dimension hasn't been studied as much as it should be, and I think some of the papers here try to do that in a way to look at really what's happening with the society, like in the Ukrainian context, once war starts, how the society transforms, everything that is happening inside in Lithuania, in Poland, and other places. But we do have also kind of some studies, like on the Vietnam War. We know what has happened in the whole 1960s social movements that emerged in opposition to Vietnam War have transformed U.S. society in many respects, and so there are these individual studies that we can think of, but not as much kind of general analysis, general theoretical attempts to kind of do more comparative studies, how societies can, impact on whether, wars will continue or not. And obviously, if there was not for a student movement and, generally civil society groups in U.S., Vietnam War probably wouldn't stop at the time when it did. And we had elements of that, perhaps during the Iraq War, less successful, but very strong social movements emerging. And we'll see what happens now in the future, because we now don't live in a very pleasant environment, geopolitically speaking, and I expect there'll be more social resistance in U.S., in Europe, and in other places, particularly if there are some deals made that people are not happy with, in terms of decisions made about wars in Ukraine and Gaza and elsewhere. So yes, this is something for sociologists to study, definitely.
Great. I think the time is up at 5:02, so I'm pretty good in managing the time. So I think we should stop here. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me to thank our keynote speaker, Professor Malešević.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
And then see you tomorrow again. You will be busy for these 2 days.
Yeah. See you tomorrow then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. It's me again, the director of the Sociology Institute, and I'm Chen Zhirou. Okay, so it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Kong Gaofeng. Hong? Yes. He is currently the Henry and Elizabeth Wiesenfeld Professor in Political Economy at the Sociology Department at Johns Hopkins University. And he is a well-known sociologist specializing in political economy and historical sociology. And he is also a member of our Institute's advisory board. So he's here not only to share his insights, but also to evaluate our performance. And to our European colleagues, Professor Kong shares his family name, Kong, as the Confucius Institute. So, long ago, Professor Kong's ancestors might be related to Confucius. So it makes him very qualified to evaluate whether Confucius Institute worldwide should continue to exist. And Professor Kong grew up in Hong Kong and completed his college education in Hong Kong, I believe, in the early 1990s.
Don't reveal my age.
And we know that's the most advanced dynamic period in Hong Kong, and you was there. Then I believe Professor Kong went to SUNY Binghamton to continue his PhD study, where he met and married one of the brightest, most talented sociologists from Taiwan. And I believe this is a crucial part of his academic journey and making him successful today. So you owe Taiwan quite a lot.
I know. My wife keeps reminding me that.
Yeah, so, and Professor Kong writes in Cantonese, and so I need to follow his complaints, his comments on Facebook. This is how I learned my Cantonese, so you may do so, okay. And we are very honored to have Professor Kong to be our keynote speaker today, and his topic today is War and Money in the Making of the American Century. So it's really very most important topic for today. Yeah, so let's join me to welcome Professor Kong. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gio and Hong Lun and Paul and everybody to put this very important conference together and invite me to speak. I modified the title a little bit, rather than War and Money in the Making of American Century nowadays, and you read the news and every day, and you wonder whether the American century is ending. Some people said that it is already ended. I don't believe it, but War and Money in the unmaking of the American century too. And it is kind of a project that I have been working on for a decade, and I published a few articles along the way, and now is putting together in a book in progress. So any critical comments and questions are very welcome. That I always love to present my in progress work in the Siniša, and it brings a lot of good comments and help me improve the work, and also bring me good luck. And every time I present something in progress, and that project ends up very well. Like 1 or 2 years ago, I presented my other book in progress at the time that is about the long history of European sinological knowledge and how it shaped sociological theory in the 20th century. Then I presented, I got a lot of great comments, and now the book is in production in Cambridge University Press, and hopefully it will come out before the end of this year. And I'm going to present a more complete and revised and improved version of that project in the National Tsinghua University in the coming Tuesday. I think it is an online version too, so you can attend in person or tune in online to look at the fruition of that project that I presented in the rough forms in here, like 1.5, 2 years ago. So I originally, I'm not a military sociologist. I don't look at military and war. In my upbringing, I'm one of these conventional sociologists, like Honglun and Siniša also mentioned it in his speech yesterday, that conventional sociology is modernization. It's like war is a contingency, an exceptional situation, rather than a normal situation of development. But in SUNY Binghamton, and then I move on to Johns Hopkins with Giovanni Arrighi, the late Giovanni Arrighi, that with his Italian root, that he's always interested in looking at warfare among Italian city-states and how spread to all of Europe and then the whole world, and how war actually is important, crucial, central in shaping the development of capitalism. So I got into this kind of significance of war, and then towards the project I start, then with a kind of a very simplistic preview of the argument, is that I first think about the project in 2008 after the global financial crisis, and everybody is talking about the end of the dollar hegemony as a kind of a reserve currency and default transaction currency in the world. But in the end, that it didn't end. So actually the data show that the use of the US dollar in the global economy actually increased rather than decreased as a percentage. Instead, euro was in trouble after the global financial crisis. So I first look at this financial monetary question of why the dollar hegemony stay on despite all the prediction, and I look back to the history of the prediction of about the end of the dollar hegemony. It actually started the first time, I will talk about it in details, in 1959, 1960. There's a book called The Coming Crisis of the Dollar. They already talked about it, of course, and then at that time, dollar was backed by gold, and then Nixon abolished the gold standard in 1971, and then after the gold standard, everybody talking about the end of the dollar hegemony, and then it didn't end, and now the dollar is still the reserve currency and transaction currency with a distant second with the euro. Now from the 1970s to 2025 now, it is more than 50 years and longer than the original gold standard period of the dollar hegemony. So I am asking why. So it's a very economic kind of question. And then the economists never get it right. Hopefully there's no card-carrying economists here. And then some IR people, political scientists, talk about the fact that actually the dollar hegemony is not grounded on economic factor, but grounded on political factor. That is the negotiation power of the U.S. In the world. But then I further look into it. It is inspiring, but this literature didn't specify what particular political power that U.S. count on to perpetuate the dollar hegemony. And then I look at case studies, and I have built a database to do some quantitative analysis and find that actually the military war and the security umbrella of the U.S. is the single most important factor that perpetuate the dollar hegemony. So it is the challenge of the renminbi, the Chinese currency, that because back in 2008, 2010, everybody is talking about the dollar hegemony is over and is going to shift to the renminbi. The challenge of China is real because China is the first major capitalist powers after Japan, after Germany, and Europe at large that is not under U.S. security umbrella and have it is in trouble right now, the economy, but it's still big, and then it has its currency and has a stated ambition to try to promote international use of the currency. So it really has the potential to challenge the dollar, but I will tell you why it is not exactly the reality. And of course, speaking of U.S. military umbrella, U.S. global security umbrella, that in the universe, the intellectual universe of leftish academic, we always assume that the whole world hates U.S. military base, hate U.S. weapons, and we all want U.S. to leave. But when actually U.S. threatening or talking about leaving and stopping, and people panic. And don't go. Okay, hey, we are good. And they have a lot of complaining. They have a lot of whining and real legitimate grievances. But at the same time, from the Cold War to the post-Cold War, the reality is that you look at Philippines, and the case of Philippines is actually interesting. That it closed down U.S. military base and distant from the U.S. and get into the fold of China. And then now that from late Duterte to Marcos, that they really find that standing up to regional bullies in the Pacific, that they really lead the U.S. And now the U.S. military is back, and then they are putting missiles, defense system, and all this hardware in there. So we see these dynamics, and so it is the preview of the argument in a kind of a full sentence manner. If it doesn't convince you, that so stay here and then finish. If this already convinced you, you are very much so on this, you can like go out and have some breakfast and stuff like that. But I bet you are not convinced, so please stay on. And so that in the theoretical sense, oh no, this one. War and capitalist development, actually, there's a lot of Weber is in the air. But we need to distinguish the early Weber and the late Weber. That in the definition of capitalism, Marx and Weber actually is concur on one thing, is that what is capitalism? Is that in the Marx formulation, market economy is not capitalism exactly, because market economy is about CMC. If you are a Marxist, like myself when I was a teenager, that you must read a lot of Marx and know about this notation of CMC, MCM prime stuff that I read when I was much younger. So this commodity, you have something you make, and then you exchange it for M, that's money, and then you use that money to buy something else that you also need. Actually, so this is market economy, that you trade something for another thing, and then the most important thing is that you consume, and then you use the stuff and have the stuff that you want. But capitalism is not exactly this activity. Capitalism is about, you have power of money, you turn it into capital, you invest, you buy commodity, raw materials, and for Marx, the most important kind of commodity is labor power. You buy wage labor, and then you make stuff, and then after you make stuff, whatever you make, that it doesn't matter. That the most important thing is that you sell the stuff that you make for more money. So MCM prime. So it is capital accumulation. You invest, and then you earn more money. You have a profit, and then we invest the profit to expand the production and commercial activity, whatever you are doing. So capitalism is about MCM prime. It's about beginning as money, ending up with more money, and then more money we invest, and then perpetuate the process. In the end, that you accumulate and snowball your money, and you get a lot of money. So the end point is not about commodity you want to purchase and use, but more money for more money. So for Weber, it is really puzzling, because in most civilizations, including the Catholicism and the Christian civilization before the 19th century, and Islam and Confucianism and Judaism and all civilizations think that this kind of process is crazy, that throwing in money for the sake of getting more money. So there's a lot of different kind of sanction against this kind of profit-making activities in different civilizations, until capitalism took hold in Europe in the 19th century, and people think that it is normal to invest in your money in things and to get more money just for the sake of getting more money. So. And Weber is asking why it became normal, and then his 1904, 1905 answer in the Protestant Ethic and Spirit of Capitalism that we are all very familiar with is, of course, this Calvinism. It is this particular kind of Protestant ethic that make people detest consumption and enjoyment. So you use the money to invest more money, and whether you are successful or not is the indication of God's grace, so you can have a glimpse of your predestination to see whether you are going to hell or heaven. So it is a very religious force that make this kind of profit-making activity in the beginning suddenly become normal. So it's early Weber. And then we talk about a lot that in several presentations in the morning, in the afternoon, is that Weber later on has a different conception, explanation of this capitalism, and war play an important part. So it is general economic history is actually forgotten, and then we discover a book in the 1970s and 1980s. So Weber gave a number of lecture before he died. So the lecture is given like 1919, 1920. It is after the First World War. So obviously you see this like war became more important in the discussion after he experienced the scale and the horror and the impact of war in Europe. So in 1919 and 1920, before he died, he gave this lecture. And then after he died, his students put this lecture together to publish this general economic history. And then it was translated very soon into English in the 1930s, and very interesting that the translator is Frank Knight. He's the founding father of the Chicago School of Economics, who is the supervisor of Milton Friedman, actually, in Chicago. And then, so in the beginning of Chicago School, it is very historical institutionalism-dominated kind of school of political economies. And so they look at institutions, they look at legal institutions, administrative institutions, and then the role of politics and war in fostering economic growth. So Weber in this basically talk about the fact that why capital accumulation and capitalism emerge, and he has one little lecture talking about religion, but it is less significant than in Protestant ethic. He talked about war, basically, from Italian city-states to early modern Europe, that because these governments are fighting war and preparing for war, so they have to compete for this internationally mobile capital. Bankers, they need to borrow money from bankers, basically, and these bankers can lend money to whichever countries they bet on, and to invest in the military and things like that. So it leads to the growth of capitalism. It is this war and the preparation of war in peacetime. And now there's a literature among economic historians, like the conservative economic historian Neil Ferguson has a book called The Essence of Money. Then he talked about the rise of modern monetary system in the West and then globally, tied with the rise of government bond. And then the government bond, you cannot see anywhere in early modern or before early modern world in any civilization. You only see it in Europe. And then the whole purpose of government bond is to, like, government raise funding to prepare for war and to fight war. So war is very important in actually creating the condition for the rise of capitalism. And there's a couple of books that many of them are mentioned. I don't need to repeat. Charles Tilly, Giovanni Arrighi, and Michael Mann, they talk about war impact on state formation, the rise of modern state, but also they talk about war impact of the rise of capitalism. Ever since then, war and the military apparatus is very important in sustaining economic activities, not only in the sense of the defense industry itself, but also in technological development. For example, the US nowadays in the 20th century, most, if not all, cutting-edge technology in different times, from the internet to GPS to microchips to more recently the mRNA vaccine, is very much centered or coming from the research in an institution called DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project. It's part of the Pentagon that invests huge amount of money on the next big things. And then, like microchips, you know about the history of the microchips. So microchips is like invented and developed during the Vietnam War. They have the problem of like they are like dropping bomb from above. It's very imprecise. You kill a lot of civilians and villagers, and then you didn't kill the Viet Cong in the meantime. So you just like drop it from the sky, carpet bomb the whole area. So they try to solve this problem. So they invent the microchips to put it in the missile, so that they have this kind of a self-adjusting path, so you can like have a precision strike. But the story is that after they invent that, they create a cruise missile that can actually self-adjust with microchips in the warhead. The Vietnam War is over. and then the facilities, the industry that make all these bombs that have it's very expensive, and then so in the early days, the Pentagon is the biggest customer. That no matter how expensive it is, they buy all the microchips they have, and then later on they first use it actually in the first Iraq War. So this microchips development is very much, and then they need to find a civilian use as well. So that the history of computer and internet is all the same. The first internet is actually about communication among different military units. It's a very military origin technology. And the Industrial Revolution in England in early 19th century, and it didn't actually start with textile, but actually it started with the iron industry in the late 18th century because of the French-British War. There's huge demand for cannon and artillery and things like that. So iron industry is very developed and very advanced. And after the war is over with the defeat of Napoleon, so the Britain-France struggle is over, that there's a huge amount of spare capacity of iron. So iron becomes very cheap. And it stimulates the invention of all these waving, spinning machines, and then they put this iron and iron-making technology to civilian use, that is the kickstart the industrial revolution in textile industry. So it's war in the beginning is very important, that because only war can make the government to justify it, to invest huge amount of money on stuff that you don't know whether it works or not. If it is a free market, then nobody will take the risk. But if war, it is about survival. So you invest in this technology and also borrow money from the banker to do this kind of stuff. And if you win in the end, then the banker gets very rich, and then like the Rothschild in the family, the banker family. There's a Jewish banker family in England that got very rich over generation. And if you lost the war, you get the French Revolution and all that bankruptcy and things like that. But the bankers still benefit. So it is capitalism and war and technology is very much connected. And in the study, and we talk about that sociology relatively neglect war as a factor, and other big thing that sociologists relatively neglect is money. That not in a micro sense, that we have a lot of distinguished economic sociologists and look at money exchange at the micro level, in the enterprise level, individual level, the meaning of money. And so on and so on. But in the macro level, that money is relatively understudied in the kind of the sociological literature, but a lot of heterodox economists and political scientists and recently, and anthropologists even that talk about this kind of political power as a source of the value of money. That in a long time until Nixon abolished the gold standard, most money or world money or national money are backed by precious metal, first in silver and then in gold, and people just assume, and including Marx, that money value come from the value of the metal. But actually it's not true, because even if you have a gold standard, you back your money with gold, no government had enough gold to back the total amount of money being circulated. It's just like bank. Any bank, no bank has the deposit that is big enough to cover all people who have saving accounts. So if everybody try to withdraw the money all at once, that every bank will bankrupt. That the question is, you need to make sure that people have confidence in your bank and won't have a run on your bank. So usually that the reserve ratio is like 5%, sometimes 10%. So the bank only have cash that cover 10% of the deposit. That just like the gold standard or silver standard is the same. That usually when you have a currency in the gold standard, you only have like 10%. Your gold, that is the value of 10% of all the currency you are circulating. You need to have the people have confidence about the gold convertibility of your currency. So in the end, it is the political legitimacy, political credibility, and political power of the state that make a currency stand, even if you claim that your currency is backed by gold or silver. So it leads to all this literature saying that actually it is the political power that determine whether your money is valuable or not. And then with Nixon, abolished the gold standard, that we have been in a kind of a fiat currency, that is fictitious currency that not backed by any metal for half a century now, and it is still rock solid, and people believe in the US dollar, even though it's not backed by any precious metal. And then it leads to a lot of heterodox economists and political scientists and anthropologists. And this book about debt is actually not about debt, it's about money, because David Graeber died very young, very unfortunately, but his anthropological work is very important because he said that basically human society is about debt. I owe you, you owe me. So reciprocity basically is debt. And then money is a monetarization of debt. And then money comes from the state. They just dictate that certain kind of material, maybe a paper money, maybe a piece of shell or anything, you pay tax with that. And then that something suddenly have value. And then people use it to measure reciprocity and mutual obligation among interpersonal activities. So debt is the foundation of human society. The state came in, they monetarized debt. So money is come from this state monetarization of human relations. So it is all this kind of literature about this. And George Karp is very interesting because he is a German contemporary. Oh, no, what? Is it? I accidentally shut it down? No. Okay. No. So, a contemporary of Weber. So it is like he has this state theory of money. He had this exact name of his book, and say that actually the sole source of value of money is the state. So this all literature talking about at the national level. They didn't talk about the international level. So and if I expand it to talk about the hegemony, world hegemony and war money from the Dutch to the Brit in the Dutch in the 17th century, the British in the 19th century, and the U.S. In the 20th century, that these central banks, and this is Dutch central bank, and then the Bank of England, the Bank of Amsterdam, and then the Federal Reserve, they are all kind of money-creating and money-maintaining institutions backed by state power and military power. That you look at the Dutch hegemony, you know that the Dutch guilder in the 17th century is the default currency of transaction and reserve currency, and many East Indian Company of all countries, from early England and early France, that they all deposit they do the clearing of their trade in the city of Amsterdam, in the Bank of Amsterdam, in Dutch guilder. So Dutch guilder is the default currency of the world economy, at least the European economy, and it's very interesting because it is backed by gold and silver, but then the Dutch did not literally control any silver mine and gold mine. It is the Spaniards who control all the silver mine and gold mine in Americas. But the Spaniards, because of this was the declining power in the 17th century, so its currency, even though it controlled all the gold mine and silver mine in the New World, so to speak, their currency didn't play the role of a kind of a default currency in the world economy, but the Dutch guilder did, because the Dutch guild is based on the Dutch naval power. It controlled the Baltic trade and controlled the Atlantic trade, and actually the Spaniard ship is at the mercy of the Dutch. If the Dutch don't like them, they just sink the ship or hijack the ship and things like that. So that basically is the military power, naval power, that makes sure that people believe in the Dutch money, even though they don't control the mining. So the U.S. Federal Reserve is also rise. It was formed in 1914, and then the U.S. dollar rise with U.S. Military power, and the British sterling, pound sterling, suddenly collapsed. The world sterling standard, the pound sterling as a kind of a reserve currency and a transaction currency, suddenly collapsed in the 1950s. Even London is still the financial center of the world. Right at the time when the British is losing its empire. So actually that, and the Suez Canal crisis is a kind of a cut-off point, that if it collapses the pound sterling, and everybody's after that start to shift to the US dollar, and then the banker in London, even though people at that time thought that because the British banking is so good, so there's no way that people will shift away from the sterling pound standards, and because the British banking is so good. But what happened is that when the world lost confidence in the British Empire, they lost confidence in the British pound sterling, and also the British banker themselves lost confidence in the British pound sterling. And what happened is that the British banker in London start to shift their business to US dollar. So it is a rise of the euro dollar market. So a huge bundle of liquidity in US dollar in London, handled by British bankers. So the British banker ditched the pound sterling and then shifted the dollar. So with the Suez Canal crisis in 1956 is the turning point. So you see this kind of a rise and fall of currency is connected to the rise and fall of world power, most of all military hard power of these countries. And then, so I can skip most of this because it is I need to convince if I have an audience among the card-carrying economies, I'm telling them they're so bad. The conventional economies are. Then like Robert Triffin is the most prominent world economic analyst in Princeton, and he gave a testimony to Congress in 1959, 1960, and about because the gold standard in the Bretton Woods system is that the U.S. dollar is backed by gold with the promise of the fixed exchange rate of 1 ounce of gold to $35. So it promised to the central bank of the world that you don't need to hold gold, you just need to hold dollar. Anytime you have doubt, that you just bring the dollar, I give you gold. With this pledge, they don't even, the idea is that the confidence in the dollar is so big that they don't really need to hold gold and then just hold the dollar and then to make dollar the world currency. And then what happened in the late 1950s is that U.S. started to have trade deficit with Europe, particularly West Germany, and then there was the Eisenhower recession. Then over the world, particularly West Germany. Again, that is very important. I will tell you why. that lost confidence in the gold convertibility of the dollar, and they start to actually cash in dollar for gold in their reserve. So it created a kind of a panic in Washington that the dollar cannot hold, because when people start, just like a bank run, when people start asking for gold for a dollar, there's an outflow of gold from the U.S., and you have less and less gold, and people see it and feel more unconfident about the dollar and then want to cash in the dollar for gold, and then there is a kind of a stampede very soon. And so Robert Triffin gave a testimony in Congress in 1960 and talking about this dollar crisis, and then 1961 published the book. But then the dollar stayed on until the gold convertibility cannot be protected. So Nixon just like abolished the gold standard. We're not going to give you gold if you bring in dollar. Dollar is just like a piece of paper now. And then Charles Kindleberger is very interesting because he's one of the leading architects of the Marshall Plan and the dollar hegemony in the 1940s. And then in 1975, and he said that the dollar is finished. And then a Soviet Union economist working in the UN and write in the New York Times. This article is the New York Times. That is interesting. In 1978, New York Times published this article. A Marxist look at the dollar crisis, talk about how the U.S. failed and things like that. So we are going to be going into de-dollarization, multipolar dollar system. Dollar is over. But then fast forward to 2000, Paul Volcker, the Federal Reserve chief in the 1980s, all the way until Alan Greenspan took over. He's puzzled that there was great irony that now the dollar is a piece of paper. Now that more people want to hold dollar as a piece of paper, more than any time when dollar is actually backed by gold. So it's the irony. So the economists cannot find an answer, and then so it is the puzzle that I don't need to show you. By the way, this is the biggest chart crime in history, the first chart. It was because the talk about the end of the dollar started again after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because what happened is that the U.S. used dollar to weaponize the dollar as a weapon, because everybody, including the Russians, are depending on dollar as a reserve currency and international transaction. So the U.S. sanctioned, most of the sanction of U.S. against Russia is to cut off Russian access to U.S. dollar. So as a penalizing the war perpetrator. And at that time, a lot of it, that U.S. is silly to do it because it just pushed Russia to use the renminbi instead. And at that time, Financial Times has this graph showing that, that dollar is over. You see the falling use of dollar and rising use of renminbi. It looked like it is this kind of a the crossing point is going to happen, but it's a chart crime. It is like that the y-axis is on different scale. The U.S. dollar, we're talking about 75%, 70% on the left, right axis, and the renminbi is on the right axis. We're talking about 1%, 2%. But then you put a graph like that to make sure that you look like that the renminbi is going to surpass the dollar. But actually, that you put it back in the same scale, you have something at the bottom that actually the dollar is like maybe falling from a high point, but it is still high, and renminbi is like nowhere to be seen. It's like an elephant in comparison to a wire or something. So it is like the puzzle is that the dollar is always very solid, despite the fact that all this prediction about you are weaponizing dollar and pushing people to other things, and so it is all these different figures showing the same thing. The dollar is rock-solid, and then euro is the distant second, and euro is mostly used by European countries themselves, and in outside Europe, people still use the U.S. dollar, and so it is the Russian problem, the war effort, that they bypass the sanctions by buying stuff from Dubai and Turkey and India, but then all this supplier of military hardware and anything material Russia did, that they still lead them to pay in your U.S. dollar. I will tell you, I have evidence about that. They don't receive renminbi or any other currency. So the empirical puzzle is that why the dollar stays so strong despite all the naysayers, and despite the fact that dollar is already off gold for a long time. They are destroying the dollar by tightening the sanction and things like that. So the solution to the puzzle is that the dollar security luxus, that it is the term that I trademarked it, that I Google it, nobody else uses it. So it's the security umbrella of the dollar, and it's not only today, but you trace back to history. It's very interesting. Just the dollar, even at the height of the Cold War in the 1950s, when people assumed that the dollar was backed by gold, it's not. It's backed by guns. You look at the U.S. West Germany agreement. It's very interesting that first of all, that radio-free Europe. At that night, Elon Musk is saying to shut it down, but it's very important at the height of the Cold War in the 1950s, not only for spreading American value to talk about stuff, but also it is a way that because U.S. spent a lot of money after the Marshall Plan to build the radio networks and all this soft power and things like that, and then they are paying in the dollar, so that they are pump is a mechanism that they pump the U.S. dollar to Europe, and also the equivalent process in Japan, in East Asia. So it is all this program of radio and soft power, hard power, that U.S. pumped dollar to its allies, and it increased the circulation of the dollar in this economy. But at the same time, the U.S. military base in Europe and in Asia, the biggest one is in West Germany, definitely, is also a way that U.S. pumped U.S. dollar to its allies and major capitalist economy. Because there's a discussion in the 50s that whether it lead the West German to pay for U.S. military base, and then the U.S. say that it is a bad idea because it looked like an occupation. So U.S. is going to pay all the thing in all this U.S. military base. And then it was in the late 1940s and early 1950s. But then after a while in the late 1950s, there's a problem. I talk about the trade deficit, that it created trade deficit between U.S. and West Germany, and then the West Germans seeing this, a big part of the U.S. Trade deficit is that U.S. payment in the U.S. military base in West Germany. The same story with the U.S. military base in Japan and South Korea and other part of the world, but West Germany at the time is the most serious. And then the West Germans start to move away the dollar because they see this trade deficit, and they start to cash in the dollar for gold. Because of the Bretton Woods Agreement that U.S. has to do it. But then there's a talk about U.S. dollar crisis, and in the end, in the late Eisenhower and then the JFK, actually this is some of the declassified memo that JFK sent to West German government and the leader. And during the election, Donald Trump said that if Europeans didn't pay up, that we just let Russians do whatever the hell that they want. You need to pay up. Then people were, wow, outraged. So it's destroying the post-war international order. You look at this declassified memo that JFK exactly saying the same thing to the West German. That the difference is that JFK is at the height of the Berlin crisis, 1959, 1960. In the beginning, in the open, that JFK said, "Oh, defending the free, well, we're all together. You have my back." But in the secret memo, they said, "Screw you! That you are cashing in for gold." And then our Congress, we have a lot of friends who think that actually it doesn't matter whether the whole Europe become communist. So if you continue to do this, we just leave, and then you deal with the Soviet Union itself. And so exactly the same thing, that if you pay up, they don't pay up, US just left. And then so that they are squeezing West Germany and saying that if you don't want us to leave, then buy America. So that they add an offset agreement in the security pact with West Germany. So we have military base, we pay for the military base, pump US dollar into the economy. At the same time, West German government buy only US weapon, not French weapon, not British weapon, only US weapon. And then also invest the dollar into US Treasury bonds and buy US jeeps and buy Caterpillar and buy everything US, so to offset the money that US spend. So on surface, it's the US is very generous and is paying all the European people. And in secret, they have this agreement that US Germany has to buy military and non-military hardware. And most important, West German government promised not to trade in the dollar for gold again. So it's just like you're facing a bank run. Then people start to take out their deposit, and then you put a number of guards with guns in front of the bank. You don't take out your deposit. It's happening in China right now. They just forbid people from taking out their money. So it's exactly that JFK is saying that if you continue to cash out the dollar for gold, that we leave. That then you become communist. I don't care. So then West Germany comply. And then this offset agreement has become very important because you look at the security agreement between Japan and US and South Korea, and they always have this offset agreement. That in the main body of the text of the security agreement is all US very generous, paying everything, supplying our troops and buying things for logistics. But the offset agreement is always how the local government do to offset, to compensate the money that U.S. spend on the military base. So it is become a template. So it's very important, and there's a lot of other cases. So it is actually the U.S. dollar solved the crisis, and it continued to solve the crisis when it ran into trade deficit with Japan, with other countries, major economy that is using this kind of a military base and also offset agreement as a kind of thing. And then the other moment of U.S. dollar crisis is the end of the gold standard in 1971, in the early 1970s. And then because after U.S. dollar become a piece of paper without gold, and then actually many people have a run on the dollar and then start to use the Swiss franc and move into yen and move into British pound sterling. And then actually Saudi Arabia and pre-revolutionary Iran actually talk about starting to export oil and settle oil in other currencies, in currencies other than German marks, the British sterling and Swiss franc and all other kind of basket of currency. So because in the 50s and 60s, another foundation of the dollar is that you not only need to buy U.S. weapon in dollar, but you also need to buy oil only in dollar. With this Saudi Arabia and all oil exporters only receive dollar when they sell the oil. And then 71, 72, that Kissinger sent William Simon, who used to be a Wall Street bond trader, the banker, to go to Saudi Arabia to strike a secret agreement. We know that he went to Saudi Arabia because at that time the U.S. is under oil embargo. That is the Israel-Arab conflict, and then there's all the major oil producers having a technically in conflict with the U.S., in war with the U.S. because of the oil embargo. But Kissinger sent Williams to strike a deal with Saudi Arabia and the press that U.S. would have a bottomless security support of the Saudi regime and then sell all the advanced weapons to the Saudi Arabia in the condition that Saudi Arabia never export their oil in other currency. So they only will continue to export oil in dollar, so make sure that the whole world, and the same to pre-revolutionary Iran. And all other major oil producers. So Saudi Arabia is the biggest, they have the veto power, de facto veto power in the OPEC and things like that. So it makes sure that the OPEC is firmly in dollar with this security pact between the US and the Saudi Arabia. And then it is the rise of the petrodollar, and then the Saudi Arabia is awash with US dollar, and then invest this US dollar in US defense industry, interestingly, that there was a panic at the time that it seems like the Saudi Arabia and all these oil producers are recycling the dollar they earn from oil export to buy U.S. Military industries, factories, and then shopping mall and many other things. And also they pump a lot of the petrodollar into Eastern Europe, and particularly Poland, actually. So it is why when the debt crisis hit the communist regime in Poland, and it is contribute to the loosening of the grip of the society by the communist government. So it is the story of the petrodollar. It's all centered on this U.S. Saudi Arabia security pact. It continued because, like Saudi Arabia in the last few years, talk about toying the idea or talking about starting to export oil in renminbi, in yuan. They talk about the petro yuan, and then in Chinese media they talk about it. But at the same time, they will never do it. It is my prediction that that turned out to be right. That because it just is a bargaining chip to make the Biden administration in the panic, and then Biden sent Anthony Blinken to Saudi Arabia to negotiate to make sure that Saudi Arabia first don't use Huawei, second don't denominate their oil export in other currency other than the dollar, in exchange for the U.S. continuing to sales of advanced weapon system to Saudi Arabia. So Saudi Arabia, of course, used this weapon system against Yemen and all to defend its regime internally and externally. So this kind of security pact between Saudi Arabia and U.S. is still very important in making sure that you only buy oil in dollar. And then the third case is that the prospect of the petro-euro in the 1990s. So when the France and Germany thinking about creating a new currency, so the idea is that try to lure Saddam Hussein. At that time, after the first Iraq war, it was under U.S. sanction. The deal is that France and Germany helped Saddam Hussein get off the sanction and let the Iraqi oil flow again. And then Saddam Hussein openly said that if we manage to get our oil export into the world market again, we will denominate our oil export in euro rather than the dollar. So it is the key thing that actually the European think that euro has a chance to really unlock the hegemonic status of the dollar. If the whole world can now buy oil with euro instead of the dollar, it plunges a big hole because according to estimation that Iraq has the large oil reserve next to Saudi Arabia. But in the end, that you know what happened. Conspiracy theory, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I'm a big fan of unintended consequence at the very least. That is the Iraq War, the second Iraq War. Some people think that it is about make sure that this petro-euro didn't happen by toppling Saddam Hussein. But I don't think that is a conscious kind of planning. But the consequence is that like after the Iraq War, that Iraq got into chaos, and then the Chinese oil company control many, actually run many of the oil field in Iraq. But it's not the important thing that U.S. concerned whether the oil field in Iraq is run by Chinese oil company or not. The most important thing is that they are selling the oil in what currency. So in the end, that the Iraq is exporting all the oil in the U.S. dollar still. And then with all this oil, U.S. dollar proceed in the New York Federal Reserve in New York. And you look at the data that Iraq is actually a big holder of U.S. Treasury bonds because they use the oil proceeds to invest in U.S. Treasuries, bigger than many key U.S. allies in Europe and in one of the biggest in the oil-producing countries in the Middle East. So it is the unintended consequence that the petro-euro never happened. Now, of course, Iran, under sanction, they still need to buy stuff in U.S. dollar. So in the Biden administration, they investigate how the hell Iran get a hold of the U.S. dollar to buy stuff from around the world. Actually, it is Iraq that they use a lot of oil proceeds in the dollar, slick it into Iran, and then Iran get a hold of the dollar and then to buy stuff in U.S. dollar. And then Biden fired U.S. Treasury, Janet Yellen to Iraq and warned them. Make sure that your bank don't sneak U.S. dollar to Iran. Otherwise, we will freeze your asset in New York because all the reserve the exchange reserve of Iraq are in New York. So it is still this kind of a war security and the currency is tied, linked together all the way to Iraq war. And then, so it is a case study. And yes, and then to verify my conclusion from this case study about this tight connection between U.S. security umbrella and the use of the dollar, I construct an index of all countries in the world military dependence on, so it is an index on military dependence on the U.S. Based on two databases. One is the U.S. military database around the world because the Pentagon published this kind of a structure of base report. They tell you how much money and how many soldiers there are in different military bases around the world. We have a kind of a global map of the size of U.S. military base. And also there's arms sales data. The Stockholm Institute of Peace Study Research, I forgot the full name of it. They have this keep track on all these kind of arms sales data. There's a matrix of who's selling arms in what amount to what countries. So I have this database. So I use these two data set to construct an index to look at how much different countries are dependent on U.S. militarily in security. And also I construct an index of, not index, but a measurement that U.S. Treasury published foreign holding of U.S. securities, including private and public bonds, stocks, and all things. And you have a map of how much U.S. assets, financial assets that different countries, both government and private individual in that countries holds. And then you compare the two index. It is highly correlated. Of kind of just easier way to understand, to put together, to show the data is that I'm trying to show, yeah, this one. So the by 1994, so is the top 20 countries most dependent on the U.S. for security, according to my military dependence index. So it's the usual suspect: Germany, Japan, Korea, Egypt, Turkey. So they either have a huge U.S. military base, or they buy a lot of weapons from the U.S. And then the ranked top 20 countries holding most U.S. securities outside of U.S. Of course, that U.S. is the country that holds most U.S. securities because of this domestic investment. But then the index is about entities and individuals and countries outside of U.S. that hold U.S. assets, U.S. dollar denominated securities assets. So, so the top 20. Also, the shaded one are the top 20 holder of U.S. assets. That is also among the top 20 military more independent countries on the U.S. So you have these kind of military dependent countries that hold a lot of U.S. assets. The others, Switzerland, Singapore, Belgium, Bermuda, Hong Kong, they are mostly actually offshore financial centers. And then France, of course, is part of the U.S. alliance, though it didn't buy, it has its own weapon industry. It don't have much U.S. military base, but still in the U.S. military alliance. And China, you already see that Bahamas is also an offshore financial center. And China is the only one, actually, among the top 20 that is a lot of offshore financial center. Don't rely on U.S. militarily, and it's the oddball. So and then you will see that China is rising up in the league. So this kind of a tight relation between U.S. security umbrella and the use of U.S. dollar all the way up to 2000 actually show that actually the foundation of U.S. dollar is actually this military power. Again, that in academia in the U.S., you talk to the fact that that U.S. dollar is based on U.S. military power, and the world dependent on the U.S. and think that then U.S. dollar is over because the whole world hate U.S. weapon and U.S. military base. But again, in the parallel universe of reality, that actually people will do whatever they can to make sure that they have the U.S. security support. So that they can save on their own defense and they feel safe and as a deterrence of their enemy in their own region and so on and so forth. So I'm going to skip the next few slides because talking about this kind of the world complaining about the US dollar hegemony is that one key thing that Charles Kindleberger is supporting the US dollar hegemony as a world currency, but he's arguing against Keynes, John Maynard Keynes. In the Bretton Woods, that the Bretton Woods adopt everything Keynes proposed except the currency, world currency proposal, because Keynes is against using a single national currency as a world currency, because he thinks that whoever issuing the world currency, the national government, that is the U.S. in the end, will have a huge trouble balancing domestic social, economic, political interests and the world social, economic, political interests. So in the end, you have a currency, the supply of which, the interest rate of which is determined by U.S. domestic politics. But then the whole world is going to bear the burden of it. So this, all the complaint about that U.S. dollar, how much they print the dollar is determined by the domestic politics and so on and so forth. And then the world is going to bear the consequence for better or for worse. So it is all this constant talk about going back to the original Keynes proposal of world currency, of a basket of currency. So it is the origin of the IMF special drawing rights that I don't have time to detail what it is, but it is basically the Keynes idea. But Charles Kindleberger argued against it, saying that you cannot have a kind of basket of currency that is stable because of the nature of international system. You cannot get any two countries totally agree with one another, even Canada and US, now we know. that. And then, so having 4 or 5 countries to collectively run a currency or a basket of currency of a accounting unit, it is very unstable. So you need to have one single national currency to become the world currency. So, but the contradiction continue, and after the global financial crisis, that I'm going to skip the next couple of slides, that of course that China is the key advocate of going to a kind of basket of currency, the IMF SDR, and pushing the renminbi into this SDR basket, and the de-dollarization. And then today they talk about the BRICS currency and all these kind of talks. It's all about that we want to get rid of the dollar because the idea is that if you get rid of the dollar, that the U.S. will be stripped of because this military and the U.S. dollar hegemony thing is like mutually constitutive. Without the U.S. dollar hegemony, the U.S. is impossible for the U.S. to maintain a war machine as big as we see it because it's create a huge deficit. And then the fact that U.S. can limitedly print money and then raise capital in its own currency from around the world to plug the whole of its budget is given by the U.S. dollar hegemony. So without the U.S. dollar hegemony, U.S. military has to downsize significantly. So it is the calculation of China that if we can manage to get rid of the U.S. dollar hegemony when the world shifts away from the dollar, and then U.S. military will be significantly downsized, and then U.S. will not have a capacity to mess around in our region, which is Asia. So the whole Asia will become a Chinese lake, the whole Pacific. So it is the calculation. So it is why this dollar hegemony is very important in the calculation of China for financial and also for geopolitical reason to make sure that the whole world can move away from the dollar. So they keep talking and talk, but at the same time, because of the particular domestic political economy of China, that the financial liberalization is always off the agenda in China because the Communist Party want to have a tight control of the financial system so they can single-handedly control the flow of credit. So they have to make sure that the U.S. the renminbi is not freely convertible. Otherwise, there will be uncontrollable capital flight. People will get the money out, but most people will get the money out. So because of the nature of the Communist Party regime, they cannot create a totally convertible and liberalized financial system. And you can see that when you have Alibaba create this kind of online payment system and finance and all this stuff, and in the 2010s, it seems like that China is creating a payment system. It can use renminbi across the world. And then when a private capital, like Jack Ma, they create this kind of payment system that can actually subvert the CCP control of the financial system and the flow of money in and out of the country, they get panic, and in the end they shut down and finance. Nobody talk about it anymore. So it is the nature of the Communist Party and then the CCP the calculation is that it's okay that we close the financial system, but then we keep an open offshore financial system in Hong Kong to have a freely convertible offshore renminbi so people can use. But in the end, that it created dynamic. My other line of research about the financial origin of the Beijing-Hong Kong conflict that end up in the national security law, and then now they're closing it down too, because of the fear of free-flowing money. So it is built into the bones of the CCP regime. So again, that the CCP can always fantasize that because the US dollar is so hated, so even though our currency is not freely convertible, people will still use it. And then the testing case is Russia, actually, after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But it's not happening. I'm going to tell you some evidence. I'm skipped to the what happened after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So let's talk about this weaponization of the dollar, and then the prediction in the mainstream economies and in the U.S. is that this weaponization of dollar is to force U.S. enemy from Iran to Russia to use our enemy currency, even though renminbi is not freely convertible. They have no choice. But in the end, yeah, they are partly right that Russia is now denominating its most export gas and oil to China in renminbi. So Russia is getting another renminbi. And theoretically, they are using this renminbi to support the war effort. But then you look at these Russian sources. that with the help of AI translation, I can read Russian now. So this Russian Central Bank report published in 2023, and then the latest one published in 2024, the upcoming one in March 2025. I'm sure that they are saying the same as the last 2 years. They are complaining that the renminbi is useless because that is the and then it is this picture of this US dollar bill is interesting because when Putin raided the Wagner group in St. Petersburg, they confiscate all the thing and after Putin fall apart with what they raid the headquarters in St. Petersburg of the Wagner group, they find all this US dollar there, meaning that they are paying the soldiers, mercenaries in dollar. That you don't see any renminbi. So the soldier fight for them only if they pay in dollar, low renminbi, because there's no use in renminbi. You cannot, because it's not freely convertible. The only thing you can do is to bring the renminbi next time you travel to Beijing and buy some good food and stuff. But other than that, you can't buy stuff in India. You cannot buy stuff in anywhere else in the world. And it's interestingly, this guy, who is not Mr. Bean, but he's the deputy director of the Russian Central Bank, and and then he's saying that because the renminbi is not convertible, that actually the China is not allowing us to even accumulate the renminbi outside of China. So when we sell stuff to China, we receive renminbi. They not literally receive renminbi. It become a account statement in the Bank of China in Beijing. So, so you sell me all the gas. Now you have this amount of renminbi in our bank in China now. If you want to use it, ask us. So you can so every time you buy anything, you can ask the Chinese in China to do the payment. So it's why the U.S. is very angry. They know that the Chinese banking system is like helping the Russian to settle payment, like with all other seller of supplies to support the Russian war effort. Even though China may not be directly selling stuff to China, but like the Iranian is selling drones to China, they have all this multi-layered transnational network to settle in all the way trace back to the banks in China. And so it is like this Russian is very unhappy of renminbi exactly because of the inconvertibility thing. And in this central bank report, they say that actually in the end, we need to find a way to exchange our renminbi into dollar before it can be used. And then, of course, Hong Kong is another thing that U.S. is taking a sign of for Russian to get the hand of U.S. dollar with the renminbi. So it is the end of the story that is here. That the last graph I want to show is that yes. So it is the close correlation between U.S. security umbrella and the world holding of U.S. asset, but this kind of a correlation is weakening with the coming into the picture of China, because again, that China is holding a lot of U.S. dollar asset, but yet is the first major capitalist power in world history that is outside, even antagonistic with the U.S. security umbrella. So theoretically, it will spell the end of the dollar. That if renminbi is freely convertible, that at least many U.S. Enemies like Russia and Iran will embrace the renminbi in full force, and many China labor from Myanmar to Cambodia to all other places might. But then it is like this Chinese Communist Party system that they can no way accept a freely convertible dollar, the renminbi, that actually is preventing this eventuality to happen. So I always say that is irony, is that the U.S. government, if you wish for the fall of the Communist Party regime in China, be careful for what you wish for, because you can imagine when China liberalized the financial system, just like Taiwan and South Korea liberalized the financial system, the original fear is that after you liberalize the financial system, Wall Street will take over. But it never happened to Taiwan, never happened to South Korea. That actually still local domestic banks still have a big player and dominating role. And then, but the currency is freely convertible. And then what happened now is that people really want to avoid the dollar. And then when they avoid the dollar, they actually, you can look at one of the earlier graph I showed that the use of the US dollar is falling. But then when they are falling, they are not shifting to renminbi. What they are shifting to, what the central bank community is talking about, is unconventional reserve currency. You guess what it is? It is Korean won and Australian dollar. So it is currency that has freely convertible, free financial system, but have a sound macroeconomic situation and balanced budget, trade surplus, and so on and so forth. But then freely convertible, and also in the U.S. security umbrella, but not the U.S. So it is what happened, that people shifting to Korean won, even though the economy is much smaller. You can imagine if China become a democracy tomorrow, and then its financial system become open, that people have huge incentive to actually shift to the renminbi. But what is the single most important factor preventing it from happening is the Communist Party itself. So I always pray that the Communist Party will continue to close the system. And it's interesting because a lot of US dollar holding is that is the holder of US dollar asset in the country, depending on US military, the black bar is falling. China is actually expanding in the kind of grayish bar in the middle, but it fall again. And then the biggest expanding one is the offshore financial market. And then you look at the offshore financial market based on this leaked, like Panama paper and all this, that actually there's a database. You look at the address of this account holder in the offshore financial market. China and Hong Kong, the address show up most frequently in this. So a lot of this kind of holder of US dollar asset in this offshore financial market, Cayman Islands, they are actually holding the asset for companies and individuals who originate from China. So in the end, so it is this free-flowing money that, again, that if you can imagine that renminbi suddenly become freely convertible, that they can shift to renminbi very soon, because they are in this offshore financial market, they are free-flowing. Again, that this flow of the data is possible now because we have a competing capitalist power that is outside of U.S. Security umbrella. We haven't ever seen anything like that with West Germany, Europe. Haven't seen anything like this with Japan because they are all in the U.S. security umbrella. China is the first one that is outside U.S. security umbrella. But again, that it is the CCP that is preventing this shift from happening. But then in the end, that if this happened, what happened is not the end of the U.S. dollar hegemony. If China change its system and liberalize its financial system, it will be going back to something like the early 20th century, that we see this currency block, competing currency block. I'm just giving side. There's a pound sterling area is the Commonwealth and the British Empire, basically, in the early 20th century. And then you have the Reichsmark block that Germany tried to build in Central Europe and Southern Europe. And then you have the French, the yen block, of course, and then the US dollar block in the Western Hemisphere. That in the early 20th century, Latin America was de-dollarizing. So it's all about this spheres of influence backed by military power. It turned into this kind of a currency block. So even if renminbi became alternative currency, more people use it, more countries use it, it will be used mostly by China closest allies, and it will be more like all country that is controlled directly or indirectly controlled by China, just like the spheres of influence of Japan in the war period. And then in the end, it will lead to currency competition and even war, that there's a literature about this kind of financial monetary origins of the Second World War in Europe, because the Reichsmark bloc competing with the British pound sterling, and then the Czechoslovakia and the Southern European countries, they want to be got into the Reichsmark bloc from the design of the Third Reich from Nazi Germany, but at the same time, they don't quite trust the Reichsmark, because the Reichsmark at the time has some similar problem with the renminbi nowadays, it's unconvertible. So they secretly use the US dollar and mostly British pound sterling. And then so the Germany find that they cannot control the resource in Czechoslovakia with this Reichsmark bloc, and then they just invade them and take them. And so it is the origin of the economic origins of the Second War. So this currency competition can lead to war in the end. So a lot yet there. We are still in the dollar hegemony thanks to the Communist Party regime and its reluctance to liberalize the financial system. Otherwise, we will be in a messier situation. So let me end here. I look forward to your comment and question. But thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. I think we all agree Professor Kong's talk is really relevant to our workshop and to today's world. Trump just talked about, what's that? Reciprocity last night, right?
Yes.
And America first, dollar first. And
yes, and his truth social, it is very important. And nobody noticed that I have a beautiful talk with Putin and his usual language. And then among the other things that he talked about, it was the dollar.
Yeah.
So he's talking about the Putin, how to protect the dollar. So ending the war is part of it.
Did you tell him or?
Maybe he read my Facebook post or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, let's take questions. And Paul and Diana and okay, go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Hofong. Brilliant. I'm not sure how it connects to our workshop, since our core topic is war, not the military power by itself. So maybe we can discuss later about that. Yeah, but I think you raise many important issues, like for example the dependency of the military to U.S. weaponization of dollar. That's of course it's directly connected to what we care about.
Yes.
I will talk this afternoon about the U.S.-Japan alliance. So, I have two. I would like you to add two footnotes to two slides. The first one is slide number 12.
Keeping track of the page number of the PowerPoint.
That's the slide number 12. Yeah. Can you find it?
Yeah.
It's. Or we can start with 21. Yeah, let's go 21 first. It's the future of the dollar hegemony.
Yeah. This one?
The title is Future of Dollar Hegemony. Just 4 slides above the last slide. Yeah? Back.
Further back?
You made 2 graphs. Yeah, this one.
Yes. Okay.
Can you comment? So you mentioned about China. How about Taiwan? I'm so impressed by Taiwan's share. Who are all those bastards that take Taiwan's resources to those fucking hell of offshore financial accounts?
Yeah.
I'm curious. That's one question. But maybe you can start with that one.
Yeah, 2 questions. First is this like war and military. That actually war is the actual fighting. The actual happening of war is important, but also the preparation and the expectation of prospect of war is also important. Sometimes war is important because it created like an expectation of a prospect of war that make the U.S. dollar hegemony and the U.S. security umbrella so important. If there's so this Korean War is very important. That actual fighting and then people act because after the Yalta Agreement and after the Second World War, that the original imagination is that Soviet Union and U.S. has a deal about its fixed border. It won't expand, so it's stable. And if everybody expects that, if everybody expects stable, they won't be so desperate to want the U.S. security umbrella. But then the Korean War changed the equation because actually the communist bloc actually can use active military invasion to expand its border. So its border can change. So it changed the consideration. And then so people in West Germany, for example, that they really, after the Korean War, that they really know that there's a real prospect of like actually Russian tanks crossing the border. Because before that, people think that there's agreement that the border is set and there's no change, lot of big weeks of change. But then so the war is important in terms of changing people expectation of war, and it is this expectation of war that make them dependent, stressful on U.S. Security umbrella. And also war is very important for U.S. security umbrella because you look at the data that everybody's buying U.S. weapon. The second next is like Russia and other, and then one reason why U.S. trusts the U.S. weapon, people are talking about China weapon, but actually it's a small scale thing like AK-47, that types, not the biggies, and because you need to constantly or intermittently fight war to show that your weapon works. It is very important that the U.S. weapon, because now everybody is trying to get a hand of the Iron Dome because Israel, a lot of the technology and the pattern is U.S. and it is really effective in defending a country from missile.
The problem is that the U.S. don't win the war.
It is the problem. That is the point that the U.S. didn't need to win war. Actually, that's just to show that this kind of weapon works. And then, so it's like an arm exhibition. You can see it like that. It's a cynical way. It's all war. Of course, winning is best. But if you don't win it, you showcase all you have in action, and the world can see it. A lot like in the military exercise with this colored smoke and things like that. You don't really trust, and you don't have an incentive to buy China missile by looking at the parade in National Day or PRC when they drag the missile in front of Tiananmen. You don't know whether it is water inside or cotton ball. In the end, it is water. As Xi Jinping said, the defense minister, allegedly, that is a corruption, that they don't fill it in oil, but it's still in water. So you don't know that you need to have a war machine that. So it's why Russian is second. Russian is the other state, even though didn't fight war as much as the U.S. It's also a kind of a country that constantly fighting this regional war in Syria, in Georgia, in Chechnya, and then so. Yeah, and they win. And yes, more or less. But then the weapon work thing, and then so it's why the first Iraq war is very important. That it is a big boost to the microchips. That the first Iraq war is that people think that actually there's a smart missile that can adjust in real time the cost and then to have a precision strike and then show the power of the microchips, and then everybody realize there's a microchips, and then so it is very important. So you need to prevent war. You have deterrence, but your deterrence is not a deterrence unless everyone is involved. You show what you have. The Taiwan is in the league of U.S. and United Kingdom, I believe, because this data they didn't have more details except the name of the account holder and then the address of the account holder, and then originally I would expect some of them have a pinyin name, even though the address in Taiwan, but it's not the case. It's like Taiwan womanization of names, and then it is not that surprising because compared to U.S. is also big, Taiwan and UK, so they just evade tax basically. So this is why a lot of U.S. millionaires have offshore account in there, so they just evade tax, and like it's why Apple is incorporated in Ireland because for tax purpose that they don't want to incorporate in the U.S. to pay a lot of tax. And so it's different from Hong Kong and China. Of course, they also evade tax, but also there's a capital flight element. And you can see that like Alibaba and Tencent, they're all incorporated in Cayman Islands, so they all show up here. When the Xi Jinping start to crack down on corruption, you see a spike in FDI from China to Cayman Island when Xi Jinping cracked down on corruption. So definitely this FDI is not Chinese manufacturer trying to build factories by the beach in Cayman Islands. They are just capital flight. Yeah. Okay.
The question was about South Korea, but maybe
yeah.
See that later.
Yeah.
Yeah. Diana.
Hello, I'm Diana Januszauskienė, Institute of Sociology from Vilnius, Lithuania. So since I'm coming from a country which national currency is euro, so I wonder what is the role of European currency, euro, in all this picture?
Yes.
You haven't mentioned it. You talked about even Russian or Chinese money. So, but why it is lacking in your picture? Is it?
I have a lot. I have a big chapter on euro actually. That the convention again, why the economy is not that partly like Paul Krugman and many other economists talk about euro. And why euro was in crisis more than the US dollar after global financial crisis is because the institutional decide for it, because there's a low really European central bank that is as powerful as the Federal Reserve that actually. So the theory of the economists and even many political scientists is that the euro issue is there is not a single government. It doesn't have the power. That, for example, in Federal Reserve system, in the US Treasury system, when Florida was in financial trouble, they can do this kind of interstate redistribution to pump up the economy, which is like Spain underwent after the global financial crisis. But because there's low centralized fiscal institution to do this redistribution to pump up the economy, so let this kind of a down economy drag on, so it drag on the euro altogether. So it is this kind of decentralization is a problem. So it is the many political scientists, political economists, and economists' explanation of it. But it is not the full answer to the weakness of euro in comparison to the dollar. It is the source of weakness, but it is not the ultimate weakness, because actually, when the euro first started, there's a huge appetite and talk about turning Europe into the United States of Europe, centralized. So centralized. So they have the referendum of the European Constitution. So there's really an expectation that the U.S. hegemony is over, let Europe get together to become a more centralized entity. So it didn't work out, not only because of the internal cleavages and difference among European countries, but also you can have a counterfactual scenario that because when Euro first started, that they all bet on Iraq very much, that the rise of the petro-euro. If that deal came through, that you can imagine the whole world outside you will start to use euro. There's a huge demand for euro, and so it will increase the appetite and the will and the resolution of the European leaders to pursue this centralization and turn Europe into United States of Europe, turn the European Central Bank more like a Federal Reserve, and then create a more centralized fiscal system. But then the petro-euro deal didn't happen because of the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and then there's really huge appetite for euro outside of Europe, so that it is a feedback loop that it create. So people will see the problem, internal division of Europe, outweigh the advantage of having a centralized currency, so far as this kind of use of euro is not taking off as expected originally. So it is ultimately this, because also the story or the lesson of the Iraq War is also like that. Europe lacked a kind of global military umbrella that can make countries outside of Europe to use the currency. So just like when the British pound sterling stand when it have the empire, so you can make sure that British India use the British pound sterling to do settlement and things like that. But after they lost the empire, they lost the capability to use political and military and power to make other countries to use the currency. Not like the U.S. U.S. can still have this capability. So it is in the end, it is the military and security umbrellas and the dependence. And after the fall of the British Empire, only the entity or economy that support the British pound sterling is British Hong Kong. So it's the last colony. That all the other, even country in the Commonwealth, is not directly controlled by Britain. They shift away from British pound sterling. Canada and Australia and all the other Commonwealth countries.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's take 3 questions in a row. Dimitri. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Dmitry Mamayev, Institute of Sociology, Lithuania.
Yeah.
So I have a short comment and question, maybe comment more from a Ukrainian perspective. You know, when US is the biggest supplier of the military assistance to Ukraine at this point, but whenever US allocates the billions for the military assistance to Ukraine, it goes to the weapon industry in US, vast majority of those money, and Ukraine gets just the ultimate outcome already as a weapon. So just how it works in the Ukrainian case.
Yeah.
And my question is actually also related to the future of the dollar hegemony.
Yeah.
How do you think the cryptocurrencies and basically more and more digitalization of the commerce also may impact on the future of the dollar?
Yeah,
okay, hold on.
Thank you. Yeah.
One more question? Anyone? Okay, go ahead. And later. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm Charles from the National Tsinghua University, and I appreciate very much Professor Kong of your presentation that connecting power to money. I appreciate that very much. Just a very fast fact check in your presentation about the rise of petrodollar. According to my understanding, that when the United States and Saudi Arabia they have an agreement in the 1970s about the use of the U.S. dollar that Saudi Arabia earned from selling oil. According to my memory, the agreement says that the Arabian agree to reinvest its earning into the U.S. bound market,
Yes.
but not to constrain the Saudi Arabian to sell their oil in U.S. dollar. I mean that according to my understanding, that the agreement shows that the U.S. is using more sophisticated way to persuade the Saudi Arabia to use U.S. dollar in the selling of its oil product, you know,
Yes.
in more indirect way. I want to check with you if my understanding is right. Yes, just a fact check. And I don't think it will challenge your argument. Thank you very much.
Good. Yeah, the Ukraine issue is very interesting. That of course that right now when the war is still ongoing, or from the Biden administration, a lot of military assistance. I don't think that they right away will expect Ukraine to pay. For example, that when Elon Musk in the beginning sent this Starlink to Ukraine, it is for Ukraine is for free, but actually for Elon Musk it is not philanthropy, and we already know that USAID pay for their Starlinks, and so it's the U.S. government buy the Starlink and then give it to Ukraine. So it's not immediate financial return, but then what actually I'm sure that everybody is thinking about it. But then it's not yet discussed openly, is that the contract for post-war reconstruction. It is a big piece, and China is having it in mind. So it's like China is like playing nice and supplying all weapons to Russia to make sure that Russia can continue to fight, and then now China is like, maybe we will stop supplying the weapons. So then suddenly by not doing things that let the bad thing happen, it suddenly become a peacemaker, or portray itself as a peacemaker. And then so then this like posturing is interesting because it's not only for international image, but also for the legitimate claim to have this post-war reconstruction. It's a big thing. It's just like the Marshall Plan after the Second World War, that U.S. definitely didn't ask Europeans to pay for the U.S. soldiers fighting in Nazi in the middle of the war. But after the war, that they make sure that Europeans will buy all these Caterpillar jeeps and military and things like that. So it is the thing that they have in mind, definitely. And of course, the Trump thing allowed, and then talking about the critical minerals already, that this is interesting that something about. So it is how the Ukraine question will fit into this kind of financial monetary issues that I don't think that at least in the surface that Trump will portray U.S. as a kind of a huge sellout, because if U.S. is being blamed universally in Ukraine for selling out Ukraine, then this post-war reconstruction contract might go to Europeans instead of the U.S. So U.S. is still need to has a realistic and economic interest to portray itself as still kind of helping Ukraine and things like that, to make sure that this post-war reconstruction is at least, if it's not monopoly, at least it is has a big control over it. So it's a Ukraine question. And the petrodollar issue is actually that you're both yes and right, because in the 1970s there's an open visit of Williams to Saudi Arabia, but there's part of the agreement that is not disclosed at the time. And then a few years ago, there's a big investigative report in Bloomberg. I can point you to that actually after just a few years ago, they declassified the actual agreement that the U.S. dollar is part of it. And also after the agreement, there's an explicit discussion in the OPEC about diversifying the currency of transaction of invoicing the oil, and then Saudi Arabia keep vetoing it. So it is the U.S. dollar is the key thing, and investing in the U.S. Treasury bonds, as you said, and U.S. industries and all other things, and it's very important. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Xiuhua, and who else? Anyone else? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Thanks very much for the really nice talk. I see. Sorry. I have a really quick question about so what's going on now about Trump.
Yeah.
So American interest first, right? But then you so much about this dollar have to be about international, this political economy. So how is it going on about this one? And then another quick question also about China. So it is about the Chinese communist preventing the power of renminbi. And so I wonder, in your study, have you seen anything about how the debates or what kind of, however, inside China about what's going on, trying to mix politics and then the international power? Thanks.
Talking about Trump, that remind another question I missed, that's about crypto. That Trump is a big fan of crypto, and after he got elected, crypto go up, but then there's a huge the internal contradiction by the whole idea of crypto. That I don't think it will become a viable currency, and it is a kind of a ultimate gambling vehicle that you gamble on it, but then you don't use it, because the whole idea origination of the crypto is that you need to solve the problem in the electronic transaction of basically the whole origin of the crypto is that you try to replicate the economy, that you don't have a paper trail in the cash economy. But then in the electronic transition, that everybody can track what you buy and who you deal with, and then so you have this kind of a very risky disclosure of your identity if you are doing some shady business or you want to evade tax and things like that. So it is why so much of the informal economy is still in cash. But then when cash economy become less and less viable and everybody moves to electronic, you want to have the convenience of electronic transaction, but continue to have the anonymous feature of a cash economy. So it is how crypto is originated. The problem of crypto is that actually it's not exactly anonymous. That you look at that they can have fine way to triangulate the transaction to find you in all this crypto transaction. Crypto has been viable because the government, one condition is that most major governments don't think that it is a big deal, and then didn't think seriously to actually regulate it, particularly the crypto exchange, because crypto you cannot, few things you can do with crypto. You cannot pay tax with your crypto, you cannot buy real estate with crypto, you need to change the crypto into some currency in the end. Yeah. You can buy Tesla. It's a lot. Then the problem is that this transaction, even if you buy a Tesla, you can get into the transaction record of Tesla. You know that you buy it, and so it's still not like cash economy. You can change hand of the cash without any trace. But crypto, you change hand. Because it's electronic, there's still a way to find it. So there's a lot of cases that FBI and actually keep track of all this transaction and drug dealers and human traffickers and things like that. So crypto really don't solve the problem. So theoretically, if they really can solve the problem, it become kind of anonymous, and it can become a kind of all these anti-state people were using crypto as a reserve currency and transaction. But because they haven't yet actually really solved the problem, if the authority look hard, actually they can still find you. So it is still not replaceable. So it didn't have the advantage of cash, and then all the money that like the Wagner Group paying in US dollar cash. You can't do that. And when countries start to regulate, it is a problem. And also China, Russia, and North Korea has a double kind of two mind on crypto. On the one hand, they all actually at some point talk about they support crypto as a kind of a thing that can subvert the US dollar, but at the same time, like in the case of China, that actually many people are using crypto as a kind of a capital flight vehicle that Xi Jinping worry about, and so in the end they shut it down. So it is the issue, and so it is. That we'll see what Trump administration could do about crypto. I'm not sure. And then in general, that it is still a kind of a moving target. We're talking about Trump implication to all that. But my optimistic self saying that Trump is like talk big, and when then he actually act, it is still radical, but less radical than you think. For example, when they slash the federal government, they are talking about USAID first, and it's very loud they talk about, but USAID is like 0.4% of the federal budget. And I will be so about his seriousness, it really cut the Pentagon. But we'll see. That it might still happen, but so far it is conventional. Like this is talk about like letting Europe pay up, unless if you don't pay up, we just leave. But then it is actually the same thing as I said, that U.S. government saying in secret, even though they are idealistic. This like idealism is on the surface, human rights and international order, rule-based. But in the deep in their heart, they are all Trumpists. That for decades, they're just like need to put a kind of a mask of being idealistic, talking about human rights and all stuff. This is my cynical stuff. And in the last question about internal discussion about China, then actually people believe that the RMB has a future because at that time there's a serious discussion about liberalizing the financial market, and then China saying that we are on the way to liberalize, and then IMF is saying that. So is why IMF include the renminbi into the SDR basket, because they are saying that they are on the way. You deal with the Chinese authority, you know that it is always like that. They are not actually doing the thing. They are saying that they are going to do the thing, in exchange for actual thing that you deliver to them right away, with a promise that they are going to do something in the future. But in the end, after they get what they want, immediately that they will never do the thing that they say they are doing. It is the expectation in the 2000s and 2010s when there's actually serious discussion, and I think the CCP need the world to believe that they are serious about liberalization, that allow this discussion, allow Jack Ma to go back in this financial system and finance, and also this China people talking about renminbi financial liberalization. So there's really some liberal economists, that deep in their heart, they think that it is best for Chinese economy. That I believe so too. So there's a genuine discussion. So this general discussion is under condition that the CCP think that it is beneficial to allow this liberal to say whatever they want, so that this kind of a China hand in the US can pick that up, translate. You see, China is also really moving in that direction. But in the end, when they feel threatened and when they think that they no longer need it and things like that, they just shut it down. And then now you don't see a lot of discussion about financial liberalization these days. So once upon a time, there were lively discussion that make everybody in the world believe that China is really moving toward financial liberalization. But then the nature of the communist regime make sure that they don't risk that to let control of the financial system. So it is my bet, but maybe I'm wrong and maybe I'm right, but most of the time I'm right. But yeah.
Okay, we are running out of time, so this is our final round. Olga, anyone else? Okay, go ahead. And Ting Kang, anyone else? No, don't worry. Okay.
Thank you, dear Professor Ho-Lung, for your brilliant presentation. And thanks that you involved the political economic aspects in consideration of the war. I see it, these aspects, I see the backstand of the big drama of war and its outcomes. My question is, could you believe, or can you have enough arguments for believing in possible real successful impact of the strong economic actions like taxation from the side of the US and other countries, or other economic sanction to lead this long way of the war to the ending, to the end of Russia in this war?
I have two questions. The first one is, I can see the United States is now trying to reduce the size of the security umbrella. And do you think it will have an impact on the position of US dollars in the coming future? The second question is you talk about the importance of gun behind the hegemony of US dollars, but I doubt if there's more than that. For instance, I'm not so sure if the US system's openness, transparency, have anything to do with people's trust on the US dollars. And also, I think it's also very important that because the United States has a lot of connection with different countries, actually the United States itself doesn't want to see the collapse of the US dollars. And so many people know that. So people because of this, people all over the world will know that Washington would do whatever possible to maintain people's trust on the US dollars. Don't you think it's also important factors beside the factor of the gun?
Sanction doesn't work, and so don't do it, and things like that. Then the issue is that sanction and weaponization of the dollar is just like one moving part of the whole machine that you cannot I don't think you can end a war or end a regime just by sanction. But because sanction, we all very know that the Russians still can get all the supply and stuff like that, but then at much higher cost. That it get in the renminbi, and now they are taking up a lot of gold, and then is why the Hong Kong government suddenly talk about establishing an international gold market basically for the Russian to unload the gold for dollar, and so they can still get what they want in the end, but at much higher cost. So it is the whole sanction that sanction is always very difficult unless you're very laser focus on don't let them get access to the most advanced lithography machine for making advanced chips. So you have a very specific object that you can have a higher chance of actually successful. But if you already cut off the whole Russian war material supply, it is impossible. That the best thing that the sanction actually is doing is to increase the cost of they getting this. They still get a thing, but increase the cost. But only increasing the cost itself won't make Russia to back. You need to have military and all other kind of activities to make this facilitate the end goal, the lot itself. But I'm not a particular big fan of sanction, but I'm not the kind of the school saying that sanction is useless, that don't do it. That is not true. That Iran is actually very much weakened because of the sanction. That you cannot judge that. It is still there to say that the sanction doesn't work, and sanction can only work on the U.S. and Western allies. And the only thing that sanction significantly bring a regime change, or at least significantly facilitate the regime change in South Africa apartheid. But because it is on the allies of the Western world, so this sanction is actually some private or public sanction that actually works. But for the case of Russia and in Iran, it is contributing, but not decisive. And you have Trump talking about scaling back the security umbrella. So I would tend to see that in this end, it is more like JFK threatening to have the U.S. troops leaving Europe and let the communists take over. I don't care. So it is just a way to make sure that because they deep down in their heart, they believe that they will do whatever they want to make sure that U.S. is still there. So it is one important thing, assumption, that they don't have alternative. Even when countries building their like Australia and South Korea, and they have their own defense industry, that the defense industry, the key component parts, still U.S. patent. The technology is still the U.S. The more advanced, like the missile defense system, and it's mostly U.S. technology. So they know that they cannot do without it. So that Trump is talking about it, and to make sure that these people will buy more U.S. thing in the end, that they spend more U.S. dollar and make the U.S. dollar flow. And then this argument about this, beside the guns, it is the financial. they call the economists call it network externality. That so they have a lot of this term that on survey, I don't know what it is, but actually it's like so many people are doing it, so why don't we also do it? So it is this advantage of bandwagon. So many people are using the data, so it is huge networks of financial transaction network already using the data. So increase individuals' incentive to use the data because you have so many ways to do it, because it's a huge network there already. And also the depth and the transparency of the financial system is also the argument is saying that it's not political, it's not military, but it is all this the US financial system, Wall Street and things like that. So you can say right now about the confidence in US transparency and things like that, but a lot in 2008, 2009, people think that the whole US financial system is rotten. But I believe that the advanced financial system is one key thing that people still use the data, but is a necessary but not sufficient condition. You look at the London financial system in the 1940s, 1950s, that at the time when US rise, London still have a huge networks of financial, global network of finance, global finance, and they have a huge financial market, deep financial markets. But when they lost confidence in the British pound sterling, the whole networks actually shift to the US dollar, and then rise of the euro dollar market. That is the trading and transaction and saving and all these products denominated in US dollar in London. So actually, in fact, in the beginning of the rise of the US dollar hegemony, that US, because want to keep the pledge to the gold convertibility, it has foreign exchange control. So people using US dollar, spending US dollar, they are doing the trade settlement and all in London, including the Soviet Union. They're exporting the oil in US dollar and settle in bank account in London. So it is the global, the transparency, the advancement, the development of the financial system that they can shift to another currency very rapidly if they lost faith in the current currency. That actually, it looked like that is going to happen in 2010 of the global financial crisis. If you still remember that all this Wall Street bank is so enthusiastic to get into the renminbi business. And also the London banks as well, that they think that the offshore renminbi is the future if the dollar is over. So Hong Kong is the place that they're flocking into to get a slice of this offshore renminbi. And London talking about having kind of a financial food chain with the Hong Kong Stock Exchange market. Wall Street has this printing program to hire a princeling to get the connection so that they can get into this RMB saving and things like that. So it looked like after the global financial crisis that Wall Street is getting ready to translate the whole transparency and develop deep Wall Street financial market to serve RMB, just like what the London did to the US dollar in the 1950s. But in the end, they didn't do it because of the RMB is not really convertible and other factors. So in the end, it is yes, the advanced financial, transparent financial system in the US is one factor, but then you can't count on them because they are flexible. They can do whatever currency they want. That's not necessarily the US dollar.
Okay, great. We have learned a lot today, and let's thank Professor Kong again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your questions.
I think we might just get started. Good afternoon. No, we begin paper by paper because there are a number of authors. It's getting crowded. So it's your assignment as a director to expand our meeting room. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to our afternoon session. And before we start, it's Valentine's Day today, so happy Valentine's to everyone. Okay, speaking of American soft power, so we are part of the American influences here, all right? In this afternoon session, we will talk about we have three papers to deliver. Before this session, this morning and yesterday, we had examined war-related issues, whether they are social, political, or cultural issues. And we also look at U.S. hegemony as the nukes of the war, security, and monetary politics. All right. In this session, we will eye on the East Asia region, and I look at the three papers very quickly. I think China is the focal point of this afternoon's presentations. And also whether it's about Taiwan, it's about Japan or Korea. China, of course, is a very manifesto power, big neighbor, as our colleagues from Eastern Europe has mentioned. That's big neighbors. And also, United States is here as well. Their influences and power are very much felt every day. Okay, we will begin with the first paper. It's done by Guan Jia Chen and Jie Chen, our director. The paper is on Chinese public attitude toward the war, about the Russian and Ukraine war, and also the prospect of war, unification war with Taiwan. So Guan Jia will do the talk for most of the time. So please welcome Guan Jia. Mayor.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Guan Jia Ling from National Taiwan University, the Department of Sociology, and I'm the co-author of this research. And the other co-author is our professor, Dr. Chen. Yeah, sitting right there. Okay, so today I will be presenting on behalf of our team to share our findings on Chinese public attitudes toward the Russian-Ukrainian war and the potential conflicts in the Taiwan Strait. So let's get started. So in this study, our main research questions are as follows. Okay, so here. So how do Chinese citizens perceive war under a totalitarian regime? And how do Chinese citizens evaluate Russia's military aggression against Ukraine? And how do Chinese citizens feel the Chinese government's military threat to unify Taiwan by force? And what factors Chinese people's opinion on the use of might shape the Chinese public opinion on the use of military force in the Russo-Ukrainian war and the China-Taiwan conflict? So before we dive into these questions, we have to ask, why are these questions important? This is because the public opinion of Chinese people can reflect the efficacy of the Chinese ideological statecraft. Since the founding of the PRC, as a member of the Communist bloc, it has constructed revolutionary narratives for its citizens that oppose the ROC loyalists who later retreated to Taiwan and the so-called Western imperialism. And in recent years, as China's relations with Western democracy has significantly deteriorated, and coupled with US sanctions and even the potential conflict in Taiwan Strait, these revolutionary narratives has further evolved into an anti-Western nationalist ideological framework. This framework is used to mobilize the public in support of various countermeasures to the West taken by the Chinese Communist Party. In other words, this anti-Western ideological framework is crucial to the current governance of China's party state. So building on this discussion, we seek to ask, how does this framework shape people's perception of international conflict? And what factors could weaken or strengthen such a framework? So our data comes from an online survey we conducted by our team in China between late 2024 and early 2025. So the collected data was weighted based on China's population structure in terms of gender and age distribution. And finally, we got like 2,595 valid samples. Okay, so to explore the research question mentioned before, we select results from two key survey questions gauging people's attitudes on Russo-Ukrainian war and the cross-strait conflict as our dependent variables. The wording of these questions are,
do you support Russia using military force to attack Ukraine? And considering the current global situation and cross-strait relations, do you support reunifying Taiwan by force? So for independent variables, we included demographical and geographical factors such as income, educational attainment, and working sector, and household registration, and whether they are a CCP member, and the city, the type of region they are living in. And additionally, we further investigate how specific attitudes influence China's public's perception of war. So we incorporated several key indicators as follows. First one is the perception on China's economy situation and social situation. And following is the expectation of their own personal living situation in the next year. And the last one is the perception of how many Taiwanese public are supporting the unification. Okay, so this is our survey results. So in our survey results, we found that among our respondents, 52 of them support Russia's military attack on Ukraine. And 61% respondents support the use of force against Taiwan. This is quite high percentage compared to the other democracies in the world. So furthermore, we do the cross-tabulate to test the respondents' attitude toward these two questions with various demographic variables and calculate chi-square terms so that we can identify variables that may make difference on people's attitudes to these topics. Our findings reveal that certain groups shows a stronger inclination towards using force. Like, so we can see the chi-square, if there's a star there, it's significant. So basically, people who age 35 and above, and male respond, yes, it's more than the female do. Male and people with lower educational levels that up to only junior high schools, yeah. Additionally, residents who live in cities they register their household are more likely to support the use of force against Taiwan. And regarding the party membership, members of the Communist Party shows a significantly higher level of support for forceful unification compared to non-party members. In terms of geographical location, respondents living in third or fourth tier cities, that is a township that relatively have a backward development, so they are significantly more likely to support using force against Taiwan. In contrast, residents who reside in China's most developed Tier 1 cities are less likely to support the force of unification. So regarding the subject attitudes, we also found that generally those who subjectively believe that China's economic conditions are flourishing and China's society is fair and their own living condition will improve in the next year, those people tend to support, they tend to have a stronger inclination to militaristics. They both support Russia's invasion against Ukraine and use the force against Taiwan. Conversely, those who hold pessimistic views on these issues are less likely to support the war. So when we incorporated all the variables into the larger regression model, we can also find similar conclusions. Lower educational levels people are being male increase the likelihood of supporting Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And being a CCP member increase the likelihood of supporting the use of force against Taiwan. So regarding their occupations, being a business owner reduce the likelihood of supporting military unification of Taiwan. Regarding the household registration, being a registered local urban resident or a migrant rural worker increase the likelihood of supporting military unification of Taiwan. Regarding place of residence, living in third and fourth tier cities increase the likelihood of supporting military annexation of Taiwan. So this part is like subject attitude. So as we saw before, believing that their personal living situation will become worsen next year, or that Chinese economy is doing bad, reduce the likelihood of supporting military unification of Taiwan. However, believing that China's economy is doing good and might increase the likelihood of supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Furthermore, we examine the relationship between people's subjective perception on how many Taiwanese people endorse unification and support for the both Russian-Ukrainian war and use of force against Taiwan. So we can see the result here that those who believe that there are many people in Taiwan endorse unification are more likely to support unification of Taiwan by force. Additionally, there's a strong positive correlation between support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine and support for the use of force against Taiwan. So this basically means that those who support one war are also more likely to support the other. Yeah. So we further categorize respondents based on their preference on both of the questions, on their opinion about Russo-Ukrainian war and unification war against Taiwan. So we can identify 4 types of respondents. So we can see those who support both Russia's invasion against Ukraine and military unification over Taiwan are classified by our team as the hardline nationalists. We can see it's red one on the table. So, and those who oppose both wars are categorized as the moderate realists. So it's green one in the upper. Yeah. So in our data set, 42 of the respondents are hardline nationalists, while only 29 are moderate realists. Next, we conducted another logical regression to examine which factor influenced the likelihood of individuals being a hardline nationalist or moderate realist. So in this model, we found that we have a similar conclusion again. So people who age 35 to 55, males, and those with middle school education or below have the highest likelihood of being a hardline nationalist. Conversely, these groups are less likely to be a moderate realist. So furthermore, in terms of residential location, those living in rural areas are more likely to be a hardline nationalist. And those who living in 3rd and 4th tier cities are less likely to be moderate realist. Regarding their subjective attitudes, we also found that those who believe that their living condition will be worsened next year are less likely to be hardline nationalists, but more likely to be moderate realists. And those who believe that China's economic situation is poor are less likely to be hardline nationalists and be more likely to be moderate realists. However, those who believe China's economy is strong are more likely to be hardline nationalists and less likely to be moderate realists. So finally, those who believe that high proportion of Taiwanese people supports unification are less likely to be moderate realists. So for this study, we find that the Chinese government ideological framework is quite effective in shaping public's opinion about war. So the so-called anti-Western ideological framework has led many people to adopt a militaristic attitude, supporting both Russia's invasion against Ukraine and use of force against Taiwan. Moreover, these bellicose tendencies are more prevalent among groups with limited access to alternative information. So as we can see before, such as those who with lower education levels and resident of the inland cities or villages, so these people are more likely to be militaristic. So this suggests that their social position makes them more likely to incline to the official ideology. Well, however, the effectiveness of the state-shaped ideological framework is also limited by other factors, particularly when people perceive that war could directly impact their own living condition.
they will shy away from such framework. Thus, we observe that people who are pessimistic about their personal circumstances and China's economy are less likely to support the war. So conversely, those who are optimistic about their personal situation and China's economy are more likely to be militaristic. So basically, this is our recent findings about the public opinion in China. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for 冠节制哦. You have anything to add? No? Okay. So you help to develop the typologies, hardliners versus realistic. All right. Okay. Interesting. Right. We have a very good beginning of the general public attitude in China, which is very difficult to obtain. Maybe you can share some of your experiences in how do you obtain this valuable data from very highly monitored, controlled social environment. Okay, we will receive the comments later. Please, we will invite the next paper writers to come up. And Paul, so who will be doing the presentation? We now move on to Japan's securitization, the framing of securitization. We have three paper writers according to this agenda. We have Professor Sonoda and Professor Hirai, also Paul Jobin from this institution. Shoban. Oh, okay, that's your Japanese pronunciation. Okay. Professor Sonoda is from the Institute for Advanced Studies on Asia at the University of Tokyo. And Professor Hirai is from the Tokai University, Japan. They can be regarded as old Taiwan hands in Japan. Okay, they know Taiwan very well as they study Eastern Asian politics and China. Okay, gentlemen, who will do the presentation? Joban will do the presentation. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Maogui Zhang. So our study focuses on Japan's response to the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Russia is a direct neighbor to Japan, and since the end of World War II, the two countries had territorial disputes. The invasion of Ukraine therefore heightened the Tokyo's concerns. However, rather than Russia, it was China that became the primary focus of Japan's national defense enhancements adopted in December 2022, so less than 1 year after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. Beijing's military provocations and frequent drills near Taiwan have amplified fears of a potential Taiwan emergency, such as a maritime blockade or a military invasion. And 70% of US military bases in Japan are located in Okinawa, and Japanese self-defense forces are developing bases in the southern part of Okinawa, very close to Taiwan. So that means a Chinese attack on Taiwan could implicate both Tokyo and Washington in the conflict. Beyond the political opportunities created by the shock of Russia's aggression in Ukraine, we seek to clarify the extent to which Japan's ongoing securitization of China is reshaping the symbolic frame of post-war Japan. Our method is quite basic. We analyzed public opinion polls and surveys. That's mostly done by Professor Sonoda. And with Professor Hirai, we conducted interviews with Japanese politicians, scholars, and civil society representatives in Tokyo and Okinawa. In our framework, in addition to Professor Wang Honglun's frames of war, we use also the notion of securitization. This theory was initially developed by political scientists and international relations scholars. It draws partial inspiration from sociology. That's why we were interested. And so we aim to examine what insights this theory can give back to sociology in general and the sociology of war in particular. Equally, we hope to refine the sociological aspects of this theory. Founding fathers of that theoretical framework include political scientist Barry Buzan from the UK, Ollie Weber from Denmark. So that's why it was later identified as the Copenhagen School of Security Studies. They follow heavily on philosopher of language John Austin's famous notions of speech act, what is saying is doing. Which puts the focus on political leaders. If those leaders call the bells of an alert, then it becomes a security issue. In other words, securitization means that if X thinks that Y is dangerous, then X says that Y is dangerous. He thinks, then he says. And if he says, it means that he securitizes. X securitize Y. It's a transitive verb. In addition to the Copenhagen School, we have also the Paris School. Those scholars, Didier Bigot, Thierry Bazac, are French, but well, actually they teach in the UK. But they are identified at the Paris School of Securitization and draw more heavily on sociology, in particular Weber, Bourdieu, and Foucault. But more generally speaking, securitization theory is heavily influenced by social constructivism and interactionism. And the focus is on, they argue that the success of a securitization claim depends on its reception by what they call the audience. Can be society, but not only. Security studies typically emphasize the narratives of security experts and political elites from the ruling party. In contrast, in our paper, we shift the focus on the critics from opposition parties, intellectual, and civil society. Our hypothesis is that even when securitization is perceived as successful, like in the case of Japan in 2022, critical voices reveal underlying flaws or blind spots of that securitization process. So it's mainly, that securitization process is mainly about China. There is already an abundant literature on the securitization of China in Japan, and basically this literature is in line with other research on Japan security issues, which is also abundant. In a nutshell, this literature shows that since the end of World War II, Japan had to securitize basically three countries: Soviet Union, then Russia, and then China, and North Korea. But during the Cold War, none of these was considered a really serious and direct military threat to Japan's sovereignty. But in recent years, China has increasingly become a serious matter of concern. The Russian aggression of Ukraine was a terrible shock for Japanese society, like for Western countries. In that sense, Japan is also Western countries. But that to be compared with the little reaction after the annexion of Crimea. At that time, Prime Minister Abe was trying to get a peace deal with Vladimir Putin, and that failed. But the 2022 aggression was a shock. First, because it was full-scale intrastate invasion, and then we had the war crimes in Bucha, and then that was a shock for Japanese, generally pacific people. Also, in addition to that, you had the fear of another nuclear disaster, and that what was going on around Chernobyl and Zaporizhia reminded the about the trauma of Hiroshima, Nagasaki, and Fukushima. So by the 1 year after the aggression in January 2023, we had like 95% of unfriendly feelings against Russia among Japanese public opinion. And those polls show also that Japanese people don't buy the narrative that the war resulted from NATO's aggressive behavior in Eastern Europe. They clearly identify Russia as the culprit of that war. So at the beginning of the so-called Ukrainian crisis, there were a lot of reports in Japanese media, but this actually quickly declined. The support remains strong, but reports' interest is not so strong. In contrast, as soon as April, May 2022, we had much more reports on the possibility of a Taiwan contingency, Taiwan Yoji. So here we bring the notion, we borrowed Wang Honglun's notions of his Goffmanian interpretation of the frames of war to look at contemporary Japan, or what we usually call post-war Japan, Sengo Nihon, as basically framed by its constitution, its post-war constitution. So we take the constitution as the symbolic order of that contemporary Japan, and in particular the Article 9, which renounces to war and the military. Well, Japan has no military, but it has self-defense forces. It's not just linguistic difference. It has some legal implication. So basically, self-defense forces are here are supposed to focus on exclusive defense, Senshu Bohei. So exclusive defense justify the presence of SDF, but it excludes the capacities to attack enemy bases, Tekichikogeki no ryoku, such as intercontinental ballistic missiles. However, in 2025, thanks to the push of Prime Minister Abe, there was an important reform of security laws to make that possible. So at the beginning, Japanese people were very reluctant to that idea of counter-strike capabilities. But now there is a majority of people supporting it. And we believe the Russian aggression of Ukraine was instrumental in that stabilization of the opinion. In that context, some people are encouraged to get rid of taboos, of in particular Article 9. But attachment to Article 9 remains strong. So, in particular among the opposition and left-wing intellectuals we met. So, for example, one member of the parliament, a member of the Riken Mishuto, Constitutional Democratic Party of Japan, which his very name is based on his attachment, shows its attachment to the Constitution. So he says, Japan should stick to the principle of its pacifist constitution, that is an exclusively defensive security policy. Or a political scientist, which is influential in that scholar field. How about the identity of Japan as a nation? Is it fine to push for a policy that completely denies the pacifism of Article 9 and to do so without any proper discussion? Another member of that party. Our current defense system of interceptor missiles, PAC-3 and Aegis, respect the principle of exclusive defense, and it can be used in various ways to counterattack if necessary. It is good that Japan has a law like Article 9. The problem rather lies in the obsession with deterrence that leads to an arms race and a security dilemma that push Japan to buy more and more weapons. And so we also met with people who are not critical of that reinforcement of security policy to get another opinion on what's going on. And that's what he say. The reason why Japan needs transcontinental ballistic missiles is because if the enemy attacks you with those missiles, it is very difficult to intercept them while they are in the sky. It is easier to destroy the enemy's missile silos, and the overall cost much cheaper, as we have seen in the case of Ukraine. If a war can be prevented by increasing defense spending even by trillions of yen, actually these spendings remain cheap compared to the tremendous cost of a war. So now Japan is at the crossroad. Will Japan and the US cooperate to maintain the status quo, or will they accept China doing as it pleases in Asia, such as seizing Taiwan and the Senkaku Island, and establishing hegemony in the Western Pacific region? Although the peace that East Asia has enjoyed thus far has not been perfect and has many flaws, US military power has maintained the status quo and peace in East Asia. The Japan-US alliance is just one piece of that puzzle. Hofong, you will like this, right? But critical intellectuals look differently at the problem. People are okay with the idea of counter-strike capacities, but they don't want to pay more tax for it, and that's problematic. And another one argues that the slogan "Protect Article 9 of the Constitution" is meaningless, because under the current security system, war is easily possible without constitutional amendment. Moreover, under the Japan-US security system, and given the heavy presence of US military bases in Japan, including Okinawa, it will be difficult for Japan to avoid being engaged into the war. The big question is, are Japanese citizens really prepared for war? And here we have two interesting surveys to look at. First is the World Value Survey, which shows that most Japanese have very no willingness to fight. It is the lowest in the world after Germany. But there are also a good number of people who don't know what they will do in case of an aggression. So there is a Japanese scholar, his name is Nogami Gen, a professor at Waseda University, who did an interesting and timely survey just before and after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. I guess he interviewed his students, because 300 young people. Asked them, would you join the self-defense forces in case of military aggression of Japan? And well, like in the World Value Surveys, most respondents say no, and that was even higher after the Russian aggression of Ukraine. But also a good deal of people who just don't know what they will do. And this is interestingly coherent with our surveys in Institute of Sociology from the people in Taiwan. Also, a lot of people don't know what they will do in case of an aggression of Taiwan. Okay, so. Okay, this guy pissed me off, so I'm just go ahead. Let me finish with, so here we find interesting to look at critical, people who are looking with a critical eye to the reinforcement of Japanese security policy, although I think the three of us are rather in favor of that reinforcement. But we think it's important to understand why so many Japanese people remain attached to the symbolism of Article 9 and are rather reluctant or show little willingness to fight. And for example, someone we met in Ishigaki, an island very close to Taiwan, thinks that, the problem is that they, because the historical past experience of Okinawa with war, they don't want to become the first target of China PLA's army. So, for example, he says, I understand self-defense forces southwest shift, so the increasing of development of military bases by the Japanese army in southern Okinawa, but they should care about the civilian population, in particular to protect them from missiles attack. And first of all, they should care about the food stockpiles, which currently are only of 2 days, meaning that, you don't even have to send missiles on Okinawa. You just have to use your marine and make marine blockade, and the people will just starve to death because you can't evacuate an island of 50,000 people. So in conclusion, similar to post-war sociology, post-war Japan has for decades treated the threat of war as a marginal concern, even when East Asia was a hotspot during the Cold War. This has changed dramatically in recent years, driven by the momentum created by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The secularization of China has succeeded, and Japanese public opinion generally supports the comprehensive package of defense policy reforms, including the controversial issue of acquiring transcontinental ballistic missiles capable of striking China. However, while critical minds acknowledge the necessity of responding more effectively to Beijing's aggression, support for increasing the defense budget remains conditional. Japanese citizens are inclined to support strengthening defense as long as it does not imply tax hikes and a radical shift in the symbolic frame of post-war Japan. This ambivalent attitude reflects a broader hesitancy, such as relative unwillingness to engage with the enemy in case of an armed conflict. Thank you. And my colleagues will respond to Q&A.
So not adding any. Okay.
We are still in the process of discussing.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Distribution of labor. Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Oh. Okay.
So welcome back, everyone. We have very filled 2 days. So I think everybody is getting tired, but also feel very rewarded because of this 2 days workshop. So as all of you know, we have this workshop in preparation for the special issue monograph for the sociological review to be published next year. Yeah, so we have 3 distinguished commentators for our program in this concluding session. And then I think, as I also mentioned yesterday, the duty of our commentators are to comment on all the paper as a whole, and then help us to improve the manuscript and making it a more coherent and integral monograph. So I think I suppose the 3 commentators have read all the papers. Then I think I should start with our guest from on the other side of the earth. Yeah. So maybe Professor Malešević, would you please start first?
Yeah, okay, thanks very much. Thanks again for organizing this event. And I think, I mean, the papers that I've read so far and those that I had the opportunity to listen to, they're all very, very good, very informative, comprehensive, covering different aspects of geopolitical changes, security issues, kind of potential war, reality of war in the context of Ukraine, the context of being neighbor of a country that has been attacked, like with Lithuania and Poland particularly, and a lot of different papers on the relationship of kind of geopolitical context in Taiwan in particularly, and U.S. and so on. So for me, the main issue obviously will be how to bring all of this together. In some ways, it's not easy. Particularly because we have, I think, 3 different topics. One is the general issue of, kind of sociology of war, and how sociology can contribute to understanding, kind of the changed character of warfare in the world that we live today. So we will have to obviously address some theoretical issues here, whether wars have changed, in which directions they have changed. Are these new wars from the 1990s, or are we back to interstate warfare? What's happening with the global politics, with the kind of transformation of U.S. role in the world? Are we back to kind of imperial or quasi-imperial orders? So there are lots of these theoretical and conceptual and historical issues to address as a broader topic. And then I think we bring in these 2 regions and with their own specificities, with their own historical legacies, with their own legacies of war in the past, from Second World War onward, because we see always these links in the context, obviously, of Taiwan and China. Second World War is important, and kind of that legacy. So it is in the Eastern Europe. The relationship between Ukraine and Poland, it has been shaped by these legacies of the Second World War, and how that plays out in the contemporary context. So what happens with war taking place now? So that would be the first, I think, more broader issue for you as editors to address. In a sense, some theoretical issues, how all of these things can be combined, what's common to these two different regions, but they are affected by some global changes, global transformations. Then we have the kind of internally these two regions and papers dealing with specifics of regions. With the Eastern Europe, I think for me the papers that I've read, they're all very informative, very good, dealing with different aspects of this problem. But I think they seem a little bit disconnected within themselves internally. So a little bit more cohesion within each of these papers. I think, they often start with the theoretical framework, and then this theoretical framework is perhaps not applied directly to the data that is provided. Very rich data, very useful data, very contemporary data. But I think some cohesion within each of these papers would help. And if you as editors obviously have some sort of theoretical framework you're working from, that could be helpful, that could be useful, I think, in a way. Also, it'd be good to make some references between the papers, in a sense, because they do speak to each other. In both cases, the Taiwanese focused papers and East European focused papers, internally they can make reference to each other. It's like very clearly that there's a scope for this in the paper on Poland, in Lithuania, and obviously in Ukraine as well. And I think the same applies with lots of papers on dealing with the Asian, and Taiwanese context as well. So these are the kind of general points that I'd like to make, and perhaps a little bit more engagement with the sociology of war, because I think this is something that would be very useful, and we will be talking about this at the workshop, how even though sociology of war has developed now, it's more visible than it was 20 years ago. It's still not mainstream. So that's the thing. I think this book can help make sociology of war more visible and apply to specific cases. War in Ukraine and potential kind of war-like environment, if you like, in China-Taiwan relationships and all that. So these would be just general remarks on my part. I don't know whether this is useful.
Okay. Thank you very much for your general remarks. So maybe later during the discussion, we can come up with more questions to consult with you. So next, according to our schedule, we will move on to Professor Hong. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me to be part of this. And it's really exciting to read all the papers, learn a lot, and there's a lot of, I'm going to be brief, there are a lot of grounds being covered and seemingly on different aspects of war, military, war machines and trust and public opinion and attitude, from the trust in military institutions in Taiwan to Polish-Ukrainian relations and securitizations and also public opinion about Taiwan and Ukraine and China. So it seems like there are different parts that is remotely, indirectly, or directly related to war. And actually, there's one question that Paul raised during my presentation that I think is very useful, is that how is it related? Is it about war or is it about military? Then it reminds me that of Hong Luen's presentation in the beginning, that he mentioned sociologists, political scientists, and historian. Nobody knows who he is actually. That he's a social scientist, multidisciplinary social scientist. Bill Su, and talk about event, sociology of event, and now this eventful sociology is in the air, and many people talk about it. And as you know, that when Bill Su is talking about eventful sociology, he's in response to the more structuralist kind of sociologies, that is like Felix Gotchpo, Charles Tilly, talking about big structures or slow-moving structural process. And then Bill Su is talking about event. So it's sometimes some randomly happening episode that actually disrupt the pre-existing structures or structural process, and then set the whole chain of event onto a new course or new process. So I think we can think about this relation between war, military institutions, public opinion in this kind of event versus structure or structural process framework, that definitely war happened, and it is very important. Sometimes it drag on like the Vietnam War. Sometimes it happened over 1 to 3 years, like the Korean War, Ukraine War. We don't know how long it's going to last, or it is going to be short or long. But actually, this kind of event, after it happened, it has long-lasting impact, like the Korean War. And we have paper talking about how the Korean War has a lasting impact in the Korean society, and also how the civil war in China and how KMT is transplanted into Taiwan and affect has this legacy about on the impact on how people trust in the institution of military and so on and so forth. So we have paper that deal with war, but also the long-lasting impact of war as an event. So it is a structural impact. So I think it is very helpful to refer back to this. That again, what Hong Lun mentioned in the beginning about this kind of build-su types of event versus structure. With maybe it is a kind of a build-su and Charles Tilly kind of integration that both talking about structures and structural process and war as an episode and as an event and how to think about this and link this up together. So it's my general comment, and also I know that it is like the second conference after the first conference in light of the Russian invasion of Ukraine and war and things like that. So I'm just making some comment and suggestion that is beyond the immediate lead of how to tie this paper together into monograph. Maybe think beyond for third conference or what else can be covered. There's one thing that actually is very interesting. It come up here and there, but not really addressed in the core is this kind of defense industry. Military apparatus and war definitely has a impact on opinion, on people trust in institutions, but also that defense industry is a very important thing that actually that sociology overlooked war for a long time. The discussion current about the military sociology of war is not yet moving into this territory of talking about these defense industries because we have excellent economic sociologists talking about supply chain and value chain and industrial organization and industrial policy, and that literature hasn't really dealt with the defense industries in a serious way. I know Michelle has been working on something related to that, the steel industry, and how it's related to the defense industry, and so now that we are talking about this kind of a civilian military dual use technology and manufacturing, and then China is talking about civilian military fusion. So there's no distinction between military technology and manufacturing and civilian use. So it is like we are in an age like when we talk about AI, we are talking about civilian use, but actually people in the policymaking circle, they are thinking about how AI is going to be used and affect war and things like that. So now it is in a kind of a terrain in which this kind of civilian and military is blurred. And so how do we talk about this kind of a defense industry and military machines, how it affect industrial policy in general and economic policy and manufacturing and so on and so forth, that it's going to be very important in the coming years, particularly in this like US-led sanction that is the regime that actually indefinitely that Taiwan is involved in it, about microchips and all other things, and many other and European countries are also involved. So this is kind of something I can imagine it may be the next frontier when we talk about military sociology and sociology of war. So if you are going to have so successful the monograph that you have the next conference, that maybe that it is something that you can point at to include. Yeah. So it's my short comment. I hope it is going to be helpful. But thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Hong. And then we move to our third commentator. Professor Liu Wen, also from Academia Sinica, but from a different institute. She's from Institute of Ethnology. Okay.
And she knows how to make PowerPoint.
Hello, thank you. Yeah, it's, I tend to over-prepare, so because I'm not a sociologist. So yeah, it's a big test to kind of comment on all the papers. So I decided to do a test to kind of combine all papers in some of the overarching framework, and particularly inspired by Professor Malešević. So to talk about social organization and hybrid war. So hybrid war is some maybe my personal agenda that I would really love to see sociologists to kind of get into. Okay, I guess I'll do. Sorry. So some of the, sorry, can't see myself, okay. I'll do that. Okay. So some of the, I think, key contribution from this particular conference, I think, are four. So one, definitely from our first panel from Professor Wang and Professor Wagner and Ling, talk about from event to frame. So we know war is a continuing event, and Professor Hong also talked about, right, that frame and shapes the modernity of both Eastern Europe and East Asia, and also our colleagues from Europe also talk about how even the regions, how they're framed, are shaped by war, right? And I do think there's a difference between the two regions, are how the two regions deal with ideology. I mean, it seems to me now that Eastern Europe are more influenced by ideology and how it construct war compared to our East Asian colleague, where the perception of war and threats are quite mixed, right? I think to deal with China, there's very mixed ideologies compared to Europe. And I think the third one really important issue is organizational power. This is what I learned from Professor Malešević's work, right? That I think he emphasized that organizational power is really the key factor in whether and how war can be started, right? So rather than talking about democracy, authoritarianism, we should think about organizational power as a key to warfare. And I think kind of related to Josh's paper in the beginning, right? We talk about why Taiwan can kind of overpass the authoritarian path, also due to the state's organizational power in our military. And also in a conceptual issue is that when we talk about war, Professor Malešević also talked about we can think about organized violence, right, rather than warfare. That's a more kind of neutral term that emphasizes or kind of reach to different forms of violence rather than a very stereotypical essentialist understanding of war. And the last one, I think, really cut across all the paper is the state-society nexus. And I think people have different takes on how, which role takes bigger, right? Is the state, is a society in a modern time? But all the paper really cut across all different levels of analyses, the macro-historical, the meso-level of institution, and the micro-level analysis that emphasize on subjectivity. So I think it's important that we think about war as, talk about the totality of all social relations, obviously not just the state elites, but currently I think there is a disconnect in how different levels of analysis can really tell us the totality of war. And, okay, there you go. So this is, Paul's required reading for me. I really enjoyed the book, Organizational Power. I do think as a key factor in warfare, right? So Professor Malešević kind of argued that the complex bureaucratic states lead to large-scale and destructive warfare. And the increase of state power creates more centralized structure and systematic response to war. And a lot of I think in the fields of anthropology and gender study, for instance, I'm more familiar with, tend to think about neoliberalism, right, as a kind of destructive force that privatizes military, et cetera, but I think this conference reminds us that neoliberalism does not, equal to the weakening of state power, so we should take that into our analyses. And the third one is, what is really the new shape of war, right? The new wars take on different scope in terms of scope, but they can be highly decentralized. So that leads to my, how do we think about wars, particularly in Taiwan? I do think there's shifting forms of war from Cold War to the current hybrid war. So as many of you know, that there's many different types of gray zone coercion that's been happening in Taiwan, the rapid military exercise from China, the destruction of our undersea cable that's been happening more rapidly lately, and the PLA Coast Guard harassment, particularly in our outlying islands of Kinmen, that's connected to, very close to Xiamen. And multiple cases of infiltration in very high-ranking of Taiwan Army all kind of raise red flag on how China is really conducting these type of gray zone operation. And then the spy balloons didn't happen only in the US, but also they came to Taiwan as well. And obviously the constant disinformation over social media. So in some of my conversations with people who were veterans, they talk about, they really think that China, if there's going to be any conflict, they're never going to declare war on Taiwan. Because to declare warfare means that it's an interstate issue, rather than a Chinese civil war issue, or it's more likely that they're going to declare, sort of similar to Russia, the special military conflict. So we should really pay attention to our analysis, how we can kind of incorporate that type of gray zone conflict. And we also know that, I think Paul also mentioned, right, the joint sword exercise, we noticed that it's from 72 hours surrounding the island to only 13 hours. And a lot of people say, oh, does that mean it's a weakening of power? But from a lot of the military report, it's the opposite. It means that they're actively training the soldier to be more prepared to start a war, and they can be quicker. So we should really be careful of that. So this is coming from a UK's menu talking about hybrid war, right? They talk about hybrid warfare is a synchronized use of multiple instruments of power tailored to specific vulnerability across the full spectrum of societal function to achieve synergistic effect. So I think that's a perfect way for sociologists to get involved, right? The full spectrum of power and institutions. So that leads to some of my problem with the question around strong state. So we tend to think about if a state is strong, that they can kind of deal with war better. But I do think in a hybrid war situation, it's actually the opposite. So in my own observation of Taiwan, it is a strong state, but it's also very bureaucratic. So there are some disadvantages of a bureaucratic democratic state in dealing with gray zone conflict. So these are some of my observation in the field work. The lack of speed to respond to all these gray zone conflict, right? We all know that authoritarian regime, they can be more easily and have more decisive action because it's led by a few individuals, right? But in democratic governments, the speed and unity are usually really hard to achieve because the decision really has to spread across different government sector. And which is related to the second problem is this decentralized command. So gray zone challenges tend to involve multiple instruments of power simultaneously that relate to multiple jurisdictions of our institution, right? So if we don't have a unity of command, which is the issue in Taiwan right now, a very split government, it's hard to achieve rapid and effective results. So therefore, intra-governmental friction is a problem in Taiwan, right? Intense bureaucratic friction really results in strategic and operational rigidity in Taiwan. So it's really hard for us to deal with the new type of warfare. And the fourth one, which I think is also very hard to deal with, is the illegitimacy of state resistance, right? As I said, a lot of people think that China are not likely to declare a sort of interstate war, right? They're going to do this gray zone conflict to the maximum, right? So it's really hard for us to declare a state of emergency or any type of sort of international or legal action, right? And we all know from our colleagues right from South Korea, if the president declared state of emergency without consensus, right, the president can be put into jail, right? So that's also, I think, a really difficult problem in Taiwan right now. So two, I think, quick cases in Taiwan, right? We all know that disinformation is a problem in Taiwan, but the government has had a lot of problems to deal with it. And a lot of issues that I think the government tend to think about, all this disinformation is false information, but those are not the same thing, right? We have legislators, right, in Congress who purposely will want to kind of go around our constitutional ambiguity and say ROC is China or ROC citizen mean Chinese, right? But those ideas are not disinformation, right? They're political statement that they cannot be charged by any sort of legal route. But they have really kind of significant sort of political effects. So our laws are not also equipped to deal with disinformation and infiltration. So we have a digital department, but the only laws that, or only cases that can actively stop the account are two cases. One is child protection, right? If a child is in danger, or if there's, we know Taiwan has a lot of scams. So in terms of scam, they can stop it. But in terms of this kind of gray zone conflict, it's really hard for them to kind of go ahead and stop the account or because of freedom of speech, right? So we also know in Taiwan, cognitive warfare has become a very misused concept that's being used as a partisan issue rather than kind of interstate invasion or conflict. And another case is the covert baggage we have in our disaster prevention law. So very similar to our Japanese colleague, we have two types of law right now to deal with gray zone conflict. One is from the 灾防法 or Disaster Prevention and Response Act. So we tend to talk about, okay, to deal with war from civilian standpoint is just like to deal with earthquake or like, fire scenario, but they actually mobilize very different sector, right? So the government now are trying to use Disaster Prevention Act to do actual all-out defense mobilization because they don't want to declare an actual emergency situation, right? But that really limited in terms of what the government can reach, in terms of what kind of people can I call to the situation. So now we have this kind of traditional binary switch. We all know that our civil defense law is really old and it doesn't fit into our modern standard, but it's also really hard to reform it because of our Congress makeup, but also because it is a law that was created during Cold War. So that is a legal issue for us, really hard to deal with the gray zone conflict. Okay. To make it quick, I do think some concluding thoughts for the entire conference is that we all know that there's a historical baggage and colonial residues that really influence both our Eastern Europe colleagues' studies of war and also East Asia society. And there's post-Cold War effect, right? And I do think what I'm noticing now is that there's no more clear lines of ideological divide compared to in the Cold War, right? What is a just war? What's an unjust war, right? What's the left and right? Ukrainians have, show us that a lot of the anti-war leftists in the West tend to side with Russia. So what is really being a leftist now is being called into question in Taiwan as well, right? Authoritarian and democracy, what is really the line? And imperialism and anti-imperialism, are they still really helpful framework? I don't think in today's standpoint, because anti-imperialism has been highly abused by authoritarian regime. So similarly, I heard a scholar talked about liberal optimists, right? Anti-war leftists, traditional pacifists. These type of subject, right, tend to emphasize the problems of neoliberalism, empires, and military-industrial complex to say all wars are ugly because of that, but or talk about this war as proxy war, but really neglect the new forms of hybrid forms of aggression that are not addressed by those type of concepts. Okay, and I think for me, as a scholar of affect, I just think there's a centrality of affect we should pay attention to. Right, war becomes more disembodied now, yet it's control our perception and emotion. So how can the sociologist world also talk more about the subjective experiences, particularly people under hybrid warfare? And I think the last one really, why is it hard to deal with this new type of warfare, is that there's a blurry zone between war and peace, right? The paradox that each ground challenge represent both a success and failure of deterrence. So are we really in peacetime or are we in wartime? I think that becomes a harder question to answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Liu Wen, for your very inspiring concluding comment. I think your over preparation is really paying off. We all benefit from your over preparation. So I think you throw out a lot of new ideas and new issues for us to think further upon. So for the moment, I don't know if our editors want to respond a little bit to the three commentators.
Yeah. So maybe Olga. Thank you, dear colleagues. I can say that I didn't prepared myself for conclusion remarks, but I really would like to share with you my thoughts which appeared during this our session, and I am very impressed this workshop by the all presentation, and delighted to listen each of you, and many ideas was, as for me, was very prospective. I try to outline some theses. first or not first among the statuses. One of them. First, I really absolutely share the idea to strengthen our text with the outlining the imperial or colonial legacy, historical legacy, which is significant in the current situation. In the current situation of the war in Ukraine or in the threats of war in the Eastern Asia and Europe. So it may be done in the introductory section of this book very shortly, but topically highlight the main historical event and the impact of on the current relationships and attitudes in perception and attitudes in perception of the war or threat of war. It was the first. Next, really, from my point of view, it would be very good if, again, in introduction to the book, we will be able to include, to make the critical comparison of the sociological approach with comparison with political economy and political science or international relations approach to understanding the war and the threat of war. It is really necessary due to the war. The war society puzzle is a very complex phenomena, and for better understanding its manifestation, I mean this phenomena, so it is needed to at least outline the few other vision, other aspects of vision of this phenomena. It can be done very short, but it demonstrates our deeper involvement in this topic and connection between sociological vision and other scientific vision of this phenomena. Next, I believe that our book, our main chapters of the book should be concentrated on the vision revealing of sociological understanding of the war society nexus, And the main dimensions of this vision maybe again should be briefly presented, explained in the introduction with conceptual framework of the whole book. But I also think that every chapter of this book, every case study included in this book, author of them are able to involve the specific aspects, to outline the specific aspects in vision of the war society nexus concerning the special case, national case. So it may be involved the additional concepts, defined this concept, and following them to propose the the deeper consideration of these aspects on the special cases. And the special dimensions or special dimensions, it is not necessary that these special national dimensions should be repeated in each cases. So it may be unique presentation with intersection. Next thesis, I know from my colleague, other colleague, and I fully share this thought that if we have the title, if we include in the title and the whole our manuscript the case of Eastern Europe concerning the war, so it is really not so much correct to do if we didn't take into account the big war like in Yugoslavia in the very beginning of the 19th year, and Professor Malešević published very good publications, analysis of the impact of that war, and there are not a lot maybe, but I know at least several very impressive publications which analyze that war and its impact on not only several state societies which appeared on the background of Yugoslavia, but wider on Europe and vice versa. So again, the question is to include the special case or not include, but make the brief outline on the basis of that experience, European experience involved the war society nexus. It seems to me it would be better not to widen our manuscript, but to include the maybe short references on the lessons of that war, and the references show of the analysis made on that case. And maybe it will be, I'm sorry, the last my comment, last my thesis, really we have now we have the cases, very different cases concerning the presentation of different type of war or threat of war. The presentation on perception of war by Chinese people, this is about the possible offensive war. Yeah, Ukrainian case. This is a presentation of the perception of war and the impact of war as the defensive case of war, type of war. And the Taiwanian, Korean, and Japan cases also the presentation of the possible impact of the possible of the threat of possible defensive war also. So maybe it makes sense to separate to prepare the special section on the perception of the war in the society with demonstrated or which can be demonstrated, apply the aggressive war. So separate the case of China perception of the war and include again, sociological data, Levada Center, for example, concerning perception of the war from the side of Russian. This war, I mean. And in this case, again, as for me, it is very interesting the experience of Korean society, which is very alive till now. Recent war and the lessons of that war, which was studied by Korean society and which can be proposed as a lesson for other societies. By the way, 2 years ago on our first workshop, when I talk about Ukraine in the war and the impact of the war on Ukrainian society, I also try to generalize the certain lessons from our society for other society. Maybe it have sense to include in conclusion in our Ukrainian chapter such kind of also lessons from Korean other chapter and from Ukraine in Ukrainian chapter. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Olga, for your very thoughtful feedback. So then I think we can move on to Paul. Okay.
Thank you very much, all of you. I like Olga, I haven't really prepared for the conclusion because so many ideas conflicting in my head, including our own paper on Japan. You know, I'm hesitating about what theoretical focus should we choose now. But I think at least for our paper on Japan, and that could be also could also apply to other papers, to strengthen the coherence of the whole monograph. A simple solution could be to mobilize more the two. Well, first Hong Lun's paper on the as Hong Fu suggested, is this from events to war, from events to frame. That's, I think it's very. Also, I like very much your idea of, you know, naming the war. I had the image of, you know, a cycle like this, like the war frames society and society frames the war. This kind of Teilhard de Chardin's picture of. That was super stimulating for me. So I don't know about other authors if they could also be inspired by your film. Another suggestion is to sorry for imposing new ones to read, but you didn't regret, right? It was the Malesević's super nice book, right? Because you know, I'm a newcomer to sociology of war. The reason why I came to sociology of war, I briefly mentioned yesterday in the introduction, but Professor Malešević was sleeping, so he could not. What I said is that I don't have time to explain but basically my research has been about environmental issue, industrial pollution, and that includes the sociology of risk. So among Ulrich Beck was a great inspirer, and in your paper you criticize Ulrich Beck as a naive modernist, and I agree. But I still like Ulrich Beck very much. I regret he died early. So doing the sociology of risk and working in Taiwan with colleagues here at the Institute of Sociology, among the best experts of contemporary China, doing research as I don't know if you had time to read Professor Chen and Kuan-Yin's paper on China, but it's really amazing what they did, you know. So here we have the best experts on contemporary China. So working with such great sociologists of China, at one time in my research on environmental issue, industrial pollution, Fukushima, and I could not ignore that risk called China. Okay, it's like Lithuanian people. You cannot live in Lithuania and ignore that big risk called Putin and Moscow and authoritarian regime, right? It's so same. It's just sociology is about facing reality of where we live, and that's and to think it collectively, and that's so. For me, sociology is basically a collective work, and that's what I like here. Is we have, although I'm doing qualitative sociology, my colleagues invited me to collaborate to the manufacture, the factory of the questionnaire, of the quantitative survey, and I learn a lot through that process. So among the question they ask is, what would you do in case of a war with China? And then, yeah, I asked the question to myself, what the fuck? What should I do? Go back to France or what? Oh, okay, no, if I stay here, what should I do? And then, you know, I start to integrate those questions into my own sociology of risk. And then I say, oh, that's, what's the connection with environmental issue? Well, never mind. Just face what was the question. I think Liu Wen went through a similar process. I mean, you are expert in psychology and Asian communities in the US, so you were not, but I'm so impressed how you integrate those, now you're becoming an expert on hybrid warfare, and that's so impressive. So basically, I think this special issue, this monograph, is a good sample of sociologists who are not experts in the sociology of war, but for various reasons, I've been compelled to come into that subfield. So, and I think that's something that experts of sociology of war, like Professor Malešević, it's something that he has called for. And also you, Honglun, you have wished more scholars being interested by that, right? So here we are. We are the newcomers to that field. So please accept that we are not, you know, maybe we are naive. We asked yesterday my very naive question about civil war, but it becomes so, yeah, why do we say civil war? You know, this kind of question. I don't know if you found that fresh or or completely stupid, but your answer was super inspiring. So thanks for that. Thanks for accepting us as we are. So, but saying that, I think we have to address the challenges that, recently had an online meeting with our editor for the sociological review, and Honglun and Olga could not join us, so I have the mission of transmitting her message. And I will, we have a 2-page recommendation memo, so I make it short, but 等一下，我就简单一下，don't worry, no secret. It's very simple. She emphasized that we, in all our papers, should have a strong coherence, and that's exactly what Professor Malešević suggested. So I'm glad you reminded this. And she encouraged us to read one another. You know, first, it's the most difficult thing. Sociologists to have sociologists listening to one another. It's basically, you know, you're doing your own research, and you don't have time to care for what the others are doing. So I think Professor Malešević's invitation is the same as our editor from Sociological Review. Another thing is that we should emphasize the sociological significance of our papers. What our monograph as a whole, and each paper has to say to the core of sociology. At the same time, we are pushing the boundaries of the discipline. So it's kind of a double-bind invitation. You know, they want us to be inspirational for the core, for the mainstream of sociology, and at the same time they want us to push beyond the boundaries of the discipline. And that's why it was important to have Liu, who is an ethnologist and psychologist with us. Even this is maybe the closest discipline to sociology, but even though, you know, and I'm glad we have kind of economist sociology with us. Ho Feng is also, in that sense, pushing the boundary of sociology. But even though we have to keep in mind, we have to speak to the core sociologists, like people in the social stratification. So maybe Tatiana can help us for that. Networks, sociology of networks, right? This kind of thing. So saying that our title is a kind of very ambitious, like if you think about it, reframing war. We have the ambition of reframing dominant conceptions of war. Then I thought, oh, maybe Professor Malešević we will think that we are very arrogant. This went through your mind, yeah? Even when you realize that we are newcomers to that field. Well, you are not, but I am. So how can I pretend to reframe a subfield which I'm completely a newcomer to? So here we have to find a good middle between, you know, being ambitious and not too arrogant. I don't like arrogant people, like Trump. Last, I would like to say a word about militarization, weaponization, which are, dominant concept if, may I say, the left-wing sociology of war. You know, the left-wing sociology of, as being a French sociologist, you know, heavily influenced by Bourdieu and the like, and Marx, and I'm also a left-wing sociologist, okay? But the more I live in Taiwan and the more I feel uncomfortable with that left-wing orthodoxy, may I say, that is very rigidly adhering to, for example, in the case of Japan, to Japan pacifism, post-war pacifism. So during our interview with the people we interview in Japan, actually, sometimes we challenge them. And we challenge them around their understanding of, their negative perception of the military. And generally, militarization, weaponization are, useful concept to criticize the military. And I think a paper on South Korea, Jinlan, is very much like that. You only look at, the negative legacy of the militarization of South Korea, and you hardly ever say anything about North Korea. If I ask you the question, would you prefer to live in South Korea in spite of its heavy militarization that reached to the failed coup of last December, or would you prefer to live in North Korea? Okay? If you don't want to live in North Korea, then why? Then if you want to stay in South Korea, how would you prevent an attack from North Korea? This is this kind of question, if you live in, I haven't visited Lithuania yet, but I hope I can do that. But last summer, with Josh, we went to Poland, and I understood that your countries feel very much the pressure from Moscow. You understand that you are the next on the list. Nevertheless, Poland also have left-wing intellectuals, and I guess maybe you are close to that, right? So you tend to see militarization, weaponization as negative aspect, and because you see that the people who support the military. Generally speaking, they are more right-wing, conservative, perhaps close to the political side you don't like much because, for other reasons. So here, being under threat from imperial invasion push you to challenge your own ideological framework. And this is what I had to go through because I lived in Japan, in Taiwan. Yeah, I would be very different if I were living in Japan. So now when I speak with my left-wing Japanese friends, we tend to quarrel more than we used to, because they don't understand the reality of what of living in Taiwan means. So we challenge them. I think that the people in Japan will understand the best the situation of East Asia, including South Korea. Those people were very familiar with Taiwan. Not because Taiwan is great. Okay, yeah, Taiwan is great. We have a wonderful kitchen. It's not the point. I think that in Europe, in France, if more French people could visit Lithuania and Poland, they will understand what is it to live with the fear of being invaded by a country like Russia. And the fear is strong because in Poland, the first thing that our colleague from Poland asked us, we had to do when we arrived in Warsaw, is to, I finish, is to visit the museums of the, what was it, the Warsaw uprising, and then you realize what Eastern Europe has been through. I mean, we had massacres during World War II in France, but nothing to compare with what Eastern Europe went through. So when you live on the border of those empires, you have to change your mind. So yeah, I will stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul, for your feedback. You told me that we have to finish at 4:30, but
no. We can keep talking until 5. The idea to finish by 4:30 was to go more into the details of the monograph, but I think
okay.
Yeah. So we can ask the audience.
Okay.
Professor Malešević for more comments.
And you don't ask for my comment?
Sorry.
Okay. Actually, I do have a lot to say after these 2 days, but I also want to hear from the audience about your feedback and comment. So before I open the floor, I do want to make a short remark or a response to what Paul, Olga, and our 3 commentators said. Well, this short remark would be about terminology and about the positioning of our monograph. Well, yesterday, I brought up a humble request to Professor Malešević to read my bold paper and give me your feedback. But I'm not sure if you have read it or not. But let me make a point about what I said in my paper, because when Paul said that reframing war is too bold a title for this monograph, I don't think so, really, because I do want to be ambitious. Okay, and actually, I hope that this monograph will open up a new research agenda, or it can be seen afterwards as a sort of starting point for a new wave of scholarship, sociological scholarship on war. So here is the terminology problem, because as Professor Malešević just mentioned in your commentary, you said that sociology of war is still kind of not the mainstream, so you hope that, well, our volume can contribute to this, the significance of this field. But what I'm thinking is a different agenda, because yesterday, well, in my presentation, I identified 3 waves of sociological study of war. And the dividing point for the first and the second wave is the year of 2000. So before 2000, well, there's nothing called sociology of war and violence at that time. And thanks to Professor Malešević, you sort of found or built up this, this sociology of war and collective or organized violence. I think that was a brilliant, brilliant idea to call it organized violence or organized brutality. And you've written 2 books on this. So that was, well, these 2 books were the assigned reading in my class. Okay, so they have now become sort of the defining text or the founding canon of this this field. But what I'm thinking now is to move beyond sociology of war and organized violence. What I'm thinking is to propose war studies in sociology. So at the end of my presentation yesterday, I called for bringing war back in. Okay, that is a very bold and even very ambitious call, because, well, as I state in my conclusion, our understanding of modern society would be incomplete if we don't take into account of war seriously. So the impact of war or the military is far more profound than we think. Okay, so for instance, well, our keynote speaker this morning, well, he is a specialist in political economy, and he was talking about war and money in the making and unmaking of American century. So even for political economists, he has to take into account of war and the military affair into his study. And to respond to Paul's question, Paul's comment just now, well, in almost every field of sociology, we can find some relations, connections with war or the military. Okay, so my ambitious call to bring war back into our study of modern society is that it's not only about war itself. It's not only about the military itself. It's about war as, okay, as events and as structural changing frames that shape our social life in such a fundamental way. Yeah. So, my positioning of this very sort of ambitious monograph would be, try to bring war back in to the general sociological study instead of just another contribution to sociology of war. So, I this is my aspiration. So I don't know what Malešević would say about this kind of ambition, because, well, as I said, you are a forerunner in this field, and then now we are trying to do something based on what you have done. Yeah, so maybe we can listen to your comment or feedback. Do you want to respond now?
No, I can respond briefly. Thanks very much. I think I agree completely. I think both Paul and you are making sort of compatible points, in the sense what Paul is saying, that I think the monograph really should start from your paper, because your paper is a programmatic paper. You're putting forward a new position on where we are in the study of sociology war and what will be the next step. And this monograph is a step in that direction. So in a sense, I think it would be good to position your paper as an opening paper for this monograph, and then other papers should kind of engage with it in a sense, wherever they can, to show what this actually means in reality when you're studying actual war like Ukraine, or its impact on society within Ukraine, within Poland, within Lithuania, and the context of potential war as kind of in East Asia. So I think, I agree completely with you. I did read the paper last night in my time last night. My view is very, very, very sympathetic to what you're arguing. So in a sense, there are some overlaps. I've noticed what you say, what I said in my presentation. So which is good. So I agree completely. So in that sense, I think Paul's suggestion that this should be an opening paper, as conceptual proposition, argument, and then other papers engage with it, that would fit really well. It would make the monograph coherent, and it would be ambitious. I think that can work really well.
Thank you for your kind response. So now I think we have some time to open the floor to collect some comments or feedback from our audience or our authors.
Thank you so much. It has been really inspiring, and I really learned a lot and enjoyed the conversation and discussion. I have been thinking why this workshop has been so interesting. One reason is that there is definitely the emotion, and there could be the real threat and the risk people are feeling in Taiwan, and then this theme could be different, this kind of workshop could be different if it happens in Japan, because, I don't know, good or bad, maybe the threat or risks are something not a bit distant from Japanese, I guess, at least today. But then, there is also the scholarly motivation and ambition to do, to establish theories, and then, open up the new, field. And then I just wonder, it could be the challenge, if that kind of emotion, So what, do you think of these things, politics and emotion can be challenged, or maybe, something that it's a good thing to do the new field? The other thing is that I have been really struck the difference between the Paul and the remarks. The sociology of war, and I've been struck by the Paul's remark in yesterday's conversations at the lunchtime. The Paul mentioned that, this is not the military sociology, This is about the war studies. But on the other hand, one's remark sounds something holistic. Like war studies can include military sociology, right? But then, so can you clarify, why? Maybe my impression is Professor Wang and Professor Paul's just, has a different, different way of thinking of, just the different, opinions about this field. But so I just want to know, that what do you think of, why, you are so, motivated to do this war studies, and then how about military sociology or the sociology of organized violence?
Well, thank you. This is a very good question. So let me respond very briefly to your question. Actually, well, I am trained in the US. So as a sociologist, actually, if you know about the atmosphere or the condition of sociology in North America, actually there has been a tradition of sociology of military or military sociology. Well, what they have been doing is they are studying the military, they are studying the army. Okay, and actually it's a very well developed subdiscipline in sociology. But the problem is they focus only on the military, on the armed force. Okay, so sometimes their rationale or what they have been talking about is more or less like people in IR. Like you want to study the structure of the army or the culture in the military and how it affects its military action or things like that. They more or less they focus on these military institutions only. Yeah. But for us, I mean, Professor Malešević has opened the field. It opened up a much broader field than this sociology of military, okay, or military sociology. Well, so we have to look at war. We have to look at organized violence, look at the organized brutality. Yeah, so I think that was a very brilliant conceptualization of what happened in the past. Yeah, so what I'm now proposing, well, whether you call it a sociological study of war or sociological war studies, whatever, I want to, broaden the field and to include other kind of social phenomena into our inquiry. Because, as I said, almost in every aspect of social life, you can find some traces or influence by war or by the military. So, as Professor Hong just pointed out this morning, the invention of microchips was for armed force, right? For the military. But now we cannot live without microchips. Okay, so there are so many influences and traces of war and the military in our daily life. We just don't know it. Okay, so the point is that, well, we have to bring this aspect into our inquiry so that we can know how war or how the military have affected our daily life in such a way that we didn't know. Yeah.
Can I just ask one quick question? Is the Cold War included in these, war studies? Because Cold War is, there is a definite difference between the Cold War and organized violence. Don't you think? Organized violence or organized brutality is something so, embodied. It's different from Cold War. Mm-hmm. But what do you think of, that is Cold War included in war studies or what?
Well, I will respond very briefly to your question, but maybe Professor Malešević will have a different view. Well, my answer to your question is, yes, Cold War is still a kind of war. It's a form of war. the point is that we are so much used to so-called peaceful life, and we don't consider or we don't understand actually under the table we are at war with each other. Yeah, so Cold War is also a kind of war, or it's kind of the condition that we live in which we are actually at war with someone else, but we just don't know it. Yeah, so that's once again point out why I want to say bring bring war back in. Yeah, because actually we ordinarily assume that war is exceptional condition, but it's not exceptional. We all live in this kind of condition. Yeah.
A very brief phrase to this question, to your comments also. So war, it is maybe a very wide concept, which includes economic war, also informational war, etc. Hybrid war combine these different aspects of war too. But our monograph, my vision of it, is devoted first of all to the armed war and threats of the armed war. This kind of war, only this kind of war. But armed war may be divided from the side of the subject. So defensive or offensive, long time or not long time. So we will say about only the armed war or threats of armed war. Yeah, it is our limitation.
Yes, but please keep in mind, and the research on South Korea, the paper on South Korea shows this very well, that in the case of East Asia, the Cold War was super hot, starting with the Korean War, then the Vietnam War, and then even in Taiwan, in Kinmen. Here we have a specialist of Kinmen, Xiu Hua. The Battle of Kinmen, right? 1958. So, and this is maybe something we can keep in mind for me, with this special issue, what I hope is the comparison between Eastern Europe and, in spite of the caveat about Eastern Europe that emphasized by Diana and Dmitro, I hope the comparison between the two regions will bring some insights for sociologists of other countries. And this is especially important for the sociological review. They give a lot of importance, you know, to try to be as inclusive as possible. I guess this is one reason why they accepted our monograph, because we are, you know, most of the monographs are written by Western sociologists, so I think they wanted to include, you know, perspective from a different region of the world. But if you think, the war in Ukraine, you know, was in, you know, I hear, you know, the critics from colleagues from India, from Africa. Oh, yes, you in Europe, you care about the war in Ukraine because it's in Europe. But people in Sudan, in Syria, they can kill, and in Gaza, you know, you don't care about this. So this is a reminder of the third world or the global south, like 2/3 of the world population. Remind you that Europe is very small, and the rest of the world don't really care about it because we don't really care about their wars. And what the fuck should we care about your war in Europe? Oh, another war in Europe, you know? We already have 2 world wars. The global south, because of the French and British colonies, they paid a heavy tribute because they had to send their their people to fight on the front in France, and sorry, I'm emotional with that because I'm so sorry. It took a very long time for France to accept that reality. We are racist. So you are not. I'm just reminding that, you know, a lot of people in the world don't care about Ukraine. And I think something's very special. In Taiwan, we do care about Ukraine. And the reason why is because we are under heavy threat from China. And this is something very, very special if you think about it. President Tsai Ing-wen last November mentioned that, I forgot it was in the US or somewhere in the UK. No, in the US. She said to people in Washington, I think it was the Biden administration, she said, okay, please keep supporting Ukraine. Because if China, if Russia wins the war in Ukraine, China will be so much encouraged. So President Tsai Ing-wen, she could say that because she was no more president. She couldn't say that when, as long as she was president. But now she can say it. And I think, well, I guess President Klai shares that idea. And we remember we had this discussion with, you know, and there was an advisor from Trump who came to Taiwan and say, why you Taiwanese keep telling me that we should care about Ukraine? You should care about your own ass here, and you should buy more weapons from the U.S. And he did not understand why Taiwanese people care so much about Ukraine, because we are on the same boat. So I think that could be something we could emphasize in the introduction, for example. Yeah.
Okay, so Professor Malešević, do you want to respond to either the question about Cold War or the previous discussions?
I mean, just to reiterate what you said again, why sociology of war is distinct field. So it's not, you know, people often confuse this is military sociology, and it isn't. And you are completely right, because military sociology is very narrowly defined. It's about armed forces in society. And then we have also sociology of peace. Sociology of peace processes has developed John Brewer and a few others who are actually studying societies after conflict. But what we are trying to do is to emphasize, as you said rightly, centrality of war, you know, how war shapes everything, even when it's not there, because legacies of war are with us. You know, all the institutions that we have inherited it from the past, and these institutions have been shaped by wars, parliaments, you know, the democracy, gender, social stratification, every aspect of social life. So that's the key issue. This is a much broader field than people think. You know, it's not about armies. It's not, and that's precisely because they see war as something, you know, irrelevant. It's you know, something that happens suddenly out of nowhere, and then we all go back to normal life. But that's not it. I mean, that's the problem. That's the whole point, in a sense, to make it mainstream, to make it real. So in that context, yeah, you're right. I mean, a Cold War is an aspect of it. We have proxy wars constantly fought, and Paul mentioned, you know, it was very hot in many cases. A lot of wars fought by, you know, two great powers, and that has never gone away. And unfortunately, we seem to be back in the you know, in some respects, to area where there will be unfortunately more wars. So it's it's a dark world.
Okay, thank you. So we have a few minutes left. So can I have some final words from our audience? Okay, please.
May I speak?
Yeah,
yes,
sure.
I thank you for this workshop. I am Lim from Department, the PhD candidate from Department of History, National Chongqing University, Taichung, Taiwan, and I am impressed by the Professor Wang's paper, because I see this workshop. I am quickly to, how to say, 报名参加了. Yes. And my advisor is Li Junsan. He wants to research the sociology of war, but sadly he do not how to speak English in this, and he said, I read English very slowly, then he do not know this historiography of the sociology of war. He do not know. So when he speak teach us in the Department of History in National Chongqing University, he said very few Chinese material in such topics. So he sadly say, I am sorry to tell you, due to the material is written in English, he cannot provide to us because due to the material， 因为材料的问题，所以他看不懂英文，也看不太懂英文。我们学生也看得懂。Our students and only read in Chinese only. So when I see these topics, I quickly to participate this was well. And I am see the participant, the name of the participant. All of them is the Institute of Sociology. I am the very few of the Department of History. I am here alone in here. No how to say, no members to talk, and this I only to see this paper. I feel this is the methodology of the war, sociology of war, because our Department of History is only in case studies and only say this is the truth of the war. But when speak to the methodology, we Department of History in the criticize is what is your methodology of war? This sociology of war, we are in we do not know how to speak. This is our, I feel alone in here. Thank you for the 赘语啦。
Okay. Thank you for your feedback. So I think we are running out of time, and I think all of us have had a very fruitful 2 days. And so finally, I think we have to conclude here, but our journey will continue to explore the issues and the impact of war.
Maybe next year. So if everything goes well, our monograph should be published around March next year. I hope by that time we can have new book release workshop or symposium, and maybe at that time I wish Professor Malešević can make the trip to Taiwan.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah?
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, hopefully things will be, as we, I would love to come visit you, and it's a pity that I couldn't.
No problem.
Thank you for organizing this really great event.
Okay, so for the moment, let's give a big hand to our commentators and to all our audience. Thank you very much for this very successful workshop. Thank you.
Special